Lost in a parallel world, Lin Chen unexpectedly found himself on the surface of Mars. Coincidentally, he encountered an unmanned drone landing on the red planet, and his figure was mistaken by the inhabitants of Blue Star as irrefutable evidence of extraterrestrial effect. Nations across Blue Star swiftly initiated their highest level of defense preparations, oblivious to the fact that this peculiar alien was merely huddled on Mars, indifferent. The affairs of the outside world, wholly focused on constructing a base. When genuine peril struck, calamities swept across Blue Star, and countless mechanical warriors streaked through the sky like meteors, arriving with an unstoppable force. Hovering above the multitude of soldiers, Lin Chen rubbed his nose, surveyed the world around him, and helplessly shook his head. I had warned about the ascension of machines WHYD. ID no one care to listen? Chapter 1. Crossing Mars. In a desolate expanse, a figure rose from the ground. Cough, cough. Lin Chen staggered as he brushed the dust off his body, feeling a sensation akin to quicksand beneath his feet. As he felt the gusts of wind surrounding him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Breathing continued, yet he glanced around in fear. The sky was shrouded in chaos, with an endless vista of shattered stone plains and colossal mountains devoid of greenery. Instinctively, Lin Chen touched his body and discovered that what he felt was not fabric, but a material resembling metal. Wasn't I just playing League of Legends? What on earth is going on? Staring at his hands encased in metal, Lin Chen stood in a daze for several minutes before realizing the absurdity of his predicament. This place was undoubtedly not Blue Star. Am I traversing through time and space? This terrifying thought slowly emerged in his mind, akin to a serpent's head cautiously peering from a darkened hollow, chillingly sinking its fangs into his heart. In that moment, the protective armor enveloping him awakened. A clear, pale blue projection panel materialized upon his visor, displaying an array of vital statistics regarding Lin Chen's corporeal form, alongside a series of indicators that shifted in accordance with his gaze. They seemed to float directly upon his retina, creating an illusion reminiscent of Iron Man, undeniably surreal. Current location, Mars. Mechanical Sovereign, Lin Chen. Constructing auxiliary base. As this data flashed before him, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, and Lin Chen suddenly realized that he had indeed been transported to Mars. With the conclusion of the mechanical announcement, a diminutive mechanical base commenced its construction beside him, progressing at a visibly rapid pace. Though termed a base, it resembled a slightly larger factory with a sleek, silver exterior, spanning approximately 300 square meters. Information regarding its interior illuminated upon his visor, seamlessly integrating into Lin Chen's consciousness through the neural link of his armor. Level 1 base? As he gazed upon the mechanized structure that had materialized within mere seconds, a peculiar thrill surged throughout his being. In this fleeting moment, his mind absorbed information as profound as the ocean, intertwining with the identity of the mechanical lord and the entire Martian base, now fully integra. Ted into his being. The auxiliary mechanical base has been completed. Please initiate the first neural coupling. Host's physical condition detected as suboptimal. Quantum concealment will commence in 3 seconds, with a maximum duration of 168 hours. The Lord may terminate the concealment at any time. As Lin Chen entered the base, the mechanical voice floated with the gusting wind, and a faint glow emanated from the surface of the mechanical base, rendering both his body and the base itself increasingly ethereal at a visible pace. The year was 2076 on Blue Star, accompanied by a dazzling flash piercing through the atmosphere. The American company Cosmos successfully launched the transport rocket space Iron Chain, delivering 102 satellites to the distant, frigid orbit of Mars. Under the auspices of the World United Organization, this endeavor marked the dawn of a new era in humanity's exploration of Mars. It was an epoch dubbed the Era of Human Revival in search of new celestial abodes. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, please prepare to embrace this epic-making space broadcast. This may very well be our future second home. In the Space United Center of Hua Nation, the large screen mounted on the wall displayed a blonde, blue-eyed host, radiating a brilliant smile as she earnestly presented the event. Su Sheng sat silently in his chair, observing the jubilant scene before him. He, like his colleagues, bore a gaze filled with anticipation, yet remained silent, his expression heavy. With unspoken thoughts, the scene shifted once more, revealing a 5-minute countdown. In just 5 minutes, Cosmos would unveil the most high-definition images of Mars ever captured, as an orbital satellite deployed an unmanned probe to the Martian surface, gathering and relaying all information. From a human perspective, Su Sheng could not help but feel an overwhelming excitement for this Mars livestream. However, from the standpoint of Huagua, an intangible sense of crisis began to unfurl within him as he observed Cosmos' unparalleled technological prowess reaching Mars. Old Su, another engineer, Chun Jingchong, approached with a thermos in hand, gently patting Su Sheng's shoulder. "What's the matter? Our technology is certainly not inferior to theirs." Chun Jingchong took a sip of warm water. "Yet, I must admit, their overall capabilities do surpass ours." Su Sheng remained silent for nearly 10 seconds before finally responding with measured words. "Only by accepting reality can we progress. You truly possess a broad vision, Chief Engineer Su." Chun Jingchong chuckled lightly. "Is this what you call vision?" Su Sheng shook his head, stating, "Regardless, they represent all of humanity in this endeavor. Ensure all departments are prepared to document this." Understood. In the United States, within the Space Command Center, all researchers were intently focused on the large screen above. "Attention all units. The rocket is entering low Earth orbit. 3 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. The Starlink unmanned drone is disengaging from the capsule, preparing for ignition." A series of commands resonated, accompanied by the faint electromagnetic hum of the instruments, enveloping the command room in a solemn and meticulous atmosphere. Dr. Mason stood at the forefront, his excitement palpable as he witnessed the unfolding scenes before him. The Starlink satellite employs a novel communication technology, its transmission speed far surpassing that of conventional electromagnetic signal technologies, capable of relaying high-definition imagery from Mars with a mere 3-second delay. Through the exceedingly thin atmosphere, the barren landscape unique to Mars became visible to all. This planet, devoid of any signs of life and cloaked in a dark gray hue, possessed an allure that was irresistibly captivating. Across various global streaming platforms, an unprecedented live broadcast commenced. "This Mars resembles our deserts quite closely. Can anyone actually inhabit this desolate place? Even if it's uninhabitable, we must find a way. Haven't you noticed the increasing number of mechanical infections?" Each platform experienced an unparalleled surge in traffic. This live broadcast evolved into a worldwide spectacle. In the year 2076, Blue Star faced escalating environmental degradation due to the chaotic advancement of technology. During a highly publicized antimatter expansion experiment, a catastrophic explosion obliterated over 3,000 kilometers of desert terrain in an instant. A peculiar virus named Nemesis was disseminated into the atmosphere as a consequence of this explosion. 3 days later, a Boeing 731 aircraft, carrying hundreds of passengers, was discovered by fishermen, having crashed along the coastline. Prior to this, it had been listed as missing by the airline, seemingly vanishing into thin air during its journey. The aircraft was entirely charred, resembling the aftermath of a fierce blaze. However, as the authorities approached, they realized that despite its metallic composition, it had a state eerily akin to decay. It resembled the carcass of a colossal beast, with an unsettling aroma permeating the air. Not a trace of a single passenger was found. The entire plane had been reduced to a melting, hollow shell. Within a single day, it had completely disintegrated into pools of black water, which flowed with the tide into the vast ocean. Chapter 2. The Starlink Unmanned Exploration Vehicle. The signal transmission remains stable. The Starlink drone is breaching the atmosphere. The Starlink has successfully reached the Martian surface. Awaiting further instructions. The live broadcast reveals the Starlink drone, deployed by a transport rocket, has gracefully landed on Mars, offering humanity a first-person view of this peculiar planet. As it retracts its supports and extends its 8 mechanical limbs along with multifunctional cameras, the Starlink swiftly transforms into an exploration robot upon receiving commands, moving forward with remarkable steadiness. Though Mars may not possess aesthetic appeal, its mineral resources are undeniably abundant. What could possibly exist here? What could there be? The climate here is exceedingly harsh. If we were to consider colonization, we would have to wait and see if environmental modifications could be achieved. At this moment, the entire internet is engulfed in fervent discussions, with the significance of this live broadcast having ascended to a national level. Su Sheng furrows his brow as the staff records the live footage, unaware of what might emerge in the next instant. The Martian landscape is exceedingly treacherous, with plains and valleys interwoven and compounded by the capricious and severe weather. The exploration robot finds itself hindered at every turn. It is evident that the Starlink is encountering these very challenges. A dust storm. This is one of the most fearsome natural disasters on Mars. Due to the planet's thin atmosphere, even the most terrifying dust storms on Earth pale in comparison here. A vortex of soil, thousands of meters high, is beginning to coalesce. Not only Su Sheng, but all the staff at the central station were rendered utterly speechless. Witnessing such a scene on the screen was already profoundly shocking. This spectacle, akin to a miracle, could undoubtedly only be the result of terrifying natural forces. What on earth is happening? Is a monster approaching? A sandstorm of this magnitude is utterly absurd. How unfortunate. Or is such a scale of sandstorm merely the norm? That would be inviting disaster. No one anticipated that the previously serene sky would suddenly coalesce into such a fearsome sandstorm. The barrage of comments during the live broadcast exploded with exclamations and inquiries. As everyone was left in awe, it is worth noting how many people in real life have never encountered a sandstorm. Even through a screen, one could feel the profound impact of the moment. Meanwhile, the American Space Command Center was engulfed in chaos. Can the Starlink withstand this? Dr. Mason, wearing glasses, inquired with evident terror, asking if there were any contingency plans. According to past Mars exploration projects, we have never witnessed such a ferocious and colossal sandstorm. Dr. Mason raised his hand and shook his head. The sand and gravel struck the exterior of the Starlink like bullets, and the sturdy composite metal quickly showed deep dents. No one understands the preciousness of the Starlink better than Mason. From its testing phase to its operational status, its significance far surpasses what money can represent. When the Starlink landed on the Martian surface, it bore the collective gaze of all humanity. Even Su Sheng and his fellow scientists could not help but change their expressions. Was there still an alternative plan? Su Sheng could not refrain from inquiring. There should be other backup drones, yet such a loss would be painful for anyone. No one spoke with a tone of schadenfreude. Even Chen Jingchong, who had always been at odds with the Americans, frowned deeply. Wait, is there something ahead? What is that? Don't be ridiculous, my friend. You're still young and already seeing things. This is disastrous. Oh my, I see it too. It appears to be a figure. Perhaps it's just a stone that has been swept along. In the previously dim landscape, a faint light suddenly emerged. From the first-person perspective, this slender beam of light even seemed to move slowly. Then, a tall and robust mechanical being came into view for countless onlookers. It stood in the foreground, with a rampaging sandstorm raging behind it. The light emanating from its chest illuminated the surface of the Starlink vessel. As the increasingly violent winds howled, it strode towards the Starlink, lowered itself, and fixed its gaze on a specific part of the vessel. A faint murmur of discontent was instantly swallowed by the wind's roar. Good heavens, is that American technology? Dr. Mason felt his blood momentarily freeze at that instant. As the mechanical giant drew nearer, his blood surged once more, filled with a fervent excitement that rushed towards his brain. His lips trembled slightly as he instinctively turned to meet the eyes of his fellow scientists. In that moment, they all seemed to lose the ability to articulate their thoughts. It was not just them. Within each streaming room, the barrage of comments seemed to momentarily freeze, only to be swiftly inundated by a torrent of vividly colored text that engulfed the entire screen moments later. A figure emerged as if it were a colossal bomb, striking forcefully at the very foundations of everyone's worldview. Are there people on Mars? A warning blared. Attention. Sandstorm levels are soaring. Attention. Sandstorm levels are soaring. Within Lin Chen's visor, red alert messages pulsed incessantly. How could such a phenomenon exist here? Lin Chen disdainfully pressed his right hand against the surface of the Starlink unit. A surge of faintly distinct electric currents flooding into its core. From the command centers of various nations to every computer and mobile screen, faces of all kinds, terrified or astonished, were illuminated. In that fleeting second, Lin Chen's thoughts traversed the entirety of Blue Planet's networks at breakneck speed. Oh, it turns out to be an exploratory drone, though it hardly resembles one. Lin Chen muttered, withdrawing his hand and turning to walk in a specific direction. The indicators on the Starlink unit blinked in rapid succession, extending several mechanical appendages that trailed closely behind Lin Chen like a loyal little dog. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. The Starlink unit dared to pursue this enigmatic mechanical creature? Mason froze, his face flushed with urgency as he shouted at the researchers. It wasn't until he saw the pale-faced researchers rising with hands raised that he grasped the gravity of the situation, even as the scene continued to race forward. In the eyes of this internationally renowned scientist, a look of bewilderment emerged for the first time. The live broadcast was abruptly terminated, and a report was submitted with utmost urgency. He slowly sank into his chair, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet ultimately fell silent, fixated on the screen, lost in contemplation. Chapter 3. The mysterious mechanical beings that shocked the world within the base. Lin Chen could clearly observe the current state of the outside world through the screen. A terrifying sandstorm was sweeping across Mars, promising to irrevocably alter the landscape of this region. Scanning in progress. Model name: AIT-13 Unmanned Explorer, Starlink. Country of origin: United States. Upon Lin Chen's interaction with it, the entire structure underwent a peculiar transformation. It was a force beyond explanation. The network from the primary base could manipulate the Starlink at will, yet it bore no influence on the control network on Blue Star. Pollution source detected. Pollution source detected. A blinding scarlet alert flashed once more from Lin Chen's visor. Virus, Nemesis 2, designated by Dr. Louison. Lin Chen was taken aback. Previously, through an internal scan of Starlink, he had gleaned various pieces of information about this planet, also known as Blue Star. It could perhaps be referred to as a parallel world. This Blue Star differed significantly from the one Lin Chen was familiar with. In 2076, an exceedingly peculiar virus emerged on Blue Star, one that could disrupt and infect all mechanical logic circuits or inflict irreversible burn-like wounds on living organisms. During a catastrophic aviation incident, a Chinese scientist named Louison discovered a peculiar virus. Subsequently, there was a surge of incidents worldwide involving rogue robots committing acts of violence, as well as inexplicable self-destruction and melting of large transportation systems such as airplanes and high-speed trains. Leading a global research team, China undertook countless explorations and studies, ultimately devising a method to contain the Neme virus. After integrating the global network, akin to injecting serum into veins, the research team implanted a program system known as Sword-Bearer into the terminal. This system could, to a certain extent, disrupt the virus's ability to recognize its host, thereby rendering it completely inactive. However, this efficacy was limited. This was troubling. It was not a trivial matter. Upon gaining insight into the nature of this virus, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, and his gaze towards the Starlink vessel grew increasingly unsettling. Could this virus be analyzed? Furthermore, would the base be susceptible to a certain degree of infection? Lin Chen posed these inquiries to his system, which constituted the intelligent consciousness of the entire base. Virus name: Neme generation cause: unknown transmission type, spatial transmission level too low to infect mechanical base, my lord. The notion of the virus possessing levels perplexed Lin Chen. Yet, it was clear that this was not the time to dwell on such complexities. He had numerous tasks yet to accomplish. Meanwhile, a mechanical arm swiftly encapsulated the virus sample. And as Lin Chen's consciousness stirred, the operational model of the entire base materialized instantaneously in a corner of his visor. At that moment, Lin Chen fully comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Becoming the mechanical overlord in the system, I seemed to possess an innate ability to manipulate and create mechanical entities, akin to the divine talent of Nuwa molding figures from clay. Each level of the base has a limit on resource acquisition speed. In other words, the task of mining for metals no longer burdens Lin Chen. The first-level base comes equipped with 10 industrial robots, capable of extracting resources within a 1-kilometer radius. To elevate the base's level, not only is a substantial reserve of resources required, but also a sufficient industrial scale. Gazing at the enormous demand, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. First-level base, facilities owned, mechanical factory, storage center, intelligent core. Facilities not owned, mechanical barracks, forging factory. Information exploration center. The first-level base inherently possesses 3 functions, while the remaining 3 facilities must be gradually unlocked by Lin Chen. This inevitably led him to lament internally. What a predicament! Given the current mining speed, unlocking these 3 sizable facilities would take an eternity. Would he have to descend into the mines himself? System: The mechanical barracks should include blueprints for units, right? Lin Chen casually inquired. The Level 5 base features an automated research center for developing unit blueprints, my lord. This implied that he would have to create them himself? Lin Chen found this hard to believe. Indeed, my lord. Lin Chen remained in a daze for several seconds, his gaze wandering aimlessly before ultimately resting on the Starlink unit. A sense of frustration gradually transformed into a glimmer of hope. The current shortage of robots at the base was fortuitous. Although it may be of terrestrial origin, it remains functional. We are grateful for nature's bountiful gifts. At this very moment, on the distant blue planet, the captivating live stream of Mars was abruptly disrupted by the appearance of Lin Chen. The broadcast was hastily cut off, yet within that fleeting minute, everyone beheld the enigmatic figure of a mechanical being. His silhouette vanished amidst the swirling dust storm, leaving a multitude of science fiction enthusiasts utterly entranced. One certainty emerged among them. This mechanical entity was undoubtedly not human, but rather a species that had arrived on Mars ahead of humanity. It merely possessed a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. The revelation of Iron Man on Mars. What hidden motives lie behind the abrupt cessation of the live stream by the American side? The emergence of a mechanical warrior on Mars. Had humanity already encountered such extraterrestrial visitors? Within a mere afternoon, discussions regarding the mechanical warrior and aliens had inundated every forum and science fiction website. In response to the interruption of the live stream, the American side claimed it was due to a loss of signal. However, netizens were far from convinced. Damn it, you always say that. Who believes you this time? They accused of attempting to monopolize the recording, expressing outrage. This is an unchangeable truth. This concerns all of humanity. I demand the release of the live stream and recordings. Users from various countries unleashed a torrent of condemnations, all pointing to one entity, the American Space Command Center. In response, the American side could only release a few insincere images. The screenshots displayed a chaotic scene on the Starlink spacecraft's feedback screen. Yet the enraged populace had already descended into complete madness. The sensation of being abruptly cut off at a critical moment is self-evident. It bears a striking resemblance to the principle of sharing images without revealing the source, an analogy that resonates deeply. In the heart of Huagua, at the central station, Su Sheng lit a cigarette with trembling hands, disregarding all regulations in that moment. This cigarette might be the quickest means to restore his composure. What could that entity be? An extraterrestrial being? Or perhaps a human? If it is indeed human, which nation has silently landed on Mars, equipped with such advanced mechanical armor? Countless thoughts intertwined in Su Sheng's mind like a tangled ball of yarn. He was utterly baffled. The abrupt termination of the live broadcast by the American side indicated that they too had not anticipated this situation. From the footage, it seemed that this organism could navigate effortlessly through the dust storm. If such technology existed, those Americans would have long since claimed Blue Star as their own. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the entire research facility, a mix of fear and extreme curiosity. Yet, for a scientist, Su Sheng, like many others online, harbored a desire to hurl a slipper at the Americans' faces and spit contemptuously. Chief Engineer Su, your phone. A female researcher spoke cautiously. Having never witnessed the usually composed and affable Su Sheng exhibit such a rogue demeanor, which momentarily instilled fear in her. Whose call is it? It's from the World United Organization. Tell him to wait. I cannot entertain any calls right now. Su Sheng exhaled a plume of smoke and added, except for 1 or 2 calls. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone gather. Lao Chun, play the recording once more. Chapter 4. The resumption of the anomalous live broadcast. The appearance of Lin Chen and the sudden cancellation of the global live stream have plunged the already tumultuous Blue Star into utter chaos. Countless individuals find themselves in an exceedingly peculiar state, where fear and curiosity about the future intertwine. Some media outlets have even speculated whether Blue Star might face turmoil and annihilation in the days to come, broaching such pessimistic themes. Yet, the majority of the populace is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending crisis. So, extraterrestrial beings truly exist in the universe. Have I witnessed a moment of history? How astonishing. This must be one of the greatest discoveries of our world, right? You all maintain such a positive outlook. Have you not considered that this group of aliens has already arrived in the solar system? What might they do next? Regardless, I am prepared to embrace life to the fullest. At this moment, regardless of the country, the top 10 trending topics on forum websites are dominated by terms such as robots and Martian beings. This unprecedented fervor has left Lin Chen on Mars feeling somewhat embarrassed. He never anticipated that less than a day after his arrival on Mars, he would be regarded as an alien by countless former compatriots from Blue Star. Although this sensation is somewhat bizarre, it remains rather amusing. When Lin Chen noticed that some netizens predicted he would destroy Blue Star in 3 days, his expression inevitably grew peculiar. Destroy Blue Star? He had nearly buried Blue Star with Martian soil himself. At this moment, Lin Chen sat within the confines of the base's workshop, his protective armor operating its air circulation function, the cool breeze gently caressing his skin. On the workbench, the Starlink had been disassembled halfway, surrounded by several multifunctional robotic arms that intermittently tapped and prodded at it. The indicator lights on the Starlink's panel continued to flicker steadily. Lin Chen was merely removing its outer shell without altering its internal structure. As the so-called mechanical lord, he found it rather absurd that he had to personally undertake the task of modifying the robot. Manipulating one of the robotic arms, he pried open another piece of armor, inwardly lamenting the situation. The functional permissions of a level 1 base were exceedingly limited, lacking in practical features, and the industrial collection robots, resembling mere wooden dummies, failed to capture Lin Chen's interest. To upgrade to a level 2 base, a diverse mineral storage of 50 tons was necessary, along with 4 independent base facilities. Not counting the intelligent mainframe, the level 1 base possessed only a mechanical factory and a storage center as its 2 independent facilities. Component scanning commenced, miniature cameras, anti-shake modules. As the light scanned a particular section of the Starlink's body, corresponding internal messages materialized on Lin Chen's visor. Still spying? Lin Chen's awareness swept over the camera, and he shook his head in resignation, slightly raising his hand, causing one of the indicator lights on the Starlink to extinguish instantly. Moments later, on the distant Blue Star, tens of millions of kilometers away, a high-level conference room was filled with authorities from various fields, alongside several imposing military figures. The room was brimming with attendees. Even the most esteemed authorities in their respective fields, when confronted with the unsettling imagery of an extraterrestrial base, cannot suppress a shiver of trepidation coursing through their hearts. At that moment, they caught a fleeting glimpse of a mechanical arm being raised, and the previously clear screen became inundated with chaotic, pale stripes, accompanied by a jarring cacophony of electromagnetic noise that startled everyone present. The commanding general turned sharply, his voice laced with irritation. "General Mari, we have lost the signal." A researcher responded hastily, panic evident in his tone. "Lost the signal? It's dismantling the Starlink," remarked an expert from the realm of artificial intelligence, uttering a chilling observation that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard. "Is it analyzing our technology? Would you dissect the tools of a primitive man?" As the live feed faded, General Mari let out a cold snort, pressing the buttons on his remote control to reignite the large screen. It displayed a recording of the earlier livestream, showcasing the bizarre robot's initial appearance. Mari had to concede that in the dim atmosphere, this uncanny entity made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. As a prominent figure in the U.S. military, he prided himself on having commanded numerous successful military operations. Life and death, the fleeting glimpses of mortality on the battlefield, were sights he had long since grown accustomed to. Yet this mechanical being instilled in Mari a profound chill that surged from his tailbone, a sensation he had never experienced before. He was convinced that this dread was not his alone to bear. It was a fear emanating from the cosmos itself. As the scene unfolds, a tempest of dust envelopes the air, and a pallid light pierces through the myriad of swirling particles. A towering silhouette strides forward with deliberate grace. Our foremost task is to ascertain whether this figure is indeed human or something altogether different, as Mari quietly speculates. Perhaps an extraterrestrial entity. Could this be the work of those Russians? The unmanned reconnaissance drone previously captured images of their survey team establishing a small climate station within the Arctic Circle. Unthinkable, a professor asserted with unwavering conviction. Setting aside our satellite network, how could they possibly transport individuals to Mars without a trace? Not only them, but no nation, including our own, possesses such capability. I concur with Professor Jason's assessment. Another venerable professor chimed in, clearly of considerable standing, prompting a respectful nod from the acknowledged Jason. "This entity is undoubtedly not a denizen of Blue Star, General." Jason turned towards General Mari, inclining his head slightly in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your insights, Professor Jason." "Mari, arms crossed and expression stoic, exhibited a flicker of contemplation in his gaze. The directives received at this conference carry the utmost authority, and each of you will receive an invitation tomorrow. I must concede that in the realm of cosmic science, all present here are pioneers of the world. However, Mari pressed a button in his hand, momentarily taken aback as he noticed that the screen behind him had once again ceased to respond. In the gaze of all present, the large screen, devoid of any technical oversight, flickered erratically. The imagery appeared to revert to the first-person perspective of the Starlink vessel, facing a desolate expanse of yellow sands. General Mari. A technician stumbled through the doorway, his pallor increasingly pronounced, prompting Mari to swiftly turn his gaze in his direction. The global live broadcast had commenced uncontrollably. Chapter 5. The dawn of mech production finally accomplished. Lin Chen, feeling a twinge of fatigue in his back, contentedly wiped his hands and gazed at the thoroughly revitalized Starlink vessel. With a subtle gesture, several mechanical arms automatically extended along the floating track while the Starlink vessel awakened, extending its mechanical limbs from the platform. Starlink has integrated with the base program. A notification illuminated on Lin Chen's visor as the 3D model of the Starlink vessel began to assemble before his eyes. The functionality of the mechanical factory proved exceedingly convenient, surpassing traditional manufacturing processes in speed by an unimaginable margin. Lin Chen needed only to utilize the mind control visor to operate 6 mechanical arms, although their role was merely auxiliary. The entire process, from disassembling the Starlink vessel to its successful modification, took less than 2 hours. Lin Chen's efficiency rivaled that of an entire manufacturing team, a feat attributed to his familiarity with the base facilities, akin to the effortless movement of his own fingers. Buzz, the live stream of your anticipated Martian journey has begun. At this moment, far away on Blue Star, notifications simultaneously erupted on people's mobile devices. What? The live stream has resumed? What on earth is happening? Is old me truly so benevolent? It seems implausible. Could it be a mere operational blunder? Hurry and start recording. What are you waiting for? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the once dimly lit live stream room suddenly illuminated, revealing the vivid imagery of Mars once more to the viewers. What is happening? Within a central edifice in a certain metropolis, the door to an office was forcefully flung open, causing a sharp plush toy hanging from the door to plummet to the ground, landing at the feet of a bespectacled man. Have they notified us that the live stream has resumed? The bespectacled man scanned the room in disbelief, inquiring, Engineer Chen, we are utterly unable to control the live stream system. A technician responsible for debugging the live stream source trembled as he rose, fear evident in his voice. What nonsense are you uttering, Shaolin? It seems to be under some external control. Our live stream system has completely collapsed. This is truly absurd. Engineer Chen. The bespectacled man stood in stunned silence for several seconds, suddenly struck by a horrifying realization. His lips quivered as he muttered a curse and dashed out of the room. Detecting 76 copper resources, commencing extraction operations. Behind its 3D model, a series of industrial mining robots followed closely. The Starlink has now assumed the role of leader for this mining team, as Lin Chen has endowed it with a plethora of diverse skills. Aside from the absence of heavy weaponry, Lin Chen has equipped it with every possible enhancement available in the mechanical factory. The original representation of its identity, the American flag, had long been dismantled by Lin Chen. The Starlink has now become a loyal subordinate of Lin Chen. The sole advantage of the machinery lies in the fact that once its internal code has been flawlessly modified, it will never engage in acts of treachery. The transformation of the Starlink was merely a preliminary exercise for Lin Chen. He must now hasten the production of an armed force at an unprecedented pace. Truth exists solely within the range of cannon fire. Lin Chen relinquished any thoughts of explanation. If he were to address the camera of the Starlink with the words, I am a being from Blue Star, not only would no one believe him, but it might also incite greater panic. Such a notion is utterly absurd. The vast majority would likely suspect that this extraterrestrial has mastered the language and technology of Blue Star and is toying with them. After all, even Lin Chen could not elucidate how he arrived on Mars, nor could he explain the astonishing mechanical armor that adorned him. After much contemplation, Lin Chen resolved to prioritize his own safety. Should Blue Star irrevocably decide to sever ties, he could only speculate on the secret weapons that the people of Blue Star, now in the year 2074, might unleash. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to display his strength to the fullest extent. subsequently seeking opportunities to negotiate with Blue Star. The Starlink has been taken hostage by that alien? Hostage? That is merely a form of manipulation. It seems they are escorting the Starlink. We cannot expect to glimpse the extraterrestrial base, can we? Lin Chen reconfigured the camera of the Starlink, expanding its field of view to encompass areas approaching a 30-degree angle beside it. In the scene, onlookers witnessed the Starlink vessel abruptly halt, gradually shifting its perspective backward. Simultaneously, an array of industrial extraction robots surpassed it one by one, their bodies rapidly splitting apart. Mechanical spines extending continuously to form elongated excavation arms that plunged heavily into the mountainside ahead. This spectacle was profoundly astonishing. Each industrial extraction robot towered at approximately 4 meters, exuding a terrifying sense of power that seemed capable of permeating the very frame of the image. The tremors of the mountainside caused the camera of the Starlink to shudder noticeably. To the observers, these formidable behemoths resembled colossal mechas. Yet, such fearsome creatures were relegated merely to the task of mining, which was utterly absurd. They had already commenced the extraction of, or on Mars. Aligning perfectly with my previous conjectures, Su Sheng, seated before the screen, could not help but rise to his feet. They were colonizers. Was the dark forest theory finally on the verge of becoming a reality? A scholar couldn't suppress a bitter smile and shook his head. From these incredible extraction machines, I discerned the existence of an ancient civilization. When had they entered the solar system? When had they crafted these gigantic mechas? It remained unclear. It seemed that Blue Planet had not even noticed their presence. Su Sheng instinctively clenched his fist, a chilling sensation coursing through his veins. Although the movements of these industrial collection robots appeared remarkably sluggish, each twist of their excavation arms dislodged countless rocks of varying sizes. Was this truly the repository of, or on Mars? An expert gazed in astonishment. This was undeniably a mountain composed entirely of ore. It is crucial to acknowledge that on the present Blue Planet, due to the issues of excessive extraction, non-renewable resources such as minerals and oil are experiencing a precipitous decline each year. This is an unavoidable predicament. When the development of the planet collides with the imperative of environmental protection, numerous intricate conflicts inevitably arise. This is also why Blue Planet has long aspired to develop Mars as a second habitable world, one of the primary reasons being the immense mineral resources that Mars possesses, reminiscent of the Blue Planet from eons past. Observing the continuously increasing mineral storage data on the visor, Lin Chen felt a tinge of accomplishment. Several mechanical arms returned to the center of the mechanical factory, their indicator lights illuminating. Lin Chen approached the workbench. In order to equip the base with armed forces, he had to rely on his own ingenuity, as there were no schematics available. Mecha? Robots? Or perhaps high-tech weaponry? Ideas surged through Lin Chen's mind in rapid succession. After careful contemplation, he finally reached a decision. With his abilities at the ready, he resolved to pursue all of them. Chapter 6. A nation in turmoil creating a formidable mechanical military force is no straightforward endeavor. Although Lin Chen possessed craftsmanship and technology that surpassed the entirety of the solar system, the absence of design blueprints meant that all concepts had to be conceived by him alone. Constructing an exterior is simple, yet the essence of a mechanical exosuit entails far more than mere outer shell. The central processing unit. Lin Chen initiated a call on his visor. My lord, what is your command? Are you proficient in coding? Coding? Do you refer to the source files crafted in specialized languages? Such sophistication. Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Finally, there was a skill worthy of this mechanical lord. Could it be that I have truly become the mechanical Nuwa? Lin Chen pondered, stroking his iron chin thoughtfully. First, I must create a controllable mech. As the intelligent core has indicated that every mechanical creation generates a unique self-awareness upon its inception. Thus, they can transform into an independent mechanical army under certain circumstances. This is the outcome Lin Chen yearned to witness. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Let us begin." Excitement coursed through him as he rubbed his hands together. The functions on his visor flickered to life, and each mechanical arm stood ready. Firstly, I need to determine the general dimensions of the initial mech soldier. The cabin must be spacious enough to accommodate an operator, and when combined with the length of the legs and other components, their overall height would exceed 4 meters. Soon, a colossal mechanical skeleton began to take shape on the visor. Given the harsh conditions on Mars, the design of the industrial collection robot must prioritize practicality. while the mobile armored warriors responsible for armed forces can lean slightly towards humanoid forms, allowing Lin Chen to unleash his imagination. After all, this is my first endeavor in creating a mech. The technology is present, but the vision is lacking. Streams of information flowed into the mechanical factory. Countless templates for parts of various specifications were instantaneously generated, automatically stored, and simultaneously set into production. Even though the precision of these components approaches perfection, numerous hidden issues necessitate debugging when they are assembled together. What metal should the framework be constructed from? Lin Chen furrowed his brow, once again lost in contemplation. If the mechanical skeleton were crafted entirely from steel, it would sacrifice lightness but would be capable of withstanding the harsh environments characterized by fierce winds. He could also design various types of powered armor, each serving distinct purposes and utilizing different metallic materials. However, that is a matter for another time. Mars is abundant in common metallic resources such as copper, ore, and pig iron. At this moment, a message from the Starlink vessel popped up on Lin Chen's visor. He opened the video to find that the industrial mining robots had breached the mountainside. After extracting the surface, or layers, revealed under the spotlight was a metal that instantly revitalized Lin Chen. A discovery of a large-scale deposit of pure titanium, covering an area of approximately 200 cubic meters. Should mining operations commence? Pure titanium. Lin Chen gazed at the shimmering metallic layers, a rush of excitement coursing through him. This truly felt like striking gold. At least within his current knowledge, titanium alloy remains an exceptionally remarkable metallic material, particularly in the realm of mechanical manufacturing. The high hardness and lightweight nature of titanium alloys make them the object of admiration for countless experts. By incorporating trace amounts of titanium into steel, the overall hardness can increase significantly. Continue mining. Lin Chen issued the command, and the entire extraction team advanced further. In Su Sheng's increasingly peculiar expression, the excavation arm of the industrial mining robot forcefully struck into the mountainside once more. Several documents from the highest command had already been transmitted to the Space Command Center. In places unseen by the public, the entire nation of Huagua was entering the highest state of alert in its history. Not only Huagua, but an invisible, immense pressure loomed over the skies of every city in every nation. Now, Su Sheng and all members were tasked with monitoring this global live broadcast around the clock. Suddenly, the American side fell silent, providing no feedback before resuming the live stream. Every second recorded represented the potential future trajectory of the blue planet. Is this titanium? An astute expert immediately discerned something and suddenly exclaimed, "This is an entire mountain composed of pure titanium. The only thing covering it is the most ordinary copper oxide." With each impact of the excavation arm, countless metals radiating with a faint, colorful glow were dislodged. This is too extravagant. Our understanding of Mars had indeed remained superficial. Su Sheng shook his head, lamenting, "This is merely their first day of arrival." But what comes after? The command center abruptly fell into a profound silence. Even the usually erudite scholars found themselves at a loss for words. They had just been invited to the Space Command Center and, under Su Sheng's guidance, revisited this bizarre and incredible footage. After watching the recordings several times, the overwhelming majority of scholars ultimately reached a unanimous conclusion. This individual could in no conceivable manner be classified as a human from Blue Star, nor could he possibly belong to any species within our solar system. The initial speculation suggested that this automaton might be a special operative dispatched to Mars by the United States in secrecy. However, their abrupt termination of the live broadcast clearly indicates that the United States itself is utterly perplexed by the situation. While Su Sheng remains unaware of the motives behind the sudden commencement of the live stream, it appears that disseminating this information to the global populace may not be entirely detrimental. A seemingly colossal mine is rapidly collapsing under the weighty operations of these industrial collection robots. In the imagery captured by the Starlink, this astonishing assembly of machinery is shuttling between the base and the mine, set against an endless expanse of barren plains, with the sky tainted a dark crimson by the recent sandstorm. I never anticipated that I would find myself contemplating the future of Blue Star. Surely, these extraterrestrials must be engaged in the production of weaponry. What are we to do in such a case? Who can say? No authoritative explanation has emerged to clarify the matter. Despite the passage of a day, the barrage of comments in various live streams continues to surge. This topic has become a proverbial sword of Damocles, suspended ominously over the inhabitants of Blue Star, with no one able to predict when it might finally descend. Perhaps tomorrow, or on some inconspicuous day thereafter. It evokes scenes reminiscent of a science fiction disaster film, where weapons of alien technology obliterate our planet in an instant. Such terrifying thoughts lurk in the minds of countless individuals, yet no one dares to bring them into open discourse. As the nations upon the blue planet descended into silence. At precisely 8 o'clock in the morning, the state of Hua convened a series of high-profile press conferences, issuing formal announcements one after another. As a sovereign nation and a member of the blue planet, we must confront this issue head-on. Although the span of human history encompasses merely several hundred million years, when we pick up a twig from the forest floor, we are reminded that we were once a singular entity, traversing this earth, experiencing the cycles of spring, winter, autumn, and summer, and witnessing the rise and fall of the sun and moon. Whether or not this involves extraterrestrial beings, we may find ourselves facing annihilation alongside this planet by tomorrow. We must ignite a candle rather than succumb to the encroaching darkness. While the populace remained captivated by the live broadcast from Mars, snippets of this press conference flowed through major media outlets, traversing the globe like a silent stream, nourishing all in its path. This was reflective of Hua's historical influence on the blue planet. Accompanied by stirring background music, the address reached its crescendo with a resounding note from a soaring swana. Yet, as the initial thrill dissipated, what lingered was an inescapable dread. Following the Neem virus, another monumental crisis beset the blue planet. Perhaps this celestial body is indeed approaching its demise. The Meicide and other nations swiftly followed suit, releasing their own statements. As every nation on the blue planet confirmed that this mechanical organism did not belong to any space program. Even though the reality had been anticipated, Su Sheng found his legs giving way involuntarily. They appeared to have commandeered our exploration drones, broadcasting everything live to the blue planet. At the interview platform, the American representative, his complexion somewhat pallid, adjusted the microphone with trembling hands. Following the Council of the World Space Coalition, I believe we ought to unite, and the live feed on the screen became increasingly unbearable to watch. Su Sheng collapsed into his chair, covering his face with his hands, inhaling deeply, and wearily uttered, "Old Chun. Gather everyone. The order has arrived. Old Su, can we prevail? Will we send weapons to Mars? Atomic bombs, nuclear warheads, or hydrogen bombs?" murmured Chun, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. In that instant, even Su Sheng was oblivious to the thoughts coursing through his mind. Vivid images flashed before him like a revolving lantern. The bustling stalls he passed every evening, the crowded school gates while picking up his daughter, the sun and moon rising each day, and countless warm, familiar scenes from birth to death, all withering before his eyes. Regardless of the type of bomb, we cannot be cowards. Even if it leads to death, we must seize a piece of flesh from it. Su Sheng suddenly sprang from his chair, gritting his teeth and slamming his fist onto the table, causing the thermos filled with boiling water to crash to the ground, scalding liquid flowing across the floor. This typically reserved and composed man had never unleashed such ferocious wrath, staring at the live broadcast as though he wished to tear it apart and swallow it whole. Call for help. Let us take them down. Chapter 7. Crimson Mechanized Armor. The voice of the intelligent mainframe suddenly resonated. Should I remind you that the live broadcast of the Starlink is still ongoing? It is intended for their viewing. There was an inexplicable sense of something amiss, yet Lin Chen could not articulate what was lacking. The skeletal structure of the powered armor constituted its most vital component, akin to the spine of an animal or the keel of a vessel, significantly influencing the mobility of the armor. The dorsal region of the skeleton was responsible for housing the energy accumulation device, while the thoracic area contained the neuron cockpit. This had been Lin Chen's initial concept. This powered armor could assume two forms, capable of not only accommodating a pilot, but also executing independent military operations. With the assistance of the intelligent mainframe, Lin Chen would not need to attend to the tedious details himself. He merely needed to construct the fundamental skeletal framework, while the remaining adjustments and repairs could be entrusted to the intelligent mainframe. Flickering sparks danced upon the mirror-like floor, and the enormous mechanical cranium hung low. In the next moment, the previously hollow and dark eyes gradually ignited with a starlit brilliance. The mechanical hinge at the neck began to contract slowly, and the prototype powered armor, meticulously crafted by Lin Chen, had fully awakened. A brand new mechanical consciousness interfaced with Lin Chen's visor. The A0-powered armor successfully connected. The consciousness source is being generated. Consciousness source generation successful. Connecting to the language module. Language module connection successful. Streams of bright green message boxes encircled the 3D model of the powered armor, signifying that its foundational information had been successfully generated. Although it has not yet been perfected to its utmost potential, it is already capable of autonomous movement in the mechanical components above the chest. Awaiting your command, my lord. The rigid, mechanical voice resonated in Lin Chen's ears. He exhaled, gazing into the sharp, sword-like mechanical eyes, and nodded in satisfaction. Remain on standby. You still require extensive calibration. As you command, my lord. The AO unit responded slowly, its gaze dimming slightly, returning to a state of stillness while allowing the mechanical arms to manipulate it. Concurrently, the intelligent core had automatically generated the initial blueprint for this modular armor and was synchronously repairing it. Lin Chen bestowed upon it a new name, Crimson Wielder. The blueprint for the Crimson Wielder modular armor has been generated. The words of the intelligent core echoed. As the mechanical doors on the other end of the workshop began to rise gradually, the industrial extraction team, having completed their mining task, returned laden with ore, filing in through the entrance of the mechanical factory to unload the minerals. A swarm of diminutive robots, barely half a meter in height, surged forth like a flowing river, surrounding the colossal industrial extraction machine, inspecting its various components and clearing away dust and debris. In this mining endeavor, Lin Chen had procured nearly 10 tons of pure titanium ore, a precious metal that would serve as the primary material for the subsequent construction of the modular armor. For the outer exoskeleton of this initial modular armor, Lin Chen also intended to utilize titanium alloy for assembly. After all, the purpose of the exoskeleton armor is to protect the core internal framework. Replacing a segment of the exoskeleton armor is not a troublesome task. However, if the intricate internal framework suffers severe damage, the resources required to restore it to a pristine state may rival those needed to construct an entirely new unit. Hence, titanium alloy exoskeleton armor has become the finest material available to Lin Chen. The Starlink ship, positioned at the rear of the fleet, is the last member to undergo dust-free cleansing. Simultaneously, its cameras capture a profoundly awe-inspiring scene within the mechanical factory. Within the expansive 10-meter facility, a colossal metal skeleton is encircled by a cadre of mechanical arms, and amidst the bright sparks, the deeply sunken mechanical eyes emanate a pulsating incandescent glow. Only by earnestly focusing can one discern the steel cables concealed within the machinery beneath the electric sparks. Otherwise, it resembles a giant suspended upon a crucifix. Before this metallic skeleton hovers a mysterious robot clad in dark armor, seemingly scrutinizing something with great care. This marks the alien's second formal appearance. Su Sheng abruptly rose from his chair, fixated intently on the screen. Can it actually fly? A technician instinctively swallowed hard. As it stands, it bears a striking resemblance to that character from the film. What was it called? Old Chun furrowed his brow, struggling to recall the name of the science fiction movie. Iron Man. Yes, Iron Man. Indeed, you young folks are more familiar with films. Old Chun chuckled and nodded at one of the technicians behind him. Yet, even Iron Man would be swept away by a dust storm on Mars. Su Sheng slowly remarked. Such a level of factory and base cannot merely be constructed with money. As a researcher, fear is the least significant of concerns. After several conferences, the emotions of everyone had been stirred. The application documents had been dispatched to the World Space Organization. In a matter of days, various nations might establish the largest research center in history. The singular mission was clear, to strive to witness the dawn of tomorrow. As the Starlink vessel advanced, its cloud-based camera locked onto the metallic framework, magnifying it within the frame. My goodness, what on earth is this? It appeared to be a mecha skeleton. As a seasoned enthusiast, I recognized it at once. Is this extraterrestrial being constructing a mecha? What could its intentions possibly be? Was Pacific Rim merely a work of fiction? The stark realism of this science fiction scene was undoubtedly more staggering than the previously depicted mining operations. In just a few days, this alien had already begun to deploy the manufacture of combat mechs. On Blue Planet, some experts who had harbored thoughts of amicable exchanges upon witnessing this scene completely abandoned their hopes. This was evidently a prototype of some kind of weaponry. While it could be produced at a tremendous cost, its effectiveness in actual combat might fall significantly short of expectations. Given the rapid pace of technological advancement on Blue Planet, The application of such colossal robots in the ever-changing landscape of warfare presented countless risks and challenges yet to be addressed. Yet, this alien base had remarkably reached this stage in such a brief span of time. What will it do to Blue Star next? Chapter 8, Nearing Completion. Even Lin Chen himself did not foresee that this live broadcast would turn Blue Star upside down. After accomplishing the task of completing the mech skeleton, Lin Chen took a moment to rest while connecting to the network from Blue Star through the intelligent mainframe. It must be said that the netizens of Blue Star are as talented as ever. If aliens dare to touch the Earth, I will show them our might. Internal news from General Yu states that at 7:30 p.m., aliens will come to Blue Star to abduct people for human experiments. I will provide you with the address. Why do I feel as if the entire world has united to play a joke? The total comments across the internet have exceeded tens of millions. Yet Lin Chen managed to find a few humorous remarks amid the chaos. As the Starlink vessel navigated through the base, the live broadcast on Blue Star continued unabated. An invisible pressure permeated every corner of Blue Star, as the images transmitted from the alien base rendered every night restless. Lin Chen's plan was to continue exerting pressure on Blue Star for 3 days at this intensity. Through a narrow lens, the panic-stricken populace, as revealed in Lin Chen's unguarded moments, had already frightened themselves to a great extent. After 3 days, the intelligent mainframe would closely monitor every move on Blue Star. Lin Chen's concern was that if all nations on Blue Star reached a consensus, they might recklessly transport large-scale weaponry to Mars via rockets. At this moment, the primary base had no means to defend against threats beyond the atmosphere. Mutual destruction was certainly not the outcome Lin Chen wished to witness. An old adage states that even a desperate rabbit may bite, let alone a civilization. However, based on Lin Chen's understanding of the former Blue Star, within a span of 3 days, they should still be deliberating every voting option. Concerning the future of humanity, such decisions cannot be made hastily. Keep a close watch on them. Lin Chen instructed the intelligent mainframe. Monitor their space command center, and inform me in advance should they entertain any desperate measures. Understood. My lord, came the response. Moreover, what precisely is this Nemesis virus capable of infecting mechanical components? Lin Chen furrowed his brow and casually inquired. In his recollection, viruses typically affect biological entities. It was indeed the first time he had heard of a virus that could infect robots through parasitic logical circuits. This virus originated from an antimatter experiment and was initially regarded as a potential threat capable of annihilating Blue Star. It could corrode large infrastructures such as aircraft and high-speed trains, leading to severe traffic chaos and economic damage, while also bestowing robots with new logical consciousness, capable of annihilating all that they perceived. The sword-bearers actively sought to eradicate all traces of the Nemesis virus with overwhelming force. So, have they managed to contain it? Lin Chen asked. Not quite. It has merely been reduced to a negligible level. The intelligent mainframe continued. All protective measures are still in effect. Every mechanical facility and intelligent robot must be connected to the sword-bearers upon their inception, or the risk of infection remains significantly high. The Nemesis virus poses no threat to humanity. It merely displays an astonishing fervor upon entering a mechanical body. There are bound to be oversights, aren't there? Lin Chen suddenly contemplated a certain possibility. Indeed, the intelligent mainframe remained silent for a few seconds, and after a rapid search, it continued. In the year 2073, there were 372 incidents of robots malfunctioning and causing harm, resulting in the death of 122 individuals. The World Environmental Organization once called for the complete decommissioning of all robots, suggesting that the Neem virus would cease to exist as a consequence. This notion is clearly illogical. It is Blue Star that has inadvertently created the Neem. You previously asserted that such viruses could not affect our base? Yes, their levels are insufficient to infiltrate the base. Whenever you wish, we can readily fabricate a new sword-bearer. The calm voice of the intelligent mainframe, imbued with absolute confidence, provided Lin Chen, who had been somewhat anxious, with a modicum of reassurance. Viruses are elusive entities, appearing and disappearing without a trace, invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, Neem is an especially peculiar virus. What if the Starlink ship originating from Blue Star harbors traces of the Neem virus? Might it not proliferate endlessly upon Mars? Let us proceed with our work. We must perfect the first mechanized armor of the base as swiftly as possible. Lin Chen rose, smiling as he gazed upon the increasingly perfected steel framework on one side of the factory, a wave of accomplishment surging within him. The primary area of testing pertains to the completion of neural coupling. A minimum of 95 neural coupling is essential for the mechanized armor to achieve instantaneous feedback in its movements. Although it possesses an independent mechanical consciousness, capable of real-time feedback and corrections, the ultimate operator remains Lin Chen in the cockpit. At certain moments, he embodies the very soul of this mechanized armor. Approximately 3 hours are still required to inspect all skeletal components before the first neural activation can commence. The intelligent mainframe responded accordingly. Meanwhile, the newly revitalized Starlink is maneuvering effortlessly within the mechanical factory, having seemingly transformed into a fortunate beneficiary. Not only has it undergone significant enhancements, but it has also evolved from a mere surveying tool of Blue Star to a foundational hero under Lin Chen's command, marking the pinnacle of a drone's existence. Simultaneously, it carries an immensely important task, assisting Lin Chen in perpetually broadcasting live images from the base to Blue Star. Who exactly controls this Starlink? Is it not obvious? It's undoubtedly those extraterrestrials. This is utterly humiliating. Using our drone to live stream Martian footage, and the worst part is that we cannot shut it down. It's a valuable experience. At least we can die without regrets. In the footage, this steel skeleton, akin to a work of art, is nearing completion. With numerous mechanical arms and miniature robots surrounding it, the size disparity between them is striking, resembling a group of workers sculpting an ancient statue. It has captivated industrial robot experts from all nations on Blue Star. Within the conference rooms of various countries, a peculiar silence pervades. For them, witnessing such a magnificent creation at this moment leaves them at a loss for words. What kind of technology can seamlessly integrate various steel cables, electrical wires, and metallic structures into a form of absolute perfection? This is the pursuit of every scholar and expert throughout their lifetime. Yet, on this blue planet, there seems to exist a natural barrier, forever confining all technological advancements to a certain level, making it exceptionally challenging to progress. The mechanical giant, gradually awakening before them, offers a new perspective on this world. What breathtaking scene will unfold when its exoskeletal armor envelopes it? Chapter 9. Global Conference. Su Sheng adjusted his collar and cast a furtive glance around. Delegates were passing by him, their footsteps muted by the soft red carpet, allowing him to hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart. As the chief engineer of the Space United Center, Su Sheng was to attend this conference. Upon entering the spacious and atmospheric conference hall, he found that half of the seats were already occupied, the room filled with somber black suits, causing him to momentarily wonder if he had stumbled into a sorrowful funeral. The nameplates were located on the right side of the hall. Su Sheng followed the lead of several elder colleagues, nodding in acknowledgement to the delegates they passed. At the center of the large screen, the previously smooth wooden table began to split apart, revealing a device reminiscent of a projector. Amidst the flickering light, a vivid, expansive 3D projection materialized before the delegates' eyes. It was, of course, a live broadcast from Mars. Due to spatial constraints, the entire conference hall was filled to capacity. Mr. Su Sheng? A young American man suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Sheng. It is I. Su Sheng turned his head towards the voice, meeting his gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he finally responded. They sat at opposite ends of two tables, separated by a corridor of moderate width. Jeden Lisk, responsible for the calculations aboard the Starlink, he stated. I have perused your two papers. To Su Sheng's astonishment, the young man extended his right hand. An action that not only surprised Su Sheng, but also highlighted the incongruity between Lisk's demeanor and his youthful appearance. Under the weight of subtle glances, Su Sheng reciprocated the handshake with Lisk. It was akin to a pickaxe breaking through the ice. Following Lisk, each representative subsequently raised their hand in acknowledgement towards Su Sheng. Your Chinese is commendable, Lisk remarked with a smile. I studied in Huagua for 8 years. I am quite fond of your oil splash noodles. Su Sheng silently nodded, returning the smile as the Director General of the World Space Organization slowly ascended the podium. Enhanced by the 3D projection, the imposing presence of the mechanical giant seemed to intensify. The Starlink appeared to be conducting a costly maneuver in place, serving as a natural broadcasting camera. It displayed the complete skeletal adjustments of the Crimson A0 model before the audience. In contrast to the insipid speech at the podium, Su Sheng's gaze was fixated on the 3D projection at the center of the conference room, much like a group of primitive men observing modern individuals driving automobiles. This fantastical metaphor was indeed strikingly apparent prior to this conference. The entire blue planet had undergone a public disclosure of space-related information and risks. The Starlink drone had spiraled into utter chaos. Yet, the live broadcast remains brilliantly illuminated at this moment. Has the extraterrestrial being failed to notice? Even the unassuming uncles who enjoy idle chatter on the street have discerned its intention. It desires for Blue Planet to savor this spectacle in detail, a comprehensive portrayal of a military weapon from its inception to deployment. The most chilling thought is whether such a vast robotic manufacturing base exists solely on Mars. Will it be wielded as one of the instruments of assault against Blue Planet? Countless perilous inquiries await Su Sheng and his colleagues for profound contemplation. As time progresses, representative after representative takes the stage to voice questions, propose hypotheses, articulate opinions, and engage in discussions. Despite traversing through a series of procedural steps, the consensus remains elusive. Some representatives advocate for the construction of the largest shelter in history, transforming all movable facilities to subterranean locations. Others suggest that Blue Planet should proactively launch an offensive against Mars, rather than waiting for an invasion. It would be wiser to seize a slim chance for survival. After exchanging pleasantries with a senior colleague, Su Sheng excused himself under the pretext of visiting the restroom and stealthily slipped out through the back door of the conference hall. As he felt the refreshing air against his face, Su Sheng let out a long sigh, his visage weary, resting his hands on the sink as his temples throbbed. Having lived for over 40 years, he found himself in the unprecedented position of attending such a significant meeting. Yet, he could not find joy in the experience. Rather, he felt like a fish out of water, with his heart involuntarily quaking each time he beheld that 3D projection. It was only when all the questions were laid bare that Su Sheng truly sensed the inconsistencies of human nature. This was undeniably an unsolvable dilemma. Countless individuals have intricately woven the fabric of this planet, and now, the endeavor to unravel this intricate web is no trifling matter. The sole recourse lies in severing what can be relinquished, for only then may the Blue Planet glimpse a glimmer of hope. Yet, who would willingly assume the role of the severed thread? The specter of death appears to loom ominously over the entirety of this sphere. As a researcher, Su Sheng possesses a deeper understanding than most of his peers. When that colossal mechanical warrior descends upon the Blue Planet, what chances do they truly have? It is not merely this one mechanical behemoth. Perhaps, in unseen corners of the Blue Planet, there lie even more formidable technological forces in the throes of gestation. Mr. Su. A somewhat awkward phrase in Mandarin echoed in Su Sheng's ears. Lisk had also unbuttoned his shirt, splashed water on his face, and exhaled slowly, smiling as he remarked, "You seem to dislike being cooped up in there as well. I merely stepped away to use the restroom and ponder some matters. I am not a politician. My sole identity is as one of the creators of the Starlink. Yet, I find myself having lost everything." Lisk wiped the moisture from his face with his sleeve. Continuing to speak to himself, Su Sheng regarded this American, who was over a decade his junior, and chose silence. "I believe that if we wish to survive, we must cast aside all past grievances and hold tightly together in this moment." Lisk made a gesture of clasping his hands tightly, only to release them helplessly shortly thereafter. However, it is evident that no one is willing to heed the words of an outlier like me. It is impossible. A fleeting, imperceptible terror crossed Lisk's face. It was utterly impossible. We had attempted it, when we endeavored to infiltrate the internal systems of the Starlink vessel using the secondary protocol. The entire command center was engulfed in a bizarre wave of electromagnetic turbulence. Electromagnetic turbulence? I am at a loss for words to describe it. It obliterated all signals, flowing through our command center with an unstoppable force. In response to Su Sheng's inquiry, Lisk spoke candidly, the fear in his eyes deepening as if he recalled something dreadful. As all screens displayed chaotic waves of blinding white, we found ourselves in a complete information vacuum for those brief seconds, akin to being ensconced in a silent graveyard. Chapter 10. A perfect link. Lisk's words left Su Sheng momentarily speechless. In that instant, all satellite phones became utterly inoperative, reduced to mere scrap metal. Lisk wiped his hands and continued, "I am uncertain whether you have ever encountered such a phenomenon. This is a force that defies all reason, transcending the boundaries of scientific understanding." His voice suddenly dropped to a somber tone, as if he were whispering to himself. Su Sheng observed as Lisk's posture gradually slumped. Transforming from the confident young man he had just been into someone entirely different. Perhaps this was precisely what it wished us to witness. Standing silently in place, Su Xing suddenly pulled out his mobile phone, the dark screen reflecting a somewhat blurred image of his own face. For one who is willing to dedicate their life to the pursuit of scientific endeavors, the shattering of faith can unleash a psychological turmoil potent enough to annihilate all. Su Xing could sense this despair emanating from Lisk, akin to a malevolent seed, growing uncontrollably with a fervent intensity. In September 2074, the inaugural Global Symposium concluded successfully. This conference was aptly dubbed Project Ember. Numerous regulations were discussed and approved to address the alien incident that had instilled profound panic across the globe. A new and expansive research center was being constructed at an unprecedented pace. This center would gather scientists and technological elites from nations worldwide, with Blue Star as the absolute nucleus, integrating all resources and forces to confront extraterrestrial civilizations. During the symposium, the Neem virus, once regarded as a world-class crisis, was invoked for comparison. The creation of the Sword of Justice was birthed from the relentless dedication and efforts of countless researchers. It exemplified humanity's enduring courage, resolve, and faith in the face of adversity. Consequently, the symposium heralded the dawn of a new era of resistance, using the Sword of Justice as a symbol. Even with a mere 0.01 chance of success, Blue Star would not relinquish a shred of hope for innumerable ordinary individuals. Upon the announcement of directives stemming from the highest authority, many retained their composure, willing to heed their nation's arrangements, choosing to trust in all mandates issued by Blue Star. We live and die together with Blue Star. Is it time to commence conscription? I shall be the first to enlist. If there is to be a battle, it will surely take place in the cosmos, will it not? Can our technology truly match that of this extraterrestrial civilization? What is there to fear? After all, they are merely constructs of metal. If one shot fails, we shall unleash another. Should they dare to approach Blue Star, we shall confront them without hesitation. Except for a select few, the majority of us harbor profound affection for this land that accompanies us day and night. Under the sway of such pure emotion, the sentiments of each individual have been stirred. When friends arrive, we offer fine wine. When wolves approach, we wield shotguns. This maxim, originating from the illustrious Huagua, has swiftly resonated across the globe. From that moment forth, even individuals from disparate nations and strangers online have united under the banner of this extraordinary sentiment. My lord, the overall structure has undergone complete restoration. The voice of the intelligent mainframe resonated in Lin Chen's ear. Yes, I understand, Lin Chen replied, scratching his smooth head, as he gazed at the scrolling comments on the visor, barely suppressing a laugh. This was somewhat different from his initial expectations. Following that symposium, he had unwittingly become the notorious leader of the malevolent aliens in the eyes of the people of Blue Star. Witnessing his former compatriots unite so fervently left Lin Chen both amused and bewildered. Some forums even featured dedicated sections for the impending conflict, where countless individuals shared their diverse strategies for dismantling the colossal military robots. One merely needs to incessantly provoke it. When it reaches out to seize me, a swift slide beneath its grasp allows me to surge beneath its torso, followed by a fervent barrage from my rifle. This remark garnered thousands of likes, propelling the commenter to the forefront of trending discussions, earning him the affectionate title of Slide Brother from netizens. Beyond such playful banter, Lin Chen also encountered numerous genuine tech enthusiasts who meticulously analyzed the existing livestream footage, proposing various hypotheses for dismantling such colossal military-grade robotic machinery. Lin Chen chuckled softly as he surveyed their interpretations. It appeared that, in their understanding, the larger the robot's stature, the more sluggish its movements and speed. He couldn't help but wonder what expressions would grace their faces upon witnessing a mobile exoskeleton towering at 4.7 meters, sprinting across the plains with the agility of a cheetah. Suspended in midair, Lin Chen gazed upon this steel structure, reminiscent of a work of art, and promptly issued a command through his visor. A resonating hum filled the air. Rows of indicator lights on the mechanical framework behind the exoskeleton illuminated in unison, their brilliance reflecting off the smooth metallic surface, infusing the scene with an extraordinary vitality. Simultaneously, the mechanized head, endowed with core consciousness, gradually lifted once more, its eyes gleaming with an intensified white light. Crimson A0 was attempting its inaugural energy input, a substantial, Almost tangible radiance surged along the cables trailing down its spine into the exoskeleton. Moments later, the mechanical latch connecting the two began to spring open rapidly, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of clicking as the Crimson A0 extended its slender arms, detaching the two hefty cables from its shoulders. Energy input successful. The condition of the body is commendable, with all components functioning seamlessly, although it possesses merely a skeletal frame. The magnificent beauty of its resounding power has been splendidly showcased in the Crimson A0 model. It approaches Lin Chen, and a distinctive mechanical voice reverberates from its mask. "My lord, A0 reports to you. Initiating cockpit. As you command." The Crimson A0 gently nods, and the mechanical components below its neck unfurl like petals, accompanied by the sound of tightening hinges, revealing an oval cockpit before Lin Chen's eyes, currently establishing the first neural link. Neural connection successful. Current linkage, 81. Current linkage, 84. Current linkage, 87. Current linkage, 98. Lin Chen seamlessly integrates into the Crimson A0, experiencing an exquisite, silky sensation akin to sinking into a warm bath. The armor on his back and neck begins to crack, revealing unique connection points that lock into the cockpit's interface. The display on the mask shifts, automatically transforming into the visual perspective of Crimson A0. An overwhelming sense of power surges through Lin Chen's body at that moment, as if another formidable soul is awakening within his mind. Current linkage, 100. Awaiting the next command. Chapter 11. The Mechanical Soul. It feels as though a brain capable of arbitrary manipulation has materialized from thin air. Lines of parameters flow across the panel like a stream, forming the overall FAAD model of the Crimson A0. 100% neural link connectivity. Theoretically, at this moment, this mechanized armor has seamlessly integrated into Lin Chen's very being. The Starlink slowly advances, the camera at its apex tilting upward, revealing a once dormant giant gracefully stepping forth from its mechanical shell. This scene unfolds like a tableau from a mythical narrative or a sequence from a science fiction film. As the Crimson A0 examines its expansive mechanical hand, the brilliance within its gaze begins to coalesce into a form reminiscent of a pupil. According to the assertions of those esteemed individuals, this contraption is indeed a mech. Could it be? I have always believed such things dwelled solely within the realm of fiction. Perhaps the evolution of weaponry across civilizations follows a similar trajectory. We simply have yet to reach this juncture. Are you certain this entity is truly a mechanical construct? I can't shake the feeling it possesses a semblance of life. This awe-inspiring spectacle is captured in the gaze of every onlooker. The neural connection has astonished Lin Chen, rendering him almost incredulous. Upon entering the Crimson unit, he felt no discomfort, as if donning a glove. Within the cockpit, a faint, almost tangible luminescence envelopes Lin Chen's limbs, fluctuating in intensity with his movements, sometimes radiant, sometimes dim. Regardless of the action taken, the Crimson A0 responds with unparalleled swiftness. The fluidity of basic actions such as lifting a hand, walking, or turning one's head is sufficient to eclipse any robot on Blue Star. The pinnacle of pure metallic materials, when combined with the most advanced manufacturing technologies, has given rise to the Crimson A0 mech, the most formidable battle armor in the solar system. The first-level base imposes specific restrictions on weapon specifications. For a mech like the Crimson A0, the maximum deployment is approximately 10 units. Lin Chen is currently unable to exceed this number, as doing so would result in a severe energy supply deficiency. After surveying the surrounding area, Lin Chen leaned back slightly, maneuvering the Crimson A0 with a measured step as he re-extended his arms, guiding them closely to the mechanical support. The robotic arms reattached the calibration cables to the spine of the Crimson A0. Meanwhile, in another section of the factory, work was progressing swiftly on the external armor of the Crimson A0. Moments later, a series of task completion notifications flashed on Lin Chen's visor. Concurrently, the robotic arms at the periphery were delivering exquisite deep red exoskeletal armor pieces to the central area of the factory. There were over 600 of these armor pieces, varying in size, each polished to a mirror-like sheen, with edges gleaming with a sharp, cold light, resembling masterpieces of art. Each piece of armor was crafted from titanium alloy, prioritizing both lightness and impressive durability. Compared to the adjustments and repairs of the core framework, the installation of the exoskeleton appeared considerably more straightforward. Robotic arms from various sections managed the different specifications of the exoskeletal armor, They descended in a sequential manner through the air, gradually drawing nearer to the skeletal framework. In the United States, within the high-tech mechanical science park, several experts and military advisors were seated on either side of a conference table. A massive screen displayed enormous blood-red armors slowly rotating in the air, reminiscent of elegant, bloodthirsty butterflies in flight. Neil Parks, the man revered as the father of Western mechanical technology, sat at the forefront, anxiously observing the scene. His notepad remained blank, save for a few unintelligible chaotic symbols, devoid of any valuable insights. "Professor Neil, have you discerned anything?" One advisor suddenly inquired, his voice causing Neil, already tense, to flinch slightly. Mr. Belt, I apologize, but this is entirely beyond our understanding of technological secrets." After a prolonged hesitation, Neil let out a heavy sigh, gently placing his pen down, and sincerely regarded the military representative named Belt, speaking slowly. His words enveloped the conference room in an eerie silence. The other experts exchanged glances, collectively shaking their heads, their expressions laden with complexity. "Are we unable to glean anything at all? We allocate $1.2 billion annually to support research across all projects, and it is not to sustain a group of incompetents." Belt leaned forward, his eyes glinting with predatory intensity as he intensified his tone, glaring at the bowed head of Neil. "Is it merely a robot? Does it have the potential to develop a heart?" "Mr. Belt, permit me to elucidate." Nair sighed, casting a glance at the enraged Belt, resembling a lion, while gesturing towards the large screen. "I have never encountered a robot capable of such fluid movements. Even our Troy-type robot, which took 3 years to develop, pales in comparison to its prowess. For machinery can never rival the intricate musculature and skeletal structure of the human body. Yet, I just witnessed a towering, 4-meter-tall being, exuding its power with abandon." As Nair spoke, his eyes reflected not fear, but a fervent excitement and ecstasy of witnessing profound truth. What a masterpiece this is! As a lifelong authority in the field of robotics, Nair never anticipated that he would behold such an extraordinary mechanical giant in his lifetime. "It is irreplicable, Mr. Belt. Trust me, akin to a car constructed from wooden sticks, one may only emulate its exterior, but cannot forge its very essence." Nair's gaze was fixed intently on the screen, where the blood-red armor of the cranial section crashed down, and 2 sword-like glimmers of gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, striking the hearts of all present. Useless madman. In the center of the crimson A0 skull, the armor, resembling a unicorn's horn, smoothly split at both ends, as if 2 dark red lances pointed skyward. Beneath the visually striking helm, enormous chest plates continuously descended, fitting snugly into their grooves. Accompanied by the crisp sounds of clashing metal, the crimson A0's frame grew increasingly substantial. While concealed beneath its armor lay a power reminiscent of thunder. Lin Chen, seated in the cockpit, could even perceive the subtle sensations transmitted through each piece of armor as it clamped onto the skeletal structure. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. He felt as though he could sense a flicker of excitement from within the metallic framework through the neural link. It was as if this mechanical body had acquired a genuine soul, an astonishing indication indeed. Chapter 12. Running on Mars, every tremor resonated through the light, reaching Lin Chen's body. Not merely a physical sensation, Lin Chen seemed to access the profound emotions of the crimson A0 through the neural connection. The intense and peculiar feedback heightened Lin Chen's exhilaration. Simultaneously, the data panel within the visor displayed the constantly evolving information regarding the Crimson A0 system. Codename: Crimson A0 Energy Reserve, 99 equipped weapons, none armor system, comprehensive. In the visual display, this blood-red giant had fully awakened. With the support of numerous exoskeletal armors, its slender frame, nearly 4 meters and 7 centimeters tall, transformed into a commanding and majestic figure, its distinctly layered facial structure exuding an aura of formidable authority. As it detached from the energy cables behind, all the exhaust vents across its body gradually sealed, the resonating sounds echoing throughout the mechanical factory. Immediately thereafter, the western door of the factory began to rise slowly. Crimson A0, guided by an unseen force, strode forward, with dim light reflecting off its pristine armor while countless specks of dust danced chaotically around it. 2 incandescent beams of its gaze pierced through all barriers, resembling twin blades of unstoppable might. Crimson A0 successfully detached from its auxiliary support, embarking on its inaugural experimental movement. in Lin Chen's original design. This formidable piece of mechanized armor was conceived specifically for the harsh conditions of Mars. Although Lin Chen had yet to equip it with weaponry, future plans dictated that every model of mechanized armor would be outfitted with the most advanced series of armaments. The claw-like soles possessed formidable traction, allowing the massive metallic frame to traverse plains reminiscent of quicksand with remarkable stability. Its terrifying torque could crush rocks beneath its weight. Against the backdrop of a dimly crimson horizon, the silhouette of Crimson A0 flickered in and out of view, framed by undulating mountains bathed in a desolate dark red hue. This scene exuded an extraordinary beauty, a grand yet eerie tableau where technology and nature intertwined. During the live broadcast, this fleeting moment was captured by many. Devoid of any rehearsals or contrived theatrics, the screenshot was destined to grace the cover of any esteemed technology publication. Experiencing a sudden surge in elevation, Lin Chen found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Each component of Crimson A0 harbored an awe-inspiring power. Clenching his fist slightly, he realized that, under the propulsion of the core engine, this seemingly simple action could effortlessly twist a car into two halves. As the Crimson A0 emerged from the base, the Starlink, positioned on the opposite side of the mechanical factory, ventured forth in unison. Within its line of sight, the height of the Crimson A0 rapidly exceeded the entire field of vision, inadvertently amplifying a sense of pressure that rendered the observer's breaths heavy. Lin Chen was acutely aware that the live broadcast of the Starlink continued unabated, thus showcasing the various capabilities of the Crimson A0 was his current task. The visual impact was undoubtedly the most authentic and immediate sensation. Lin Chen lamented the absence of a weapon at his disposal. Even a mundane metal greatsword would allow him to wield it a few times, thereby demonstrating the might of the mech. How astonishing it was to witness this spectacle. Should such a machine launch an assault on Blue Star, would we truly be able to withstand it? I often feel that it appears impressive yet lacks substance. Merely a collection of iron clumps. No matter how resilient the armor, it cannot withstand a cruise missile, can it? Wait, have you all not noticed that this robot is devoid of any weaponry? The barrage of comments in the live chat was, as always, overflowing. Such fervent enthusiasm had been locked in since Lin Chen's appearance. The entirety of this mechanized armor's journey from conception to deployment was captured in the Starlink's broadcast. Astute observers could discern the extraordinary technological prowess it possessed, entirely beyond the realm of conventional explanation. The Crimson A0 traversed the terrain beyond the base, its pace steadily increasing, strides growing ever larger, until it ultimately sprinted across the dust-laden expanse of Martian soil. In the absence of any load, the Crimson A0 has achieved a remarkable linear running speed of 40 km/h. Most notably, its unparalleled agility defies imagination. Especially considering it is a mechanical entity composed entirely of metal, it is capable of executing every conceivable delicate maneuver when traversing a hill. It even performed a seamless somersault to dissipate the immense impact upon landing. The source of this intricate control lies within the cockpit, where Lin Chen resides. He operates it as if commanding his own body. A mere thought in his mind sends biological electrical signals flowing effortlessly through neural connections to the core of the Crimson A0. In the scene, the Starlink is struggling to keep pace with the speed of the Crimson A0. That towering silhouette gradually becomes a blur, while Nair, seated at the conference table, is left utterly astonished. He is not alone in his disbelief. All the expert professors present who witnessed this spectacle have fallen silent, fixated on the large screen. Some among them initially harbored skepticism towards this mechanical warrior of extraterrestrial origin. Yet now, if this entity were to be deployed on Blue Star, which nation's military could possibly withstand its might? The Cobra 2 shockwave missile? A military expert suddenly shattered the silence. Can it neutralize it? The newly developed shockwave missile, codenamed Cobra, stands as the most advanced anti-armor weapon currently possessed by the United States. With an accuracy rate approaching 100%, it also boasts formidable armor-piercing capabilities, creating secondary explosions at the point of impact. During the outbreak of the Nemesis virus in the Pacific, this missile played a crucial role. In that battle, we faced a horde of sluggish and cumbersome adversaries. Their advantages lay in an insatiable desire for aggression and specially reinforced exoskeletal armor. However, the speed of this robot was evidently beyond expectations. Before he could finish his sentence, the live broadcast shifted once more. The Crimson A0 leapt gracefully like a cheetah, and the mechanical bone-like protrusions concealed beneath its armor instantaneously shot forth from its palms, piercing into the solid rock face. The joints in its arms then exerted tremendous force, propelling its nearly several-ton frame into the air with remarkable agility. In the astonished gaze of the expert, the crimson A0 ascended the diminutive hill, nearly several dozen meters high, in less than 3 seconds, vanishing entirely from the view of the Starlink. Chapter 13. The Decision Maker. I doubt the Cobra 2 can achieve a perfect hit on such a nimble small unit. The expert stood in stunned silence for several seconds, finally realizing that the entire conference room was fixated on him, and hurriedly expressed his opinion. Perhaps we should consider alternative strategies, such as miniature EMP mines or probe-based guided missiles. In the past decade's endeavors to combat the Neme virus, Blue Star has developed numerous exemplary high-tech weapons, particularly an impressive array of military apparatuses designed for mechanized entities. Fortunately, this mobile armor does not appear to harbor any enigmatic technologies derived from extraterrestrial civilizations, which has been a significant concern for Nair. Thankfully, that fear has not materialized. Given the current circumstances, it seems this adversary can still be countered. This piece of good news revitalized the previously despondent atmosphere of the conference room. Report to the World Space Joint Base, Nair instructed. Mr. Nair, they sent you an invitation yesterday, an assistant cautiously reminded him. Who is in charge? Nair suddenly recalled something. Huagua, the assistant hesitated before responding. They were elected by an overwhelming majority, and the governing body is their original Space Command Center. Nair remained silent, merely nodding with a sense of gravity. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Blue Star, near the ocean, a vast experimental area has quietly come under new management. At its center, a crimson flag adorned with stars waves proudly, accompanied by the flags representing nations from around the globe. This site stands as the largest cosmic research center to date, tasked with addressing the impending extraterrestrial crisis and coordinating various related matters on Blue Star. This base has become the sole pillar supporting a precariously balanced sky. Should this alien civilization descend upon Blue Star, they will serve as the first line of defense against all impending dangers. Su Sheng stood by the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, observing the military trucks arriving from distant lands, silently converging here with elite forces from around the globe. The sheer expanse of the command center was astonishing, with researchers, professors, and experts from various nations bustling about. Factors such as skin color, nationality, and language were rendered irrelevant. Each individual harbored a profound conviction, transforming all pressure into an unwavering impetus to advance. The rich tapestry of human history, spanning millions of years, must not be forsaken by our generation. In the solemn and imposing square, this fervent declaration resonated within the hearts of every soldier. In the voting process, Huagua emerged as the unequivocal leader, securing its position as the principal authority of the World Space Joint Base. Su Sheng, previously the chief engineer of Huagua's Space Command Center, was hastily appointed as one of the administrators of the command room. Su Gong, a voice called out from behind. Su Sheng turned to see a young researcher named Chun Xiongfei approaching him with a freshly printed report in hand. It was penned personally by Professor Nair, who expressed his eagerness to join the joint base, likely departing either in the afternoon or by early morning. The esteemed Professor Nair, often referred to as the father of mechanics, Chun Xiongfei pointed towards the document. Su Sheng, engrossed in the materials, fell silent for a few seconds before resuming. His thoughts aligned with ours. He is already contemplating solutions for this behemoth. Are you referring to that colossal robot? Chun Xiongfei was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the central area of the command room. The continuous live broadcast fell into a momentary silence as the Starlink seemed to have lost track of the mechanical giant, with only the boundless Martian skyline visible on the screen. Based on its current display of speed and power, we still have a 50% chance of destroying it, Su Sheng remarked in his usual resolute tone. However, it is evident that such a formidable alien civilization cannot merely rely on simplistic mechanical technology. Even a glimpse into this mechanical giant reveals the terrifying manufacturing capabilities of this civilization. In less than a few days, those remarkably agile mechanical arms flawlessly produced this masterpiece. In the realm of mechanical fabrication, even the most advanced precision lathes on Blue Planet could not achieve such an astounding speed while ensuring absolute precision. Mars is abundant in metallic mineral resources. This implies that once this alien civilization firmly establishes its foundation on Blue Planet, They would require merely half a day to mass-produce these formidable combat-capable mechanical giants. Blue Planet might easily annihilate a single mechanical giant. Yet, when these giants form an army in terrifying numbers, Su Sheng found it hard to envision that scenario. At that point, dealing with this mechanical battalion would solely rely on the combat forces on Blue Planet. Mortal flesh finds it challenging to rival mechanical creations. Regardless of the soldiers from any nation, Su Sheng was unwilling to see them harmed. To avoid casualties as much as possible is imperative. Chen Xiongfei seemed to have more to say, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Su Sheng placed the reports on the table, inquiring about the personnel arrangements. The personnel are nearly organized, and accommodations have been standardized. However, many professors and experts have expressed their willingness to sleep in the command room. Chen Xiongfei continued, noting that all arrangements regarding treatment must be in place from the outset. Understood. Chen Xiongfei slightly bowed, and then turned to leave. Su Sheng rubbed his eyes, no longer focusing on the tranquil screen, and gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window at the verdant forest beyond. Here, the clamor of the city was absent, gathering all those willing to dedicate themselves to the Blue Planet. In the unseen corners, every gun had been loaded. Bang! The crimson A0 leapt into the air, landing firmly as it finally ascended the nearly 300-meter mountain. In the region of Mars, plagued by frequent sandstorms, reaching an altitude of 300 meters is considered a monumental feat. As he gazed out, the dark red, blurred sky reflected upon the armor of the crimson A0. Lin Chen listened to his own breath, an unusual emotion surging within him. Compared to the Blue Planet, the scenery here is desolate and despairing. Accustomed to the vibrant greens of life, Lin Chen endeavored to adjust his mindset. My lord, I feel compelled to remind you that the Blue Star faction has established an organization known as the World Space Union Base. The voice of the intelligent core echoed in my ears. I shall manage it, in a world where only the whispers of the wind could be heard. The colossal mech gradually knelt, settling at the edge of the peaks, gazing at the dimming sky, and softly spoke. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Elixir of the Pacific Ocean. At a dock near Jinolin Island, a short man dressed like an affluent nouveau riche was commanding a group of fishermen. Hurry up. If you don't finish loading before dark, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. The diminutive man, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, rendered his words somewhat garbled. The tanned fishermen dared not utter a word of complaint. They merely bent over, tirelessly shifting square boxes into a cargo ship. These small boxes appeared extraordinarily heavy. Even the strongest fishermen could only manage to carry 2 at a time, their muscles bulging like twisted worms. At that moment, a black vehicle emerged from the faintly visible coastal path, its horns startling a flock of foraging seagulls and prompting the short man to quickly turn around. Mr. Brandon? A grimace, more grotesque than a cry, suddenly contorted the features of the short man as he approached the black car. The vehicle halted, and 2 burly individuals, resembling bodyguards, disembarked first. A thin man in a suit then stepped forward, appearing before the short man. He was remarkably slender. The pant legs languidly pooled around his emaciated limbs. Through the fabric of the suit, the outlines of his ribcage were discernible. The only striking feature was his somewhat protruding eyes, which were veined with a myriad of peculiar emotions, rendering one hesitant to meet his gaze. Good day, Mr. Hubble. Your assistant has already guided us through the facility, said Branton. Surprisingly, despite his gaunt appearance, the man named Branton possessed a voice that resonated with vigor, devoid of any frailty. This peculiar contrast momentarily took Hubble aback, prompting him to smile apologetically. Mr. Branton, had I known you were coming, I would have ensured you received a warm welcome. With that, Hubble hastily tucked his cigar into his waistband and made his way toward the shore. I have always been reluctant to intrude upon the time of a genius, Branton remarked with an elegant smile. Your facility must be the most remarkable marvel in the world today. What marvel? It's merely a means to earn a living, Hubble chuckled, his expression laden with significance. This technology was not my invention alone. It is simply that I possessed the audacity to pursue it further. Mr. Branton, the research outcomes you have witnessed are the culmination of our years of dedication. Have you met my brother? A look of surprise briefly crossed Branton's face. Your brother? The 17th experimental specimen. Hubble reignited his cigar, and the dense aroma of smoke immediately caused the 2 robust men to tense up. He has been sleeping inside for 2 years. Regrettably, he could not find his other leg. Cough, cough. Brandon extended his hand, signaling the 2 bodyguards to step back. As he clutched his chest and coughed, you are truly an unparalleled group of lunatics. What lies within the cargo ship? The mechanical corpses that sank to the seabed. Left over from the last battle, they should be the final batch. A wealthy individual acquired them, and I exerted considerable effort to retrieve them. You ought to be aware that they have a special designation in the black market, the weapon phantoms. What purpose do they serve? Brandon furrowed his brow. Several years had passed, and the viruses within should have all become ineffective. No, Mr. Brandon, you are mistaken. Hubble shook his head, retrieving a sealed syringe from his waist, stepping forward to place it into Brandon's bony palm. The latest Mira extraction technology. Consider this vial a gift for our meeting, Mr. Brandon, a token of sincerity, wouldn't you agree? Let us discuss business, shall we, Mr. Brandon? Thank you for your trust, Mr. Hubble. Brandon suddenly chuckled, handing the vial of liquid to a nearby bodyguard. So, can you elucidate your intentions, Mr. Brandon? Hubble's gaze sharpened, as the cargo ship behind him was filled with square boxes, emitting a piercing whistle. I wish to invite you to partake in this splendid era together. Brandon's elegant smile remained unblemished as he gestured behind him. We shall provide you and your base with ample funding and connections. By the name of the Uniski family, I vow that your experiments will encounter no form of interference. Hubble's expression gradually took on a subtle nuance, as if he grasped the underlying implications of Brandon's words. My friend, should that vial of serum enter your body, your bones would shatter like fireworks. Hubble disregarded the furious glares of the two bodyguards, approaching Brandon with an exaggerated gesture. I have experienced it myself, which is precisely why my brother's corpse remains there. I do not wish for him to become a pile of debris. The primary function of that serum is to illicitly double the efficiency of mechanical apparatuses, allowing one to transcend the threshold of control in that very moment. Beyond that, no human body can withstand the effects of Nemesis. Its catalytic reaction unleashes temperatures nearing 700 degrees Celsius. Do you comprehend the implications of 700 degrees? Brandon listened intently, his face betraying no emotion. I have earned enough money. With just 2 more deals, I could even sell this base and all its laboratories to you and your family, should you desire. Hubble tapped his nose and turned to gesture at the cargo ship. The aliens are damned near arriving. And my brothers, and I need to seize the moment to truly live. Mr. Hubble, you are a genius. A genius should not be confined to such lamentable matters. Brandon let out a sigh. I am hardly a genius, Mr. Brandon. You are not the first to consult me about this matter. Nor am I the pioneer in navigating uncharted waters. I merely happened to ride the wave of a technological breakthrough. Haven't you seen the news broadcasts? That dreadful entity is poised to descend upon Blue Star. You would do better to contemplate how to thwart those extraterrestrials to safeguard yourself and your family from impending doom, rather than discussing the future with me. Hubble gestured towards a cargo ship that was about to vanish beneath the horizon. I am merely a mundane individual who relishes the art of making money, adept at dancing along the lines of regulation. Beyond that, my only hobby is aiding some homeless women who have lost their way. Bang! A sharp gunshot pierced through Hubble's head. In that fleeting moment, the splatter of blood harmonized with the distant, descending sun. His diminutive, heavy frame collapsed silently onto the soft grass, while a stoic giant beside him holstered the weapon and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Take control of this place. Within a day, ensure that the base is thoroughly cleaned up. Brandon disdainfully crushed his still-burning cigar and spoke slowly. And dispose of this repugnant individual by feeding him to the sharks. Chapter 15. Sound the alarm for all. A stream of data fluctuated on the transparent panel. The crimson A0 was racing towards the location of the base. The Martian sunset was both desolate and mournful. The sky was adorned with a delicate fusion of pale blue and soft pink hues, while a minuscule sphere, reminiscent of a pebble, represented the sun once familiar to Lin Chen. It bore no resemblance to the vibrant visage of the blue planet. All warmth had been mercilessly consumed by the Martian atmosphere, leaving only a chilling glow upon the crimson A0. When Lin Chen gazed out from the cockpit, there was a fleeting moment when he believed he was witnessing a moon rising in the distance. Every moment, industrious robotic miners tirelessly labored within the base, transforming Martian ores into resources for storage. Presently, the resource conditions required to advance to a level 2 base had been entirely fulfilled. Various mineral resources had amassed to 50 tons, a quantity that Lin Chen could efficiently process in mere days, given his development capabilities. Under Lin Chen's command, numerous small auxiliary robots from the mechanical factory had congregated in 2 adjacent areas beside the base. They outlined the shape of a foundation, with materials processed in the factory being continuously transported to these sites. These small auxiliary robots were akin to a universal tool, capable of collaborating with the factory's robotic arms to perform diverse tasks. Through the intelligent mainframe's database transfer, they possessed remarkable construction techniques as merely one facet of their abilities. Armory, manufacturing progress. 2 Data Research Center, manufacturing progress. 1 The construction progress of these 2 newly established facilities was vividly displayed before Lin Chen on the panel. My lord, they have expressed their intention to launch a second exploratory rocket, Lin Chen stated calmly, presenting the feedback footage. Understood. I believe we must expedite the construction of a second rocket capable of exploration. The Space Iron Chain rocket lacks a contingency plan. The Starlink is our sole means of observation, as no one would anticipate its abduction by an extraterrestrial being. Furthermore, all our orbital satellites surrounding Mars are functioning normally, indicating that this alien civilization has only recently arrived in the solar system. This is our only opportunity to seize. We must deploy a second exploratory drone to Mars. No, we need not limit ourselves to a drone. We could even send weaponry. We could send soldiers to Mars. The scene depicted a conference room filled with military officers and scholars from various nations. There were still some intelligent minds present. Lin Chen felt the swirling dust at his feet, noting that the energy of his suit was at 47. The panel reflected an external temperature of -12. So when can the base establish a defense system beyond the surface? Lin Chen suddenly inquired. The secondary base possesses blueprints for a large-scale satellite and atmospheric defense system. Lin Chen glanced at the panel, observing that the progress of both base facilities had incremented by 1. At this rate, it would take several days before the Armory and Data Research Center could be officially operational on Mars. It would also mark the evolution of the primary base. Not only will the land area expand nearly twice its size, but Lin Chen will also no longer have to ponder daily how to create blueprints. The secondary base possesses ready-made blueprints across various fields, which can be effortlessly dragged into the mechanical factory via the panel, awaiting the results of the manufacturing line. As he contemplated, a vague silhouette gradually materialized before Lin Chen's eyes, a base situated on the plains, developing at an astonishing pace that seemingly accelerates with each passing day. Despite having run nearly several dozen kilometers, Lin Chen felt no trace of fatigue. The formidable attributes of the Crimson A0 Mech had entirely alleviated his worries. This was merely the first model of a powered armor he had hastily created, yet it already boasted such exceptional performance. Even if 500 units were mass-produced, it would constitute a formidable military force. As he drew closer and beheld the base, an inexplicable thought surged within Lin Chen. At times, he felt unable to shake off the historical identity that belonged to Blue Star. One day, when soldiers from this azure planet set foot on this sandy terrain, would he truly cleanse the land of all, unless they were truly malevolent beings? Yet, how could such wicked souls possess the audacity and conviction to sever ties with their home planet, embarking upon this barren and desolate expanse? What do you perceive humanity to be? Lin Chen inquired suddenly. In his recollection, it was the first time the intelligent mainframe had remained silent for such an extended period. My lord, it finally replied, humanity is a most extraordinary species. I have meticulously compiled 23 PB of reference materials. In a moment of interruption, Lin Chen smiled, disrupting the resonance of sound waves. Understood, my lord. In the midst of a chilling darkness, the crimson figure abruptly slowed its pace. Perhaps it is time to adopt a different perspective. Why must I, like a love-stricken tiger, stubbornly protect this barren land that yields not even a blade of grass? Beyond the solar system, beyond the Milky Way, beyond the vast universe. That is where I truly belong. The inhabitants of Blue Star have no justification for relanding on Mars, for they themselves are aware that such seemingly fearless endeavors lead to but one conclusion. Surely, they cannot relocate an aircraft carrier to Mars. That is the one thing Lin Chen fears at present. But what of it? Regardless of the trials and tribulations, there will always be noble souls who bravely step forward. Lin Chen understands Blue Star all too well. It is a planet rife with both kindness and malevolence, eliciting both love and hatred. Yet, under the weight of unseen pressures, this planet appears to withstand the strain, radiating a unique vitality. Tomorrow, assist me in connecting to Blue Star's communication network. Understood, my lord. Set the time. I wish to preside over a meeting personally. Help me establish an alarm that will resonate for all to hear. Chapter 16. The Tremor of the World Mourning. the dormitory of employees located at the Space Union Center. As Su Sheng sipped from his cup of water, a sudden, peculiar vibration emanated from his satellite phone nestled in his pocket. The tremors persisted, continuing to oscillate with an uncanny regularity, as if bewitched. Eventually, Su Sheng halted his hurried steps, not solely due to the bizarre trembling device, but also because of the other researchers who had come to a standstill around him. He stood in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. Though it was merely 6:30, a considerable number of researchers were making their way to the Space Joint Center from the staff dormitories. In unison, they all retrieved their satellite phones from their pockets. Time seemed to freeze. Each individual remained motionless, exchanging puzzled glances, while the satellite phones in their hands spiraled into chaos, vibrating in a manner that created a brief resonance, causing Su Sheng's eardrums to ache. A terrifying thought suddenly struck him. He hastily pressed one of the buttons with his somewhat stiff fingers. After attempting every button, Su Sheng's complexion gradually turned ashen. He abruptly turned to gaze at the towering building nearby. Even the LED display, which had previously showcased welcoming messages in various languages, had devolved into a jumble of incoherent characters. A shiver coursed through him involuntarily as he frantically sprinted towards the space joint base. At that very moment, in every corner of the blue planet, an extraordinary force had seized control of all electronic communication devices. This phenomenon had likely persisted for around 10 minutes. The streets were choked with vehicles, as every traffic light had descended into utter chaos. This device is no longer limited to the mere hues of red, green, and yellow. It resembles a palette of paint that has been carelessly spilled into these three lights. Every individual, recently awakened, gazes in terror at the bizarre colors that swirl and merge within their line of sight, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The only sound that remains is a cacophony of crackling electronic noise, gnawing at their nearly fraying sanity. What is occurring? Have you obliterated all networks on Blue Star? No, my lord, came the response. Accessing Blue Star necessitates a certain duration for data offset clearance. Thus, unforeseen circumstances may arise. This process is expected to endure for approximately 20 minutes. However, based on assessments, these events should not pose a threat to human safety. Yet you have nearly frightened them to death. Observing the real-time footage from the visor, Lin Chen couldn't help but helplessly touch his face. He had not anticipated that connecting to a planet's network would incite such widespread turmoil. The entire communication network of a planet has been forcibly severed, resulting in immeasurable loss and panic. Are aliens descending? The various anomalies occurring around them finally prompted a realization among the populace. A commuter, seated in his vehicle, stared numbly at the sky, attempting to discern something from the murky clouds above the towering buildings. Perhaps akin to a scene from a film. A colossal spacecraft pierced through the clouds, revealing its menacing mechanical exterior, followed by a swarm of smaller UFOs, akin to a hive, surging forth towards the densely built cityscape. The air was permeated by a jarring buzzing sound, and the radio broadcasts had abruptly ceased. Even the alien transmission that had remained uninterrupted for 24 hours was now reduced to a blinding white static. Even his daughter, just beginning her junior high school journey, recognized that this was a deliberate display by extraterrestrials. Each mealtime, she would eagerly lean out of the window to observe the relentless procession of tanks and armored vehicles parading down the street. The community manager appeared to be in earnest discussion with several men who bore the semblance of military officers regarding the matter of underground shelters. After living for 30 to 40 years, he had never imagined such events could encroach upon his life so closely. Yet, as they truly descended upon Blue Planet, he questioned whether those supposedly impenetrable underground shelters would prove effective. A sudden wave of exhaustion swept over him, prompting him to tear off his tie, loosen his collar, and slump into his seat, gasping for air. A tumult of emotions, frustration, regret, and fear swirled within his chest. In that moment, thoughts of his family flooded his mind, alongside the burdensome car and mortgage loans, and an unending pile of reports awaiting his attention. Damn it! He slammed his fist against the steering wheel, his heart heavy with despair, as the chaotic overpass was filled with individuals abandoning their vehicles, seeking refuge in the underground shelters. Yet he found himself paralyzed, unwilling to move any further. Su Sheng pushed open the door to the command room, panting heavily, only to discover a crowd of people already gathered within. Upon witnessing the expressions of confusion and helplessness etched on their faces, Su Sheng felt a grim confirmation of his suspicions. What means remained to establish contact with the military? Su Sheng nearly shouted this question, his voice echoing with urgency. Su Gong, all communication facilities have completely failed, as if our base network has been severed with brutal finality. Even the emergency button previously established has ceased to function. Chun Jinfei approached, and for the first time, this young man, filled with boundless hope for the future, revealed a profound sense of fear. Even though everyone had mentally prepared for the worst, when the moment arrived, their legs still trembled involuntarily. Did the aliens intend to sever Blue Star's information network, and then allow their mechanical army to land on Blue Star? A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Sheng's mind. The entirety of Blue Star's network fell under the control of the Swordbearer. Yet the current situation indicated that even this supercomputer, representing humanity's pinnacle of technological achievement, had utterly failed. Wait, Su Sheng's expression suddenly shifted. If the Swordbearer has failed, does that not imply that Neem is nearly complete? Within the base, Lin Chen adjusted his protective armor and casually inquired, 2 minutes, my lord. Please expedite. I fear they may not endure much longer. After meticulous cleaning by the mechanical arm, the smooth surface of the mechanical mask was fastened, glimmering like a mirror. From a third-person perspective, Lin Chen, clad in protective armor, appeared to be nothing more than an alien entity resembling the human form. Lin Chen held great confidence in his ability to remain hidden. As long as he could solidify Blue Star's first impression of him, everything that followed would be manageable. Chapter 17, The End of the World. Beep, beep. For the Blue Planet, these were the darkest 10 minutes in the annals of human history. All the shelters illuminated their green guiding lights as people surged in a frantic rush. The elderly and the young found themselves amidst the throng, swiftly navigating the broad drainage channels, their faces reflecting a shared expression of fear and panic. No one had ever envisioned encountering such a calamity in their lifetime. Yet, in most cities, when crisis struck, the luminous essence of humanity's spirit continued to flicker steadily. In times of desperation, humanity, unlike the beasts, clung to the hope of a brighter future. Although the stationed military forces in certain cities had lost the means to receive directives, they had initially been endowed with the autonomy to make decisions in emergencies, a contingency anticipated in their protocols. A formidable force from an unknown civilization now cast its shadow over the entire Blue Planet, and none had expected its arrival to be so swift. The overpasses were littered with abandoned vehicles, and the desolate streets were enveloped in an eerie silence. 2 indistinct silhouettes streaked through the sky, one following the other, their wings trailing white smoke as they ascended defiantly into the boundless heavens. Iron Hawk, this is Grey Vulture. No anomalies detected in the sky. The pilot of the Grey Vulture habitually communicated over the docking channel. The advanced CH-51 guided missiles hung in the stealth zones flanking the fighter jet, and one could almost feel the unparalleled might emanating from the cockpit. The ascent began. He smiled silently and continued speaking into the headset. The view before him grew increasingly expansive, revealing the cold, desolate urban landscape beneath. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by Engineer Jean before takeoff. The loquacious old man had bowed his head in silence, inspecting each and every one of the infinitely significant aggregate missiles alongside the staff, as if bidding farewell to old friends. He dared not glance at the cockpit until the transparent protective shield was gently lowered. No one had informed the Grey Vulture of the nature of this mission, yet he alone understood his purpose. With a thunderous explosion, a grayish light surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, piercing the sky like a projectile. My lord, the Blue Star has fully activated its defensive systems, came the report, the sound waves pulsating across the visor. How much longer? Lin Chen inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. 1 minute and 57 seconds. You will be directly connected to the central main screen of the World Space Alliance base, the intelligent mainframe responded. Furthermore, all screens on Blue Star will showcase your image. No, that is unnecessary, Lin Chen replied, momentarily taken aback. I only need those who should know to be aware. This burden is not one that the innocent populace should bear. Understood, my lord, the intelligent mainframe replied, a rare moment of silence preceding its respectful acknowledgement. With 1 minute remaining until his debut, Lin Chen took a seat at the sleek round table within the factory, surrounded by the industrious movements of mechanical arms and miniature robots. This scene exudes a harmonious atmosphere. The Crimson A0, returning from its inaugural journey, is undergoing minor updates to several components. Nearby, the formidable skeleton of the same model slowly reveals its menacing visage. These mechanical giants stand silently behind Lin Chen, an intangible sense of oppression expanding like a tidal wave. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The countdown within the visor reaches its conclusion. Before Lin Chen, the Xinglian, serving as a mobile support, gradually elevates the height of the camera. At this moment, across every corner of Blue Star, apocalyptic scenes are gently fading away, akin to light bulbs illuminating one by one after a blackout. In the astonished gazes of Su Sheng and countless researchers, the screens within the joint base illuminate side by side. A soft glow brightens the faces of every individual present. The image unveiled is of a familiar yet alien silver factory. A humanoid entity, ensconced in dark armor, sits quietly at a table. Behind it, mechanical arms rise and fall in a silent trajectory, sketching out chilling mechanical forms. At this moment, Su Sheng seems to suddenly lose his ability to articulate, standing dazedly in place. Despite having contemplated countless possibilities, he never envisioned witnessing such a scene on the main screen of the joint base. Several professors beside him are even reverently drawing crosses over their chests. All equipment is rapidly returning to normal. The information reception center instantly erupts with numerous distress signals from around the globe. At long last, the seemingly frozen tableau underwent a transformation. Su Sheng felt as though he could discern the expressions of panic and helplessness etched upon the dark visage of the mask. "Greetings, esteemed individuals of Blue Star." A voice suddenly resonated throughout the command center. This utterance emerged with an awkwardness akin to that of a machine meticulously striking each word into existence. Initially, Su Sheng struggled to recognize it as a phrase in Mandarin. Subsequently, it reiterated this greeting in 3 distinct languages. Each screen reflected its silhouette, and as its voice reverberated, all screens converged into the largest main display. "Hello, external. You may refer to me as Zero," the mechanical entity continued. "Zero?" Su Sheng questioned the fidelity of his hearing, only to realize the astonished gazes of several other Chinese researchers mirrored his own confusion, thus clarifying the situation. "Is it a number, 0? Su Sheng inquired. Indeed, the mechanical being adjusted its posture and nodded in affirmation. Its movements were strikingly human-like, seemingly corroborating a previous hypothesis. This mechanical entity, hailing from an extraterrestrial civilization, was effectively a simulacrum of humanity, which partly explained its placement on Mars to establish a new base and harness the resources of the solar system. Although this theory was fraught with inconsistencies, it remained one of the few conjectures capable of elucidating the current predicament in Su Sheng's mind. "I can grant you 5 minutes." Zero slowly raised its arm, revealing 5 elongated mechanical fingers. "In the conference room, I hope you will utilize your time wisely." Chapter 18. Survival after the catastrophe. This was an unprecedented experience. Even during the most arduous times of the Eastern War, he had never felt such a sensation. "I apologize for my somewhat abrupt intrusion into the network connection of Blue Star," Zero remarked with a hint of regret. By the time I realized the issue, the process had already concluded. Each participant wore transmission headsets, responsible for converting the received information into every conceivable language. Only Su Sheng, seated on the left, understood that the very first words from this extraterrestrial being named Zero were indeed in the Mandarin he was profoundly familiar with. Not just him, but all the Chinese researchers present heard it clearly. It was uncertain what the scientists from other nations thought at that moment. "Mr. Zero," an officer from the Bear Country, was the first to speak. "It is a pleasure to witness the emergence of a great civilization within the same galaxy. On behalf of my nation, I extend a warm welcome to you." He appeared visibly nervous, glancing at what seemed to be hastily written notes as he spoke in a subdued tone. "Thank you. You need not be anxious. I may know more about the planet beneath your feet than any of you," Zero replied, leaning back slightly, his emotionless mechanical voice tinged with a semblance of amusement. This profound statement caused an involuntary shiver among all attendees, as the sheer volume of information they faced was overwhelming. Thus, even these absolute elites among humanity struggled to comprehend its significance in that fleeting moment. "I require the withdrawal of all satellites orbiting Mars," Zero continued. "I hope you can expedite this matter." Su Sheng's expression shifted slightly. Reason informed him that when one is unable to make a sound decision, it is often wiser to remain silent. Few can bear the repercussions of an ill-chosen word, especially at such a critical juncture. A man named Xiaodao Lintai responded nervously. "It depends on your decision." The slightest trace of emotion vanished from Zero's voice, enveloping the conference room once more in a profound silence. Xiao Lin Tai's complexion suddenly turned pale as he realized that the mere ability of this alien civilization to offer counsel to Blue Star was itself a tremendous boon. When one crushes an ant, there is no need to offer an apology. Understood. Mr. Zero, Xiao Lin Tai instinctively bowed his head and replied with conviction. Su Sheng was oblivious to the circumstances outside. His greater concern lay with the innocent civilians in the external world. He even envisioned colossal starships descending from the clouds. Although no traces of super-large weaponry had been detected on Mars, the technological disparity compelled Su Sheng to conjure terrifying images. In less than a week, the worldview of all Blue Star inhabitants had been ruthlessly shattered and reassembled. The emergency notification signal from the underground shelter had been fully restored, and the tremulous voice emanating from the wall-mounted speakers jolted everyone, as though they had awakened from a harrowing nightmare. The mobile signal surged from non-existence to presence, and the new ventilation system resumed operation, filling every heart with an overwhelming sensation of resurrection. Residents situated in the underground refuge, please remain calm. This is merely an unfortunate incident. This is merely an unfortunate incident. Do not act independently, and beware of potential stampedes. The resolute voice emanating from the speaker was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. Some emotionally fragile individuals succumbed to despair, weeping uncontrollably in place. The cacophony of survival echoed throughout the vast subterranean expanse. Even strangers found solace in one another's embrace, silently sobbing. The man seated in the driver's seat appeared to witness the awakening of this planet. He gripped the steering wheel with unwavering intensity, nearly fracturing the leather cover. While his white shirt became drenched with perspiration, droplets cascading down his collar. He observed aircraft from various nations soaring through the upper atmosphere, their silhouettes cutting across the sky. His trembling body braced itself to witness the emergence of the extraordinary from the stratosphere. The vast clouds were shattered, revealing armored vehicles bearing cannons advancing from the horizon. When soldiers adorned with crimson flags appeared on the streets, the world suddenly reverted to its former state. All traffic lights resumed their normal function. Jazz music continued to serenade from car radios with elegance, and the luminous indicators flanking the overpass illuminated sequentially, reflecting in the depths of the man's eyes. He gasped for breath, collapsing into his seat. Moments later, he suddenly came to a realization, desperately seizing the phone beside him. As the screen flickered back to life, it felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, akin to a drowning man. Hello? His wife's tearful voice resonated from the other end. In an instant, the hearts that lay miles apart seemed to understand each other's intentions. Are you underground? The elevator has malfunctioned. We are still on the 27th floor. Xiaolan is still asleep. At that moment, he found no inclination to reproach his wife's perceived weakness, for a soft voice, just awakened, came through the receiver. Hello. Daddy. Daddy is fine. Daddy is fine. Xiaolan will be fine too. The man was momentarily stunned. Lingering in silence for several seconds, he began to exert every effort to rein in his emotions, sobbing cautiously, his body trembling uncontrollably. All right, Daddy, I'm going to school now. Okay. Today the teacher told Daddy that there are some matters at school. You can arrive a little later. What matters? You'll know when you get there. Xiaolan dear, Daddy has to drive now. After hanging up, he collapsed onto the steering wheel, weeping uncontrollably like a wild dog that had found its way home. Mr. Ling. In the midst of the silence, Su Sheng summoned his courage and gradually stood up. He faced forward and spoke. We can consider all the requests you have made. But before that, I implore you, do not harm any innocent life. The middle-aged man uttered these words with palpable tremors. He was uncertain whether Zero would grasp his meaning. Perhaps, in the eyes of this mechanical entity, the entire blue planet was merely an insignificant individual, while the countless life forms residing on it were but minuscule existences in the vast cosmos, even smaller than dust. Sweeping away such dust seemed both a natural act and of little consequence. At the other end, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, maintaining an air of composure. Before the gaze of all, the imagery on the screen began to transform. Zero vanished entirely, replaced by scenes of an underground shelter. People emerged from the passage, wiping away tears, as the resilient blue planet swiftly returned to normalcy. Amidst the heartfelt cheers of the populace, various aircraft belonging to different factions soared through the sky, as the military and civilians embraced in a silent celebration of their survival. They remained oblivious to what had truly transpired. The extraterrestrials had not descended. It was merely a chaotic misunderstanding. When you are ready, I shall return. Chapter 19. Nemesis across the boundless ocean, a small cargo vessel devoid of any insignia sped forward. In the year 2074 on Blue Planet, such antiquated transport ships were a rarity. It glided silently like a ghost, skillfully evading most checkpoints, and following a meticulously planned detour. Tao Ro was the proprietor of this vessel. He wiped the sweat from his dark skin, the calm sea surface allowing him to quiet his mind and ponder his thoughts. His fingers lightly tapped the helm, and his gaze gradually drifted towards the horizon. Including Tar, the cargo ship boasted a total of 7 crew members, all sharing an identical complexion. They had transported countless shipments for Hubble, earning enough to afford several luxurious estates back in their homeland. Unbeknownst to Tar, his employer had completely vanished into the depths of the Pacific. A satiated shark might even glide beneath their vessel, swaggering away amidst a cloud of blood. Grateful for nature's bounty. Though often scolded, Tar, with his inherently kind nature, was much like his crew. As long as the compensation was substantial, he would be willing to stoop low, akin to a dog, if it meant providing for his family. With that money, his wife could access the finest targeted therapies, and his 2 daughters and son could attend the most prestigious elite schools. The mere thought of this brought a faint smile to Tar's face. Every 10 minutes, he was required to send a real-time location update to the base. Due to the precious nature of this cargo, Hubble had specifically instructed everyone to keep a vigilant watch over the cold storage room. Even I could not ascertain whether these ominous entities truly had the potential to awaken. However, the likelihood of their reanimation was akin to merging 5 heaps of decayed flesh, each capable of precisely forming a head, arms, and legs, and vociferously proclaiming, "God bless you." Should such a phenomenon occur, the world would likely be on the brink of its end. These were Hubble's exact words. The man, seemingly rugged yet possessing a cunning intellect, has always regarded business integrity and profit with utmost seriousness. He gestured incredulously at everyone around him, which is precisely why Tao was willing to venture into the sea. Current coordinates, 6544, 8533. They were about to traverse the Kosi Trench. Tao adeptly navigated through the information relayed by the radar's feedback. At that moment, the intercom on his left suddenly crackled to life. "Boss, it seems something is beeping in the frozen storage room." Rooney suggested it might be the temperature sensor acting up and intended to investigate. "Keep an eye on the goods. Do not let any issues arise," Tao replied tersely, slightly irked by the interruption. "Understood, and also, boss." The voice over the intercom abruptly turned agonizingly shrill, akin to a blade slicing through his eardrum. Tao quickly realized it was a form of electromagnetic interference. Have we been discovered? This unsettling thought detonated in his mind. He glanced around the transparent cabin, but saw no sign of patrolling naval vessels. "Hello? Hello?" Tao seized the intercom, recalibrating the channel, and shouted to the other crew members. It dawned on him that something was amiss. This rudimentary cargo ship lacked an autopilot system, rendering him unable to leave the cramped cockpit even for a moment. With his other hand, he swung open the door behind him and shouted towards the rear, "Jack?" "Rooney." The cargo vessel was modest in size, with the refrigerated storage area nearly occupying half of its structure. Aside from the foul, fishy sea breeze that surged into the control room, Tao heard nothing. A sudden realization washed over him, rendering his face ashen. With all his strength, he continued to shout towards the rear. Nearly a minute later, as Tao gasped for breath, he was startled by a peculiar sound, akin to countless sharp objects scraping against the metallic floor. In that moment, this bizarre noise shattered the composure of the seasoned captain. As his subconscious urged him to flee, an immense force surged from below, instantly propelling the entire cargo ship skyward. A thunderous roar echoed. The tremendous power shattered the composite glass, and frenzied seawater rushed in through the breach. In the final moment of his life, Tao beheld an astonishingly elongated shadow, reminiscent of a soul-stealing specter, exuding a magnificent and imposing aura. In the United States, at the Coastal Defense Center, disbelief permeated the air regarding the nature of this extraterrestrial entity. Its every movement mirrored that of a living sculpture, or perhaps a robot that mimicked humanity. Piles of paperwork from the Space Coalition base cluttered the desk. Inside the Coastal Defense Center, the lead officer, Kakarev, found himself overwhelmed with the mounting chaos. Just then, his assistant knocked on the door of his office. Kakarev, hands on his hips, gazed despondently at the mountainous paperwork before him and spoke coldly. The patrol vessel discovered a vast expanse of bloodstains at a certain location. Upon scanning and pinpointing, it was revealed that the source was a sunken freighter. Had it collided with a reef? Yakovlev instinctively squinted and glanced at his assistant, until he discerned a flicker of terror in the latter's gaze. Puzzled, he accepted the materials handed to him. Upon investigation, the remnants of the freighter revealed an astonishingly high concentration of nearly 100 Nemesis content. Yakovlev's hand halted mid-motion as he perused the report. He slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze upon his assistant, his eyes brimming with an ineffable concern. "My friend, perhaps you are in dire need of a vacation." Yakovlev's expression suddenly shifted to one of deep concern. "Yet you are aware that under the current circumstances, I have scarcely slept for 2 nights. Should this incident come to a conclusion, I shall certainly grant you a leave." Chapter 20. The Nightmare That Never Wakes General. The assistant's complexion drained of color at a visibly alarming rate. All the data reports had been appended. Even the largest outbreak event from over a decade ago did not reach such a terrifying concentration of infection. Yakovlev finally slumped into his chair, rubbing his face with his hands in an effort to regain composure. Who made the discovery? The survey department. They initially believed it to be some rare metal exposed by tectonic movements of the seabed. And the sword? Yakovlev's throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand. In other words, during that fleeting 10 minutes, the supercomputer lost its protective effect over the entire blue planet. It resembled a blocked pipe. When the valve unexpectedly opened at a certain moment, a torrent of water would sweep away everything in its path. Humanity has perpetually lacked the capability to utterly eradicate the enigmatic Nemesis. This elusive virus seems to have become one with the blue planet. And all that can be done is to isolate it. Addressing the root cause of Nemesis remains an unattainable goal. Even to this day, humanity has yet to comprehend why an antimatter experiment would generate countless instances of Nemesis. No scientific institution has succeeded in capturing a complete sample of Nemesis. All infected mechanical entities execute self-destruction commands when confined. They either dissolve into a noxious pool of rust or explode into a flurry of metallic fragments. Throughout Yakovlev's military career, the highest concentration of infected entities he has encountered was merely 72. The resolution came in the form of a 110 mm explosive armor-piercing round. Yet, this very infected entity, during the 2 days of its capture, had torn open the chests of 47 victims. Yakovlev stared blankly at the scattered reports on the table. The clear scanned images plunged his already restless heart into despair. 100% infection rate. If articulated in technical terms, does this not imply that this cargo ship is nothing less than a nest of Nemesis sailing upon the ocean? With this thought, Yakovlev felt as though he were suffocating. Nemesis aliens, the 2 swords hanging over the blue planet, suddenly descended a few centimeters. Is it possible to trace the origins of this cargo ship? Yakovlev murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the image of the shipwreck, now barely recognizable. As he scrutinized the contours of the hull's edge, a memory surfaced, his daughter's fondness for chocolate crisp bars. The way the excited little girl would bite into one, the break at the point of her bite, bore a striking resemblance to the debris before him. The rescue team was diligently searching for potential survivors. His assistant promptly replied, "The sword has been restored. All avenues of infection have been thoroughly severed. With 100% infection rate. I am eager to witness the expressions of those old fellows at the Research Institute when they receive this news." Yakovlev shook his head in resignation. "Should I compile a unified report, General?" his assistant inquired. "No, let us first clarify all the information," Yakovlev responded. "Understood. By the way, what about the satellites? If this incident occurred after the network was severed, we could still capture high-definition images of the sea surface." Yakovlev's eyes widened suddenly, and he turned sharply. "The technical department is already on it. They estimate we have approximately 6 to 7 seconds of footage, but extracting the data will take around 20 minutes. The assistant informed him. "Take me there," Yakovlev urged, rising from his chair, seizing the report from the desk, and striding purposefully toward the door. The threat posed by the Nemean, who had already wrought countless tragedies on Blue Star, was a matter of grave concern, overshadowing even the alien presence that had instilled fear in nations worldwide. Yet, Yakovlev could not shake the feeling that there might indeed be some unknown connection between them. A mere 5 seconds of footage? Yes, General. Before the data signal was automatically adjusted, the freighter was already on the brink of sinking. The researchers from the technical department rose from their seats, offering theirs to Yakovlev. "We could only extract the last 5 seconds of the freighter's demise." As the blue progress bar on the screen steadily advanced, the anxious Yakovlev finally beheld the reality he had long sought. From the satellite perspective, akin to a bird's-eye view, the small freighter, gliding smoothly, was suddenly overturned by a massive shadow. A whale? The name instinctively surfaced in Kakarev's mind. However, as the footage reached around the third second, he finally discerned the true identity of this bizarre creature. It was indeed a fish, a colossal and enigmatic whale. Its terrifying mouth nearly reached an alarming angle of 120 degrees. The gaping maw, riddled with decay, could almost rival the freighter's length. Pause, zoom in. Kakarev murmured, desperate to press his face against the screen. He observed the fish's exposed body, covered in uneven shells. Only when the image focused did he realize these were not shells at all, but countless metallic spikes of varying lengths, brutally piercing the fish from within. Shift perspective. Even the vast interior of the fish's mouth was filled with myriad tiny metallic spines. And from above, the sight elicited a shudder of goosebumps across Kakulev's entire body. The half-submerged fish eye, hollow and pallid, exuded a sense of lifelessness. Indeed, it was a whale, a creature long deceased. The ocean was Kakulev's second home, and he considered himself somewhat of a marine expert regarding the diversity of sea life. Yet now, in his understanding, a dead whale, infested with countless metallic parasites, had consumed a cargo ship with a 100 Nemean infection rate? The assistant cautiously spoke. Observing Kakulev slumped in his chair, covering his face. Report it to them. After a prolonged silence, Kakulev wearily shook his head. Fixated on the still, frozen footage, a bizarre image beyond the imagination of any abstract painter. This was a nightmare from which one could never awaken. Chapter 21. Cease the delusions. The tally of votes stood at 171 in favor, with 7 against. By decision of the World United Space Base, all satellites within the Martian region were to be evacuated, with recommendations for the swiftest execution to avert any unforeseen consequences. It was imperative to soothe the sentiments of the global populace, to ensure the readiness of the space military, and to undertake a second restoration of the underground shelters. During the second conference, Su Shang sat among the representatives, attentively listening, the tip of his pen trembling as he jotted down vital information in his notebook. At the second discussion conference attended by representatives from various nations, Su Shang took the lead in presenting to each delegate the complete sequence of events surrounding the appearance of the extraterrestrial mechanical entity. From the disappearance of a world-class signal to the subsequent restoration of normalcy, culminating in the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar voice on the main screen of the base. The majority of attendees correctly deduced that only an inconceivable extraterrestrial force could so effortlessly disrupt the integrated network of Blue Star. However, what astonished every nation was the revelation that not a single innocent life was harmed during this global incident. As nearly 2/3 of the fighter jet squadrons soared into the sky, prepared to confront the imagined alien army with their lives, they beheld a beautiful world composed of white clouds and blue skies, as if nothing had transpired at all. Following this was a mysterious meeting that left countless informed individuals in shock. Initially, Su Shang believed the figure of this extraterrestrial being would appear on screens worldwide. Yet, he later realized that only a select few present at the base witnessed this moment. He himself was among the fortunate few. Su Shang's remarks deepened the global understanding of the nation of Hua. Regardless of the daunting challenges faced, the steadfast red flag would continue to wave before everyone. He meticulously analyzed every utterance of the extraterrestrial being, contemplating its potential thoughts and proposing several insights, undeniably based on the unknown powers it exhibited. This alien civilization possessed the capacity to tear Blue Star apart, a process that might require less than 3 seconds. This is undoubtedly a divine gift. At that moment, Su Shang hesitated for several seconds while standing on the stage before daring to utter these words. We, as humanity, have long proclaimed ourselves the masters of the blue planet, even considering ourselves the sole sentient beings within the solar system and perhaps the entire cosmos. It could have easily exterminated us all, like crushing an ant. Yet, the outcome is that we remain here, intact, deliberating the next course of action. Perhaps it is due to a reluctance to move, or perhaps a concern about wastefulness. In any case, this is an unparalleled opportunity. To speak bluntly, even if this mechanical entity were to present more challenging demands, as long as they fall within the realm of possibility, Su Shang believes that the blue planet should unconditionally fulfill them. For no one knows the terrifying consequences that would ensue should we defy this extraterrestrial civilization. Humanity ought to set aside all frivolity and widen its horizons to witness the magnificent forces of this universe. In conclusion of his address, Su Xing ended with these words and bowed deeply amidst the applause of the audience. Mr. Su? After the conference concluded, Su Sheng encountered a familiar face upon exiting the hall. He waved to Chen Jianfei and his companions beside him, offering a few instructions. The latter nodded and promptly walked away in another direction. Before Su Sheng could speak, a young man with a bearded visage approached eagerly, clapping Su Sheng on the shoulder with enthusiasm. That was the most brilliant speech I have ever heard in my life. Mr. Su, is it? Gazing into those still radiant eyes, Su Sheng smiled and walked alongside Lisk toward the horizon. Is something the matter? He inquired. Certainly, Lisk replied, nervously rubbing his hands and glancing around before asking, what was your feeling upon seeing it? Who? Su Sheng instinctively responded. Lisk silently pointed upward, his lips sealed. Su Sheng felt an overwhelming incredulity, as though his mind had momentarily frozen. Is that all? Indeed, Su Sheng nodded, letting out a sigh. I never anticipated that I might grow accustomed to encountering extraterrestrials. It will descend upon Blue Star once more, Mr. Lisk. Noticing Lisk's sudden silence, Su Sheng surmised that he harbored numerous questions. You must have many inquiries for it, right? Yes, far too many, Lisk admitted, as if he had been holding his breath for an eternity. After being uncovered by Su Sheng, he shuddered slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment. We are not yet worthy of asking too much. Su Sheng cast a meaningful glance at his junior. I completely understand. I have no desire to become a name etched upon a monument of disgrace. Lisk chuckled softly. It's merely a thought. If we were to provoke this alien civilization, perhaps we would all become mere specks of dust drifting through space, carefree. The disheveled young man remarked whimsically. I am uncertain whether we shall still engage in such conversations. Mr. Su. Haha, I sincerely hope so. Su Sheng was suddenly amused by his jest. You may visit the command center this afternoon, as there are likely a few inquiries that necessitate your team's assistance. Oh, the Space Force. Su Sheng uttered the name that had been proposed during the previous conference. This new branch of the military is set to be officially established. Understood. A glimmer of light gradually illuminated Lisk's gaze as he earnestly nodded. Until this afternoon. Su Sheng patted his shoulder, and within the hall, Chen Jianfei continued to await his arrival. Farewell, Mr. Su. That scientist who created the Starlink? Chen Jianfei inquired abruptly. You know him too? Su Sheng glanced at him as he quickened his pace. Indeed, he is regarded as one of the most brilliant mechanical scientists in the United States, with numerous publications suggesting he may become humanity's guide to the cosmos in the future. Truly a remarkable young man, Su Sheng remarked softly. I only hope he can find his own way. Genius often perishes in the confines of its ambition to glimpse the future. This has been the case throughout history. Chapter 22, Battling Monsters. The resource cabinet is well stocked. The armament factory has been completed. The information processing center has been constructed. Conditions are met. Shall we advance to a level 2 base? On Mars, a shadowy figure loomed hundreds of meters above the ground. From this perspective, looking down below, the external layout of the entire base is remarkably orderly, with 2 recently constructed facility areas radiating a crystalline glow. Energy emanating from the core of the base permeates these structures, forming a network connection while imparting a certain enigmatic power. Lin Chen, without hesitation, made his choice on the visor. After such a prolonged wait, his base has finally begun to find its footing. A level 1 base can only be considered semi-automated. There are still certain tasks that require Lin Chen's personal intervention, which proves to be somewhat inconvenient. In contrast, a level 2 base not only boasts a comprehensive, fully automated operational process, but also alleviates Lin Chen of the burden of managing the blueprints for certain facilities. It is worth noting that in recent days, Lin Chen has been so consumed with devising suitable combat weaponry for the Crimson Unit's combat armor that he feels his already sparse hair is on the verge of total loss. To complement the imposing aesthetic of the Crimson A0, he specifically designed a colossal sword encased in armor. All components forming this super heavy sword are situated on the back of the Crimson Unit S armor. The elongated blade is cleverly concealed within the spine of the Crimson Unit. When the Iron Giant draws this blade, all metallic components converge towards the center like a flowing stream, automatically assembling into place. This seamless motion of drawing the sword even makes Lin Chen's heart race with excitement. The question of power can be addressed later. After all, being strikingly impressive is a lifelong pursuit. A total of 5 combat armors have finally come together to form a Crimson military squad. Even without Lin Chen's direct control, they remain an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Currently, there exists no particular necessity for the advanced technologies on Mars. What Lin Chen urgently requires is the satellite blueprints from the secondary base. He must construct a space defense system for Mars at the swiftest pace possible. After witnessing such extraordinary technologies, Lin Chen cannot guarantee that this universe is devoid of other unknown extraterrestrial civilizations. It is akin to how Blue Star perceives itself. Indeed, there are always individuals beyond individuals. Realms beyond realms. Lin Chen has come to comprehend the essence of this saying. He is not entranced by the formidable power he currently possesses. To bear the burden of such wealth invites peril. Should he encounter other, more powerful alien civilizations, Lin Chen would merely be as insignificant as an ant. Therefore, it is imperative to focus on the development of technological capabilities at the Martian base, rather than engage in idle talk. Blue Star is merely a secondary concern. In fact, upon initiating that meeting, Lin Chen felt a tinge of regret, for he himself was uncertain how to approach Blue Star. Tracing back to its origins, it was once Lin Chen's homeland. Without grievances or enmities, there is no need for violence. With the technological prowess Lin Chen possesses at present, nothing on Blue Star holds any allure for him. The only aspect worthy of his attention may be the individual human compatriots. Had Lin Chen remained a mere office worker, with a salary barely sufficient to cover rent, he would undoubtedly lack the leisure to ponder such frivolous matters. However, as he is now able to summon real-time visuals from any corner of Blue Star through his visor, his mindset is undergoing a subtle transformation. In different altitudes, one's thoughts inevitably diverge. Lin Chen pondered the notion that if humanity were to face complete extinction at this very moment, what would become of the solar system? Perhaps nothing at all. It is humanity that requires the blue planet, rather than the blue planet needing humanity. The entirety of humankind, reduced to mere dust, might become one among the countless lost meteors scattered throughout the solar system. Beyond this, there seemed to be nothing of particular significance. My lord. As Lin Chen was lost in thought, the voice of the intelligent mainframe suddenly resonated in his ear. While processing a satellite signal, the base had detected an alarmingly high concentration of Nemean infection bodies within a certain marine area on the blue planet. Infection bodies? Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and with a mere gesture of his finger, a translucent box materialized, gliding from the side of his visor to the center of his vision. A whale in the Pacific Ocean? Wasn't there a so-called sword-bearer on the blue planet? Upon viewing the series of vivid images within the box, Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Indeed, it was the size of a whale. Yet, it appeared as a grotesque amalgamation of whale and sea urchin, its immense body adorned with rusted, bizarre spikes that protruded from within, piercing through desiccated muscle and skin, their tips glinting with a sharp, menacing light. Such a creature could not possibly belong to the blue planet. Had the sword-bearer also ceased to function during those 10 minutes? Lin Chen licked his lips and inquired. Indeed. My lord, the concentration of Nemean infection on the blue planet has escalated to a truly terrifying level. This should be the corpse of an already deceased infected entity. Within those 10 minutes, it miraculously resurrected and devoured a highly infectious cargo ship. Damn! Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, cursing in frustration. He had not anticipated that the mishap was a result of his own oversight. My lord, according to my calculations, the Blue Star's sword computing system will require approximately 1 year and 4 months for a comprehensive maintenance shutdown. Should the protective process be interrupted at that time, we would face an outcome far more terrifying than the present. It seems you possess quite a talent for consolation. I am merely stating the facts, my lord. Lin Chen stroked his chin, gazing at the images, suddenly struck by an idea. Once the secondary base successfully advances, immediately assist me in establishing the assembly process for transport rockets. Given that the trouble stemmed from his own negligence, Lin Chen's temperament would not allow him to disregard it. It was fortuitous, allowing these newly emerged entities to warm up. Rather than remaining dormant in the Martian factory, engaging in combat with monsters was indeed a preferable alternative. Chapter 23. The overturning wave. When this thought took root in Lin Chen's mind, it burgeoned like a seed, rapidly growing into a towering tree within mere seconds. Initially, he had been somewhat vexed regarding the application of these mechanized armors. If one were to spend an entire lifetime without a venue to showcase their abilities, would not Lin Chen's efforts be rendered utterly futile? It would merely allow these mechanical warriors to parade on Mars, gratifying Lin Chen's eyes, but failing to fulfill his initial aspirations. Serendipitously, Blue Star has emerged as a natural arena for martial prowess. Moreover, given Blue Star's current capabilities, it is unable to eradicate the mysterious virus known as Neem. Otherwise, could one seize the opportunity to bring the entirety of Blue Star under their dominion? This notion concurrently surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. After weighing the pros and cons, he suddenly realized that this might indeed be a rather splendid idea. He lacked the time, energy, and justification to purge this planet. It would be far more advantageous to claim it as his subordinate. Only by possessing such formidable technological power could one truly comprehend the vast chasm that lies between the two. At present, all Lin Chen needed was a single thought, and the integrated network of Blue Star would be indefinitely severed, with the sword rendered ineffective. Humanity faced not only the dread of the future, but also the overwhelming onslaught of the Neem virus. That colossal whale, resembling a metallic parasite, remained etched in Lin Chen's memory. Through the information tracing capabilities of intelligent consciousness, Lin Chen effortlessly uncovered the Pacific War that transpired a decade ago on Blue Star. Following the demise of several gargantuan oil tankers, which succumbed to decay and sank into the depths of the Pacific, the marine life in this region underwent an astonishing transformation. The most evident change was in size. Countless spider crabs, once no larger than a small car, now rampaged across the beaches in a gruesome slaughter. Before they made landfall from the sea, curious onlookers gazed intently at the indistinct dark shapes barely visible upon the waves. When the army arrived, the waters within nearly a kilometer radius had been tainted a murky crimson. The Neem could not directly infect humans. However, the metallic entities transformed by it had a 30% chance of seizing a fragile biological body upon contact with its cellular structure, evolving into a unique tissue akin to a heart, thus controlling the entire corporeal form, regardless of life or death. Amidst the vast multitude of marine life, countless mechanical aberrations surged forth from the depths. My lord, your hypothesis holds a mere 60% likelihood of success. The intelligent lord, having comprehended Lin Chen's thoughts, swiftly calculated and provided his response. 60%? Considering humanity on Blue Star as distinct individuals, deriving their thought processes through computation proves to be an arduous task. By drawing parallels from significant events throughout human history, a potential probability outcome was deduced. Lin Chen grasped the essence of the intelligent consciousness's meaning and could not help but smile. No, your interpretation is somewhat flawed. Only those humans who are willing to obey and possess righteous thoughts warrant our attention. Those who cloak their inner desires under the guise of peace and freedom should be eradicated without hesitation. Perhaps we can forge a new Blue Star, a true realm of peace. Understood, my lord. The intelligent consciousness fell silent for a few seconds before responding respectfully, as Lin Chen's words echoed. The magnificent mechanical city beneath him underwent a profound transformation. The scale of the core base expanded threefold, radiating outward from this epicenter. All industrial facilities spread out in a fan-like arrangement. Newly constructed arms factories and information analysis centers were immediately put into operation upon completion. The former was designated for the design and manufacture of advanced weaponry, distinguished from the mechanical factories by its more delicate and refined robotic arms, which boasted precision manufacturing techniques unparalleled by the latter. The latter was tasked with the extensive reconnaissance and analysis of vast information originating from the solar system and even the galaxy. With the elevation of the primary base to a secondary level, the panel within Lin Chen's visor also exhibited noticeable changes. Lord, Lin Chen, secondary base, facilities, mechanical factory. Storage center, intelligent mainframe, arms factory, information analysis center. Resources, 64 tons of copper or 72 tons of pig iron, 12 tons of coal, 842 kilograms of raw titanium. Observing the plethora of base data displayed in the visor, a wave of excitement surged within Lin Chen. The base was evolving at a visibly remarkable pace, and even he could not fathom the heights it might ultimately reach. Various robots of differing specifications traversed the mechanical city, functioning like a meticulously organized colony of ants, endowing the base with unparalleled operational efficiency. Currently, the base housed 5 crimson mechanized armors. Do you believe they could contend with that enigmatic whale? Lin Chen suddenly inquired. In the initial phases of design, the Crimson model did not incorporate an extensive array of underwater combat capabilities. Indeed, When compared to the formidable terrestrial combat prowess of the Crimson model, its aquatic capabilities could only be described as mediocre. Within the storage blueprints of the secondary base, numerous exemplary technological marvels resided, possessing extraordinary abilities that surpassed the wildest imaginations. A complete mech blueprint floated before Lin Chen's visor, the Marine-class heavy mobile armor, known as the Wavebreaker. Height, 18 meters, weight, 62 tons, power core, psionic level, equipped with I-19 plasma heavy cannon, T-6 submerger fin propulsor, chainbreaker wave sword. Lin Chen's gaze flickered as he glided his finger across the visor, and the parameters of this colossal mech independently manifested in various sections. As a heavy mobile armor, the Wavebreaker's dimensions were 4 times that of the Crimson model, with its capabilities and armored weaponry meticulously designed for combat in marine environments. Such a treasure truly exists within the secondary base? Commence manufacturing immediately. Ensure completion ahead of the transport rocket. At your command, my lord. Chapter 24, the past 3 F-12 fighters soared at an exceedingly low altitude over the ocean surface. The sonic boom sent ripples scattering across the tumultuous Pacific, where a substantial fleet of maritime defense vessels converged upon the location marked by the 3 fighters. The detection radar revealed no anomalies. The infectious entity may descend to depths of 7,000 meters in the ocean, thus it is advisable to employ submarines for exploration. Following the outcomes of the first global conference, the World Space Coalition base is no longer solely tasked with cosmic affairs. Su Xing personally convened with Keklef. Unbeknownst to all, within a mere 10 minutes of the sword's failure, the very planet beneath their feet had undergone certain inscrutable transformations. The most crucial clue lies in the salvaged, battered cargo ship, which appeared as if it had been gnawed upon by some colossal creature, with a significant portion of its cargo hold conspicuously missing. Upon examination, this vessel was found to contain 100% concentration of the Neem virus, a viscous black substance, reminiscent of oil, oozed from the already compromised metal layer, consuming it like maggots devouring flesh. To illustrate vividly, this black substance could be likened to the purulent discharge from a human wound. When numerous fish and seabirds ingested this purulent fluid, the vast majority perished immediately, while a scant few exhibited grotesque mutations. During the historic Pacific Campaign, it was discovered that incendiary bombs with exceedingly high temperatures could significantly diminish the fluidic activity of the infectious entity, thus averting severe post-war contamination. Investigating the origins of this cargo ship and the contents it transported is currently Keklef's most pressing concern. After extensive radar searches conducted by 3 fighter jets yielded no results, Keklef's spirits gradually sank to the depths of despair. The Coastal Defense Center conducted an overnight inquiry with multiple institutions, meticulously sifting through a vast array of data to uncover the historical existence of this mechanical whale. On July 21, 2063, a research vessel dedicated to the exploration of whale populations stumbled upon it. At that time, on Blue Planet, whales had become critically endangered due to the relentless effects of global warming and environmental degradation. The crew reported that while tracking a pod of whales traversing the eastern Pacific, the entire vessel seemed to collide with a submerged reef. The tremendous jolt caused the ship to tilt violently, and Ed Ladner, who was stationed on the starboard side capturing photographs and samples, was hurled into the sea. Thanks to his exceptional swimming skills, Ed sustained no serious harm. He managed to steady himself with a life preserver and rope, quickly regulating his breathing. It was then that he beheld a horrifying sight that would remain etched in his memory. It was as though a mountain had emerged from the depths of the ocean. A formidable force propelled the surrounding waters outward, and he could almost hear the unprecedented cries for help from the pod they had been pursuing. An indescribable stench invaded Ed's nostrils as he struggled to lift his head and finally discern the true nature of the mountain. It was, in fact, a whale. Ed had never encountered a creature of such colossal proportions. The overwhelming sense of pressure felt as if it could shatter him. Its body was adorned with spikes, and armor-like plates resembling mechanical exoskeletons grew in the crevices between the spikes. The creature's form appeared grotesquely distorted, as if fashioned by a deity, with its grotesquely enlarged maw tearing through the majority of a whale's body in an instant. The thrashing of this ancient behemoth sent tremors throughout the entire marine expanse. As the research vessel approached the dock, it suddenly lost all power. Upon receiving the distress signal, the coastal border guards promptly dispatched helicopters to the coordinates. The scene was akin to a hellish nightmare. Thick oil mingled with blood, drifting alongside grotesque remnants of bodies. A few white seabirds, mistaking the macabre tableau for rocks, perched silently above. Karkalev could not ascertain whether this mechanical leviathan had been utterly destroyed in that battle. It seemed to have vanished from the blue planet, and the weary humanity, preoccupied with rebuilding their homes, paid little heed to this information void. Deploy the submarines. No matter what, I must bring it to the surface today. Karkalev clenched his teeth, fire igniting in his eyes. The fighter jets ascended, their wing-mounted armor shifting as rows of mercury-filled light incendiary missiles readied for launch. On the approaching protective vessels, dark cannons slowly elevated. Should that mechanical whale surface, Karkalev would present it with a grand welcome gift from the blue planet. At such a sensitive juncture, numerous scholars had begun to link the resurgence of the Neem infection with the re-emergence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Conspiracy theories were inescapable. In the absence of explanation, one could only concede to the possibility of its existence. After enduring the trials of battle, the blue planet was no longer the frail and helpless entity it once was. If anything dared to show itself, Karkalev would ensure that the wretched creature would regret ever appearing in this world. 5 small detection submarines were preparing at an astonishing speed, vanishing beneath the ocean's surface within mere seconds. The Pacific Ocean's deepest region lies in the Mariana Trench, with depths plunging to 11,034 meters. The sonar detection technology currently employed by the Blue Planet remains capable of scanning every corner of the Pacific. However, as the submarines continued their descent, a sudden sensation gripped Kakovlev's heart as if ensnared by a giant hand. Upon glimpsing the profound darkness of the deep sea, a primordial fear surged from the depths of his soul. On 5 screens, the first-person perspective of each submarine became vividly apparent. Anomalous creatures detected. Anomalous creatures detected. At that moment, the feed from submarine C3 revealed what appeared to be a torrent of colossal water masses surging together in an instant. General, we are unable to pinpoint the coordinates of any detection submarine. A researcher cried out. The sonar detection device appears to be malfunctioning. The sonar detection device appears to be malfunctioning. Amidst the frantic voices of the crew, the screen abruptly dimmed, and the signal was entirely lost. Even Kakovlev perceived the terrifying silhouette that flickered for a brief moment. In the abyssal realm of the ocean floor, it seemed to be the sole sovereign. Even a mere shadow was enough to instill dread in all. Yet, all detection instruments remained utterly unresponsive. It can obscure our detection signals? A pallid Kakovlev suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, slowly leaning back. Help! In his line of sight, the 5 screens gradually succumbed to darkness. As the last remnants of sound faded away, Kakarov finally buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by anguish. Chapter 25, Lockdown. The character's HS eluded him, and he requested a leave for the night. Chapter 26, Evolution of Thought. They had lost all their submarines to that infectious entity? Su Sheng could scarcely believe his ears. Abruptly rising from his seat. Wait a moment. Su Sheng's complexion darkened as he addressed the team of technicians, before following Chun Jinfei out of the conference room. Could it be that even they could not handle that thing? Upon exiting the chamber, Su Sheng's voice was laced with barely contained fury. General Kakarov, who was in charge of the site, claimed that this Nemean infectious entity had exceeded all expectations. Chun Jinfei's expression mirrored his distress. He was the first to receive this intelligence and was equally shaken. It possessed a peculiar ability to disrupt electromagnetic waves. They had never anticipated that this creature would ambush them in the depths of the ocean, instantly annihilating all reconnaissance submarines. Chun Jinfei fell silent, while Su Sheng turned to the final page of the report. He could hardly fathom the suffering they had endured, merely gazing at the documents. A heart-wrenching sorrow surged within him like a tidal wave, compelling him to press his lips tightly together. Su Gong. Observing Su Sheng's increasingly pale visage, Chun Jinfei could not help but speak softly. I am fine. Su Sheng shook his head, closing his eyes. I find myself pondering how many more sacrifices the Blue Planet must endure to restore its former tranquility. For those laboring on the front lines, the distinctions of nationality and region have long ceased to matter. As a pivotal figure in scientific research, Su Sheng has perhaps grown somewhat numb to the chaos. Upon witnessing the Nemesis infection entity, his initial emotion was not one of panic. Instead, he contemplated how long it would take to eradicate it with minimal cost. Compared to the oppressive presence of extraterrestrial civilizations, This whale-like entity seemed trivial. However, Su Shang sensed that during the 10 minutes the world turned a blind eye. Nemesis infection entities were awakening and proliferating across the globe. This was likely just the beginning. What insights do the experts on their side offer? A renewed determination glimmered in Su Shang's eyes. I recall that in the initial battles, they were among the most seasoned organizations. Indeed, experts in the relevant fields have begun to suspect that this infection entity might possess a certain level of cognitive ability. His words momentarily stunned Su Shang. Cognitive ability? Suddenly, Su Shang recalled that a few years prior, when the Nemesis virus first began its rampage, some research institutions had indicated that the virus's peculiar parasitic mechanism might evolve into a mechanized thought process. This newly emerged term, with its various interpretations, sparked diverse research perspectives. What constitutes cognitive ability? When 11 does not equal 2, the logic circuits of a mechanized entity will autonomously make judgments based on their original programming. This represents the most rudimentary cognitive ability of machines. In the year 2070 and beyond, the Blue Planet has witnessed the emergence of numerous intelligent robots endowed with formidable computational prowess. Yet, due to the scarcity of extensive experimental samples, no one is certain what profound transformations may occur following the parasitic invasion of these intelligent robots by the Neem. Are you implying that the infected whale has evolved self-awareness? According to their interpretation, Neem has inhabited the lifeless body and engendered a new intelligent consciousness in an unprecedented manner. Chen Jianfei lowered his voice and explained to Su Shang. The appearance of that general does not seem feigned, Su. That entity perished in the Pacific Ocean a decade ago. Su Shang fell into silence, suddenly at a loss for words. Could this be mere coincidence? All troublesome matters have arisen simultaneously, nearly overwhelming Su Shang. The Blue Planet cannot remain indifferent to this situation, for no one knows what further events may unfold. I will personally reach out to them about this matter shortly. Su Shang's expression was grave, as if he had already made a decision within. Understood. Upon seeing Su Shang's demeanor, Chen Jianfei felt a significant alleviation of his anxiety. In the former command center of the Huagua Space Agency, Chen Jianfei had served as a technical assistant beside Su Shang for 6 years. He harbored deep admiration and respect for this senior who had tirelessly devoted himself to Huagua. After following his lead for so many years, whenever Chen Jianfei observed Su Shang displaying a calm and confident demeanor, he instinctively fell silent. Even in such challenging times, this remains true. Meanwhile, on the distant Blue Planet, as turmoil prevails, Lin Chen finds himself suspended above the newly expanded mechanical factory, scrutinizing everything around him. With the completion of the secondary base's elevation process, the size of the mechanical factory has naturally expanded. Lin Chen gazes at the vast expanse, now several times larger, where an increasing number of robotic arms diligently assemble various components delivered by the conveyor belt, laboring upon an immense, deep azure mechanical framework. At this moment, the factory is capable of simultaneously executing 20 industrial manufacturing processes. This level of efficiency suffices for Lin Chen at present. A myriad of robots are fervently engaged in production, and the entire secondary base is rapidly entering a positive growth cycle. Spherical exploration robots, under the purview of the Information Analysis Center, are in operation. The continuously refined industrial mining robots have reached a count of 100, organized in teams of 5, tirelessly conducting 24-hour mining operations around the base. This planet, having just entered the developmental era, possesses an abundance of vast resources. At that moment, even Lin Chen could not fathom the extent to which the base's technology would evolve. The construction of transport rockets and the versatile combat armor, known as the Overwave, is concurrently underway. Lin Chen has made slight modifications to certain parameters of this heavy mobile armor to better adapt it to the combat environment of the Blue Planet. All its equipment and weaponry are designed specifically for maritime warfare. In contrast to the crimson-hued steel framework, Lin Chen has meticulously treated these deep azure mechanical skeletons, achieving an unparalleled balance between internal density and resilience. If the crimson was akin to a deadly dagger, then this heavy armor represents a steadfast and formidable hill. Chapter 27. The mecha approaching Blue Star all-protective armor is crafted from the highest quality composite one steel, a unique technology exclusive to the secondary base. This material, while possessing a lighter mass, boasts a hardness coefficient that surpasses the toughest white steel by an astounding 70. Each mechanical arm is engaged in the intricate assembly of the exterior exoskeleton armor, which is adorned in a gradient of blue, reflecting an exceptionally hard, cold light. Yet only measures 27 centimeters in thickness. On a towering mechanical giant standing 18 meters tall, this dimension has been calculated as the optimal value by the intelligent mainframe. After all, Lin Chen did not create it to serve as mere target practice. Agility is an essential attribute, especially upon the tumultuous sea. The maneuverability of the wavebreaker is contingent upon the power of its back and the robust propulsion system in its thighs, the descender fin propulsor. This is the core mechanism of the wavebreaker. Given that every piece of mechanized armor produced by the base in Lin Chen is free from energy concerns, who still relies on traditional nuclear power in this age, two immense mechanical arms are gradually descending, their size several times that of ordinary robotic limbs, with their tray-like ends delicately grasping a massive cubic crystal. Subsequently, the hinges beneath the mechanical framework's thoracic cavity began to tighten on either side, causing all the mechanical components to unfurl like petals, revealing a profound energy accumulation device within. Such an unscientific spectacle could only transpire within Lin Chen's base. Even Newton, upon witnessing it, would likely rise in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. A cube, its surface flowing like water, was smoothly placed into the cavity of the framework by two mechanical arms. In the next instant, a resounding roar erupted. The colossal skull gradually lifted, as all core cables unleashed an unparalleled surge of power, while radiant light flickered in varying intensities within the depths of the mechanical skeleton, propelling the heavy components into motion. The Voteo's mobile armor began its inaugural energy input. The sound of the initial coupling of all parts resonated like a profound ballad. Amidst this melodic resonance, the mechanical supports of the Voteo began to withdraw one by one, as something extraordinary flickered within its soulless gaze. Even Lin Chen observed this magnificent scene with palpable tension. Though the mechanical factory possessed formidable manufacturing capabilities, Lin Chen could not guarantee flawless success each time. In his line of sight, as all mechanical supports completed their withdrawal, the immensely heavy mechanical skeleton trembled abruptly. Lin Chen's heart quivered in tandem with its movements. The core engine within its chest emitted a deafening roar, while the Voteo's gaze grew increasingly luminous. Within Lin Chen's visor, a 3D data model shimmered into view. Has it succeeded? Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, a surge of joy washing over his face. He instinctively withdrew, ascending to a higher vantage point to observe the movements of the Leviathan. This colossal being appeared as though it had just awakened from slumber, each surge of energy coursing through its being gradually rousing it from its stupor. It took its first steps, guided by the lights of myriad miniature robots on the ground, advancing forward. Fortunately, this locale had been upgraded to a level 2 base. Otherwise, it might have shattered the ceiling above. Bang, bang, bang. The Leviathan's movements became increasingly fluid and seamless. It lifted its gaze, twisted its arms, and turned, with every mechanical component perfectly interlocking, bestowing a semblance of soul to this mechanical giant. It was attempting to activate the abyssal diver's pectoral fin thrusters. On the now vividly clear 3D model, the propulsion devices positioned along the broad back of the Leviathan were sequentially igniting. There were a total of 8 thruster nozzles, each generating over 10,000 horsepower. What does this signify? To put it into perspective, a typical automobile boasts merely around 150 horsepower, while a piston engine used in aircraft can reach nearly 4,000 horsepower. When all the protective shields, reminiscent of fish fins, unfurl, the entire ocean will be engulfed by titanic waves emanating from the mechanical realm. Do not activate. Lin Chen finally reacted, fixating on the swirling golden light accumulating within the nozzle, urgently shouting, "Operate at minimum power." Acknowledged. Even from nearly 100 meters away, Lin Chen could still feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the spiraling thruster. Is this truly the propulsion system? A question inevitably arose in Lin Chen's mind. My lord, please review the armament section that is about to be manufactured. At this moment, the intelligent mainframe sent Lin Chen a list, all items fully stocked. Lin Chen merely glanced at it and casually remarked, "We are not here to display our might. Our objective is to extract that whale from the depths of the sea. Do you understand?" Understood, my lord. Is it possible to isolate the weapon system and transport it to Blue Star using a transport rocket? Lin Chen suddenly inquired. He then raised his gaze to verify the list. There were 3 members set to travel to Blue Star, 2 Crimson-class mechanized armors, and 1 Wavebreaker-class mechanized armor. According to calculations, at least 3 transport rockets would be required to convey these armors along with all the weaponry to Blue Star. My lord, should we notify Blue Star regarding this matter? The intelligent mainframe continued to ask. We also need to select a landing site. I will handle that myself. You are fully responsible for these transportation matters, ensuring everything is flawless. As you command, my lord. This was an unprecedented assistance for Blue Star. However, Lin Chen was not one to offer unconditional gifts. He needed to test the mechanized armor's various functionalities on Blue Star and select several pilots capable of establishing a neuronal link. After all, this was a crucial capability. Lin Chen was not particularly concerned about Blue Star's stance. The resources consumed by these 3 mechanized armors, in truth, can only be described as mediocre from his perspective. Should Lin Chen desire, he could effortlessly construct an independent base anywhere on Blue Star. If the authorities of Blue Star were to make any grievous decisions that displeased him, he would no longer need to exercise restraint. Utilizing the integration network on Blue Star, he could inform those individuals. A meeting will be held at 8:30 tomorrow morning. I expect the presence of all nations. Understood, Lord. Chapter 28. Attendance list in the World Space Coalition Organization Base. Dormitory A, Room 402. Lin Renwei abruptly sprang from his bed, his chest heaving violently. His white tank top thoroughly soaked in sweat, imparting a sticky discomfort. One corner of the curtain remained shrouded in darkness. Dawn had yet to break. Yet Lin Renwei was devoid of any semblance of drowsiness. A gust of wind swept several reports from his desk, their white surfaces teeming with intricate calculations. At the center adorned with designs resembling weapon components. Regaining his composure, Lin Renwei slowly bent down, retrieving the papers under the dim light of the desk lamp, and methodically stacked them into a substantial pile. These blueprints were meticulously crafted for new weaponry aimed at the Space Army, addressing the unprecedented space crisis that humanity was poised to confront. The enormity of this leap left Lin Renwei, the chief designer, somewhat at a loss. He pulled a chair closer, reaching for the base of the old lamp, adjusting the brightness, and resumed his meticulous examination of the designs. This lamp, a relic from his days at the Design Institute, had faithfully accompanied him for nearly a decade. It is hoped that this year will not mark the final chapter. Lin Renwei, though still young, stands as one of the foremost arms designers in Huagua. He possesses a peculiar affinity for collecting antiquities, regardless of their value or category. In his later years, Lin Renwei will surely have treasures within his home that could serve as heirlooms. This sentiment was expressed by Su Shang, who is regarded as Lin Renwei Sr., yet the latter embodies a depth of experience that surpasses his own. Lin Renwei has also been appointed as the chief designer for the space military's armament system. As a renowned arms designer in Huagua and indeed across the globe, Lin Renwei, who is typically reserved and diligent, is undoubtedly seen by Su Shang as the ideal candidate. When engrossed in work, Lin Renwei often neglects the basic necessities of eating and sleeping. He wishes he were a robot, capable of working tirelessly for 24 hours without the need for rest, requiring only a can of oil to rejuvenate. Due to the unprecedented nature of space exploration, there are instances when Lin Renwei and his team spend hours revising the same issue. Since 2030, humanity's technological advancements have seemingly reached their zenith, branching out in every direction, yet unable to ascend even a millimeter further. Consequently, in recent decades, aside from groundbreaking developments in rocket and satellite technology, there have been no noteworthy advancements in military weaponry. This stagnation is not due to a lack of effort from the research teams, but rather a limitation imposed by the technology and resources available on Blue Star. This is the most disheartening reality for Lin Renwei, a feeling of helplessness that haunts him through sleepless nights. As dawn gradually broke, Lin Renwei exhaled wearily, preparing to glance at the satellite phone beside him to check the time. Just as he grasped the device, he suddenly felt a sharp vibration. Another message from the base? Distracted by fatigue, Lin Renwei jolted back to reality and looked down at the phone screen. It was a text from an unknown user. The username unfamiliar and not associated with the base he knew. The string of garbled characters momentarily left him bewildered. In his recollection, this satellite phone was only capable of receiving communications from the base. Yet, the message read, 8 o'clock, my fellow Blue Star comrades. Main conference room on the east side of the base, do not be absent. Upon comprehending the content of this message, Lin Renwei felt as though his mind had been violently struck, momentarily questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. Subtly pinching his thigh, the sharp pang of reality surged through him, awakening every fiber of his being. A wave of intense fear coursed through him like electricity, causing every pore to tremble involuntarily. In a state of panic, he hastily gathered all the reports scattered across the table, wiped the sweat from his brow, and dashed toward the door. It was the list. Su Gong. Chen Jinfei, his face etched with terror, handed a report to Su Sheng. It was the very document sent directly from the extraterrestrial entity known as Zero. Names? Why were they names? Su Sheng held the report with trembling hands, staring wide-eyed at the predominantly Chinese names above. It was the attendee list. It was the attendee list. Su Sheng suddenly clenched his fist tightly, as if he had discovered a new continent, exclaiming, "Is there anything else?" Without Su Gong, there is only this form, and Chen Jinfei suddenly realized something and took out his satellite phone, displaying the screen to Su Sheng. "I know. I received it as well." Su Sheng nodded, grasping the general situation. Everyone on the list would receive this message. It referred to us as the comrades of Blue Star. Chen Jinfei scratched his head. Haha, do you expect it to call us its subjects? Prepare the conference room promptly. Yes, Chen Jinfei replied softly, turning towards the door. It was now 6:41 in the morning. With his heart still racing, Su Sheng gently placed the satellite phone on the table, then approached the workstation. All the equipment in the control room was operating steadily, indicating that the integration network of Blue Star was functioning without issues. He then entered a series of unknown codes at the workstation. Nothing materialized. The retrieval system even froze at that moment, prompting Su Sheng to hastily forcefully terminate the search process. It had already come. Compared to the last time, this extraterrestrial civilization had silently traversed the integration network, using their satellites to send information to everyone on the list. Yet, the actions of this alien civilization left Su Sheng, and indeed all the nations of Blue Star, feeling somewhat helpless. It was somewhat akin to playing tricks on a fool. Reflecting on this, Su Sheng couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Humanity was once celebrated as the spirit of the blue planet. Yet now, in the vastness of the cosmos, they appear as feeble and powerless as ants. Nevertheless, ants fiercely defend their nests against any foe daring to disrupt their sanctum. Su Sheng murmured softly, fixating on the list laid before him, his gaze shifting with an array of emotions. The actions of this extraterrestrial civilization seemed devoid of any semblance of logic. Su Sheng struggled to comprehend their motives for treating the blue planet with such apparent benevolence. At least for the moment. It was evident that the blue planet would resolutely maintain its defenses, for even a gift of roses could conceal a dark gun barrel beneath its petals. Chapter 29. Preparing for launch in the main conference room on the eastern side of the base. 7:56. Time ticked away relentlessly. The faces in the conference room represented a global assembly, yet 1/5 of the attendees hailed from Huagua. Upon seeing the composition of the list, Su Sheng wore an expression of mild astonishment. However, this was not a topic suitable for open discussion. No one knew what this meeting truly signified. It could very well be a singular invitation, yet it might also lead down paths to both hell and heaven. Su Sheng's eyes swept across the room, noting that the vast majority of those present were experts and professors from the fields of military technology and machinery. The young man felt wearied. The spark in his eyes had dimmed considerably, and he frequently found himself lost in thought or drifting aimlessly. With a soft sigh, Su Sheng lifted his gaze to the projection on the central screen. 7:59. Only 1 minute remained until 8 o'clock. The conference room was enveloped in a profound silence, with even the sound of restrained breathing carefully subdued. Su Sheng closed his eyes, silently reciting his thoughts. Despite being mentally prepared, he found himself more anxious than during his first encounter. This minute felt interminable, akin to a century. Each person's expression seemed frozen in that fleeting moment, whether it was weariness, contemplation, or an inexplicable blend of excitement and exhilaration. A faint chime resonated within Su Sheng's heart. He opened his eyes. The ambient lights surrounding the conference room gradually dimmed, all radiance converging towards the central screen before them. Punctuality is a commendable virtue, my friends. As light and shadow coalesced, a figure of deep obsidian, one that had manifested in Su Sheng's dreams countless times, reappeared before the assembly. Behind it lay the Martian sky and its rugged terrain, with indistinct mechanized troops traversing the landscape. Since this extraterrestrial civilization had severed all live broadcast channels, they were once again graced with the sight of that dark crimson earth. Greetings, Mr. Zero. Su Sheng was the first to speak. Hello, Su Xing, is it? A gaze, profound and inscrutable, seemed to penetrate through the dark visor, as if attempting to unearth his very soul. Indeed, it is I, Mr. Zero. Su Xing maintained a posture of respectful humility. Excellent. Zero smiled, his gaze sweeping across the assembly as he slowly raised his hand. Before everyone, a series of probing arms descended, projecting luminous images that coalesced into a vivid tableau. Your capabilities are woefully antiquated. You must truly comprehend their essence. Coldly, Zero spoke, and the image revealed a colossal mechanical whale. This resembled an abstract painting generated by artificial intelligence, set against a dark and profound sea illuminated only by sporadic beams of light. The enormous creature stretched its form with abandon, its peculiar body emanating an eerie beauty, as if it were a vision from another realm. Within the sea surrounding it for several kilometers, no living being remained. Mr. Zero Su Sheng's pupils dilated slightly, rendering him momentarily speechless. I borrowed your satellites briefly and captured its surface image. This is the monstrosity you have created. Witness the consequences of your actions. Zero's voice grew increasingly grave, pressing down upon the conference room like a mountain, instilling fear in all present. Mr. Zero, Blue Star assures you that we will eliminate it with utmost expediency. Suddenly, Su Sheng grasped the intentions of this alien civilization. Your submarines have nearly fed it to satisfaction. Zero's statement plunged the room back into silence. Zero, Mr. Zero. At this moment, a slender man slowly rose. Lin Renwei, appearing somewhat dazed, fixed his gaze upon the invisible light of Zero's eyes and spoke. I fear we may no longer be able to contend with this ever-mutating meme infection. It has consumed a highly concentrated source of the maternal essence. Some individuals have activated these maternal sources in a peculiar manner and fed them directly into its maw. Clever child, Zero coldly articulated. Lin Renwei? It is I. Indeed, you are eager to save your planet and are acutely aware of the underlying issues. Our missiles are incapable of penetrating the depths of the ocean, where it has anticipated our intentions and concealed itself beneath the waves, never to surface again. We suspect it is undergoing some form of mutated evolution. Therefore, I implore you to assist Blue Star, Mr. Zero. With our current technological weaponry, we have exhausted all methods of locating and capturing it. With each word spoken by Lin Renwei, his complexion grew increasingly pale, yet his deeply set eyes remained remarkably bright. Fixed intently upon the screen, Su Sheng observed him, hands clasped against his forehead, bowing deeply, his nails nearly embedding into the flesh of his palms. Rationality urged him to halt Lin Renwei's discourse. Yet, at that moment, an inexplicable force sealed his lips. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps a shared foreboding of the future. Nemesis is indeed a colossal bomb hidden beneath the surface of the water. Under the pressure of an extraterrestrial crisis, the threat it poses has even been somewhat downplayed. Those who truly understand will realize that this mechanical leviathan is merely a prelude. Su Sheng's greatest dread was witnessing a recurrence of the chaos that transpired a decade ago, engulfing Blue Star once more. Yet, given the current trajectory, this nightmare is perilously close to becoming reality. And how could this alien civilization possibly extend its assistance to them? Lin Renwei has lost his sanity. Su Sheng finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This reckless demand could very well spell doom for the entirety of Blue Star. Yet now, there was no time left to intervene and prevent Lin Renwei's folly. Su Sheng gazed at the pitch-black alien on the main screen, silence enveloping him as an ominous fear crept over his body. The view was switching, taking over the conference scene. As the image flickered and transformed, the attendees were presented with an immense, sprawling mechanical factory. The perspective widened from close to distant, revealing a colossal figure that loomed before them. It stood silently, its dark blue, heavy armor glimmering with a cold light, broad shoulders extending outward, while numerous miniature robots scurried along its surface, performing the final cleaning tasks through their supports. Countless intricate mechanical components comprised this masterpiece of war, its drooping head adorned with a glowing eye-shaped antenna, and faint luminous streams flickered within the grid of its chest. From a distance, the overwhelming sense of power was even more pronounced. Covering waves 01, land and sea heavy mobile armor. Expected launch time, 24 hours later. Landing site, the western plane of the Blue Star United Base. Please prepare for personnel evacuation and on-site takeover. Chapter 30, Points of Attention. This was evidently not the voice of Zero. A softer mechanical tone filled the conference room, Yet everyone was utterly captivated by the image on the main screen. Su Xing found it difficult to articulate his current emotions, as if he were caught between a world of illusion and reality, a profound sense of doubt blossoming within him. What is this? A giant mechanical warrior? This is evidently the same as the previous dark crimson mechanical warrior, yet its form appears significantly more colossal, resembling a towering blue mountain from a distance. As the eyes of the illuminated, every segment of its armor awakened, unfolding at specific angles, while a pale blue luminescence emanated from the crevices of its plating, evoking a mist-like aura. Not only Su Shang, but also Lin Renwei, and indeed all present at the gathering, found themselves entranced by this spectacle. Lin Renwei stood there, slightly tilting his head, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. He struggled to articulate the emotions surging within him. Compared to Su Shang, Lin Renwei, as an armament designer, could more profoundly appreciate the awe inspired by this giant. Each component encapsulated an astonishing level of industrial craftsmanship. It felt as though he could reach out and touch its smooth metallic surface. The exhilarating tension of advanced technology flooding into his mind like a rushing stream. Even from behind a mere screen, the imposing presence of this blue giant was palpable. Good morning, everyone. The void left by Zero was supplanted by another mechanical voice, infused with a hint of lightheartedness that eased the tension in the room. 3 transport rockets will launch in 24 hours, carrying 3 mobile armors to Blue Star. According to the phonetic translation of Blue Star's language, the 3 mobile armors are designated as follows: 01, Maritime and Land Heavy Mobile Armor, 0102, Comprehensive Mobile Armor, along with a full complement of armaments. At that time, your integrated network will share information regarding the launch and landing of transport rockets. It is important to note that the mechanized armors will engage in combat testing on Blue Star, although the specific location has yet to be determined. During this period, assistance will be provided to Blue Star in addressing issues related to the Nemesis infection. Furthermore, Blue Star is permitted to conduct trial operations with 3 mechanized armors, along with the granting of link permissions and operational instructions. A gentle mechanical voice recounted these details, each word resonating like a soft hammer tapping on Su Shang's heart and those of everyone present. Would this colossal entity truly descend upon Blue Star? What did combat testing entail? In that fleeting moment, Su Shang envisioned countless dire possibilities. Yet, he suddenly realized that this extraterrestrial civilization had no need to be so circuitous in their approach to Blue Star. Should they wish, they could effortlessly traverse Blue Star's atmosphere at any moment and descend upon this land, for no defense system against outer space had been established. This stark reality was what saddened Su Shang the most. Countless individuals were striving with all their might to live, convinced that even when the doomsday arrived, Blue Star would muster all its power to retaliate. However, only those on the front lines of research truly understood the vast chasm that lay between perception and reality. Yet how could Su Shang and his colleagues dare to reveal such truths to the populace? They could not rely on the once celebrated advanced technology of fighter jets to bring down an alien mothership, even the most reckless of endeavors. When faced with the reality of such an event, would see all pilots charging forth without hesitation. Even if transformed into a brilliant spark, they must ascend. All those standing on the front lines, including Su Shang, would perish before the entirety of Blue Star. Yet, upon witnessing the colossal mechanized armor, a wave of nearly despairing terror inevitably surged within Su Shang's heart. Hello. I would like to inquire about the assistance from Blue Star in addressing the Neem virus infection. What does that entail? After the mechanical voice finished outlining all pertinent details, Su Shang, propping himself up, eagerly questioned as if grasping a lifeline. If feasible, he hoped that Blue Star could independently maneuver the mechanized armor to manage the related infections. This is the intention of the Lord. The term Lord rendered Su Shang momentarily speechless, as a sudden realization dawned upon him. Could it be that this extraterrestrial civilization harbored no initial interest in occupying Blue Star? Instead, they sought to utilize Blue Star as a testing ground, employing such gentle phrasing. Moreover, they would also assist in resolving the Neem virus dilemma. Su Shang found himself enveloped in an almost surreal sense of wonder. The dark forest theory. Could there truly be exceptions? This mechanical voice evidently belonged to some form of assistant, yet Su Shang maintained the utmost respect. Thank you, Mr. Zero. We shall exert every effort to ensure the safe landing of the transport rocket. We guarantee there will be no mistakes. Su Shang's lips trembled slightly, though the color was gradually returning to his face. Even if the worst-case scenario involved this alien civilization seizing Blue Star under the pretense of assistance. What recourse did Su Xing have at this moment? He could not possibly rise to sternly reject them. When a person is utterly powerless, their struggle and resistance appear almost comically laughable. This encapsulates the current identity of Blue Star. Su Xing could not afford to toy with the lives of billions. During the two conferences, the sole directive was, if the opportunity arises, strive to comply with every arrangement of this extraterrestrial civilization. Fortunately, they genuinely seemed willing to cast their gaze upon Blue Star. No need for thanks. Wishing you good fortune. Farewell. The mechanical voice bid adieu in a gentle tone. Simultaneously, the radiance on the main screen gradually dissipated. The scattering lights beside the conference room flickered back to life, while the main screen succumbed to dimness. Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed history. Su Xing chuckled bitterly, slowly collapsing into his chair, exclaiming in awe. A solitary applause erupted in the conference room, initiated by an unknown source. Clap, clap. As more individuals joined in, the applause swelled, embracing mutual encouragement. Lisk's gaze remained vacant, seemingly still reeling from the shock. Su Xing also rose, his face flushed with emotion, clapping fervently, tears glimmering in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, let us mobilize to welcome these extraterrestrial visitors. Chapter 31. Division of Labor, my lord. I have carried out your instructions. Well done. Provide them with assistance when necessary. Understood. You seem quite invested in Blue Star. 3 mobile armors are merely trifles to us, yet they may elicit an extraordinarily unique chemical reaction for them. Ultimately, the fate of Blue Star rests firmly in their own hands. Lin Chen observed the jubilant crowd in the conference room, embracing one another in ecstatic celebration. And couldn't he help but smile? This could indeed be considered a grand experiment. I am also eager to witness the extent of capabilities these mobile armors possess. Moreover, how is the deployment system for the satellite network surrounding Mars progressing? Lin Chen deactivated the display on his visor and casually inquired. The satellite deployment plan beyond the Martian atmosphere is still in the design phase, but the exploration robots from the base have traversed nearly 70 of Martian territory. No anomalies have been detected on Mars, I presume? None whatsoever. All irregular phenomena will be reported to you promptly. The intelligent central brain responded. In addition to the vast mineral reserves, we have discovered a second large-scale subterranean ice sheet, its magnitude approximately 17 times that of the first. 17 times? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, then accessed the message storage on his visor, locating the pertinent information. A precise coordinate address, accompanied by clear images and videos. Such a vast ice sheet. Lin Chen stroked his smooth head, gazing at this profoundly astonishing sight. The typically colossal industrial collection robots appeared minuscule before this exposed. Immense ice layer, which sparkled magnificently, truly a sight to behold. On Mars, there exist neither lakes nor oceans. The sole reservoir of water is found in the ice layers buried deep beneath the surface. In fact, 8 billion years ago, the climatic conditions on Mars were significantly colder than they are today, with this planet enveloped in a thick layer of ice, capable of reaching frigid temperatures as low as -100 degrees. Over time, these glaciers began to melt, giving rise to surface lakes and small seas. Lin Chen was uncertain whether life ever emerged on Mars during that epoch. However, current exploration results indicate that only countless interlacing traces of ancient lakes remain, with dust storms sweeping across the desolation, devoid of any signs of life. Continuous exploration is essential. One attempt may not suffice, Lin Chen commanded. Understood. For Lin Chen, it was imperative to thoroughly familiarize himself with this planet beneath his feet first. After all, he was unaware of the secrets that lay hidden deep within this newly explored world. Mere imagination was insufficient for such matters. Only by turning the planet inside out could Lin Chen find true peace of mind. Let us proceed step by step, but without haste. Lin Chen raised his hand and retrieved a test tube-like apparatus from the nearby guidance chamber. Inside the device rolled pure, pristine water. Lin Chen opened the tube, and the mechanical faceplate flipped upward, allowing him to take a deep gulp. The secondary base housed an impeccable survival system tailored to accommodate Lin Chen's human identity. Even he was unaware of the origins of the diverse array of food produced within. It was as wondrous as magic. What, in their eyes, did these 3 mechanized armors truly represent? Lin Renwei suddenly gulped down a mouthful of tea, his expression somewhat fierce as he declared, I will take responsibility. Sit down. In a small office at the base, Su Sheng pressed his hand down to signal Lin Renwei to take a seat. We are merely discussing this. How could we reach a decision so hastily? Lin Renwei retorted, I don't care, I must participate. At that moment, he resembled an arrow poised to be released, compelling Su Sheng to take note of the brilliance in his eyes. Those mechanical giants. Su Sheng lowered his voice to inquire. They are a miracle. An absolute miracle, Lin Renwei replied, his tone filled with astonishment. Our current technological level cannot comprehend it. Yet, I never imagined I would encounter such phenomena within my lifetime. Perhaps this is the sole path for Blue Star to transcend the barriers of technology. I believe you. Lin Renwei's words caused Su Sheng's body to tremble imperceptibly. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. You can only trust me now, Brother Su. Lin Renwei suddenly exhaled deeply, stating, I am willing to trade my life for this opportunity. What are you saying? Su Sheng's expression shifted, but he soon sighed in resignation. Your mentor once remarked that you are a stubborn mule. The older you get, the more peculiar your temperament becomes. He was spot on. You are not so bad yourself. Brother Su, Lin Renwei said, placing his cup forward without any reservations. Su Sheng silently filled his cup with tea, instinctively raising his gaze to meet another's. As if they could both glimpse the profound weariness nestled within each other's eyes, suddenly breaking into a wordless smile. Su Sheng pushed the cup toward him and spoke in a soothing tone, You are undoubtedly going to be involved. However, the question of who would assume the role of the project's chief director still necessitated a meeting to decide. That group of inept individuals knows nothing. In due time, it will become evident to you, Brother Su. Su Sheng observed the figure before him, seemingly rejuvenated by a decade, straightening his back with resolve, and shook his head in resignation. This towering mechanical silhouette appeared to touch upon some hidden corner of his soul. They were the most elite force on this planet at this moment. As he sat across from Su Sheng, the forehead that had nearly become a desert was now radiating an uncontrollable fervor. Confidence is indeed a virtue. Yet, does Blue Star truly stand a chance to rise again? Su Sheng gazed at the steaming tea, his mind once more conjuring the image of that mechanical giant, as if it were etched into his consciousness, leading him into a deep reverie. Chapter 32. An unreplicable miracle. Several military armored vehicles emerged from the forest, halting in the expansive terrain of the plain. Su Sheng leaped from the vehicle, tightening his black coat around him. Lin Renwei followed closely, donning a light gray cap that cast a shadow over his sharp, perceptive eyes, surveying the surroundings with keen scrutiny. His appearance bore no resemblance to that of the previous day, as if he had shed a decade's worth of years overnight. His slender frame stood tall and erect like a pine, remaining a silent statue behind Su Sheng. Accompanying the descent from the vehicle were several esteemed experts and professors, each adorned in a black overcoat embellished with a striking crimson emblem. The fierce winds from the plains stirred the stars upon their garments. An increasing number of military armored vehicles congregated in the vicinity. Soldiers assisted technicians in unloading measuring instruments from the vehicles, while officers and professors from various nations converged at this location. Greetings, Mr. Su. It is an honor to meet you, said a distinguished American general, his head crowned with a mane of white hair, as Su Sheng approached briskly to shake his hand. The general removed his military cap and offered a respectful salute. You flatter me, General Lur, Su Sheng replied, nodding gently, marveling at the elder's fluent command of the Chinese language, his expression subtly conveying his surprise. In my youth, I studied in your esteemed country, during a time when you were just establishing your first rocket base, General Lur continued, seemingly perceiving Su Sheng's thoughts, his face breaking into a warm smile. Oh, Su Sheng responded with an understanding smile, his initial reserve dissipating significantly. In fact, during the earlier years when the two nations were at odds, Su Sheng had already heard of this general's reputation. He was responsible for the realm of space within the American military. However, at that time, few were inclined to regard him seriously, and despite his high rank, General Lur often appeared in public as a purveyor of space information. His visage was frequently seen in prominent technological interviews. Su Sheng could distinctly sense that this soldier harbored a unique sentiment towards the Blue Planet. At this moment, this sentiment enveloped the entire Blue Planet, allowing them to cast aside all past identities to discuss and address the matters at hand. This is a rare and precious phenomenon. Behind Liaor, a dedicated team of researchers gathered closely together. It seemed as though the world's elite talents had converged in this place, united by a resolute belief that differences in nationality and language could not hinder human connection. Li Aoer spoke in a solemn tone. You have encountered that extraterrestrial civilization twice. Indeed, twice, Su Sheng nodded. It's truly astonishing. It appears you have been chosen as the new humanity by them. Li Aoer shook his head with a smile. New humanity? The Institute of Technology posited a theory. The reason this extraterrestrial civilization had not immediately annihilated the blue planet was that they sought to identify and cultivate relatively superior individuals within the human population for breeding. Li Aoer articulated these disconcerting words in a calm tone. In other words, new humanity. If we were new humanity, they would have abducted us long ago and not wasted so much time. To this day, we have yet to comprehend why they wish to deploy those mechanical warriors on the blue planet and even encourage us to learn to utilize them. If my daughter's cat could learn to use the toilet, I would be equally pleased. Li Aoer sighed heavily. You make a valid point. However, given our current circumstances, it is clear that we are no longer at a deadlock. Su Sheng earnestly gazed into his eyes. General Lior, even if there exists merely a 1% chance, Huagua is willing to go to any lengths to realize it. Of course, Lior replied, gently patting Su Sheng's shoulder before donning his military cap and striding towards the rear. Let us proceed to the landing site. From the aerial perspective of the helicopter, a vast makeshift base was being erected at an astonishing pace. This undertaking had been classified as top secret by Blue Star, operating with utmost diligence. Although the daily lives of the populace remained as tranquil as possible, many could still sense the growing anomalies in the world through various notifications. The thoroughly cordoned-off Eastern Pacific region, the increasing number of operational underground shelters, the frenzied hoarding of supplies by residents, the eerily desolate streets littered with refuse, and the rising tide of protesters brandishing slogans. All these were signs of an escalating crisis. Despite the unified base's utmost efforts to stem this tide of affliction, humanity had never experienced a moment of unified thought among its billions of individual minds since its inception. We have 3 mechanized armors. We have received a message from this extraterrestrial civilization, Su Sheng remarked to General Lior as they briskly navigated the perimeter of the ongoing construction. The research team within the unified base has intervened at an unprecedented speed. Indeed, it is a miracle beyond replication. Not even a fraction? Lior murmured, lowering his voice. At this moment, their group gradually came to a halt. Su Sheng glanced at Lin Renwei beside him, who silently removed his cap and shook hands with General Lior. Allow me to introduce him. He is Lin Renwei, the chief designer at the National Armament Design Institute of Huagua. Truly, he is remarkably youthful. You flatter me. Regarding the 3 mechanized armors, we meticulously reviewed the data overnight. Not only I, but also the research team behind you participated in this endeavor. Lin Renwei nodded gracefully, extending his hand towards the researchers behind General Lior. We unanimously believe that they will revolutionize the weaponry landscape of Blue Star. In the future planning for Blue Star, we anticipate the construction of these entities by the year 4012. Lin Renwei articulated his thoughts with precision, retrieving a portable projector from his pocket and switching it on to cast a luminous image before the assembly. Perhaps from the visuals, one might still struggle to grasp the awe-inspiring scale of these colossal machines. However, General Lior, I must convey to you that these mechanized armors may indeed be subject to human control. Chapter 33. Awaiting General Lior regarded the slender figure before him, his expression gradually shifting. Human control? I discovered this notation within the data compilation. The strength of the mechanized armors is constrained by the degree of neuronal link coupling or may be directly governed by an intelligent consciousness, making optimal judgments. Lin Renwei adeptly touched the projection panel, enlarging this explanation to encompass the entire screen. Do you wish to establish a neural connection with these extraterrestrial constructs? A flicker of dread crossed General Lior's countenance. As dawn broke, the research team urgently briefed him on certain matters concerning the 3 mechanized armors. This alien civilization had indiscriminately inundated the integrated network of Blue Star with all pertinent information regarding them, utilizing the capabilities of the Sword of Justice supercomputer. Merely decompressing these colossal data packets consumed nearly 3 hours. Those interminable 3 hours were undoubtedly the most excruciating moments for all the researchers involved. 3 hours felt akin to a century. As a witness, Lin Renwei felt immensely fortunate. Yet, as a researcher, upon witnessing all of this, he could only perceive his entire life's work as laughably trivial. General Lior, have you truly considered whether we possess the capability to harness the intelligent consciousness of these mechanical giants? Lin Renwei spoke slowly. Even if the Sword of Justice were to employ all its computational power, it might only be able to control a mere finger with precision. The human brain is, in essence, a natural supercomputer. Behind General Lior, a young man suddenly interjected. He exchanged a glance with Lin Renwei, chuckling softly as he extended his hand. Lisk Catarlino, the creator of the Starlink. A name of great renown, Mr. Lisk. Lin Renwei nodded and continued. Thus, we no longer possess the time or capability to create a superintelligent consciousness. This alien civilization has graciously lent us its most precious gift. I believe this is an opportunity that can only be encountered in dreams for Blue Star, and it has now become a reality. Lin Renwei's voice gradually rose in pitch as he moved to the center of the crowd, while Su Sheng tactfully stepped back, temporarily relinquishing the floor to him. During the discussion of these topics, Su Sheng could distinctly sense Lin Renwei's intense obsession and insatiable thirst. This thirst was akin to absorbing some peculiar energy that surged into his body, enabling him to pursue his fervent ambitions tirelessly. Who will take on the challenge? General Lior's expression grew increasingly grave. What I mean is, who will be the first subject of experimentation? I will. Lin Renwei responded without hesitation. If it can assist Blue Star, I am willing to offer my mind as the inaugural sacrifice. It would be my honor. General Lior suddenly fell silent, casting a glance at Su Sheng, whose expression betrayed a resigned calmness. Truly, this is your style. A new depth flickered in General Lior's profound gaze, glimmering subtly in the sunlight. He pursed his lips and slowly nodded. Very well. Let us converse about other matters. How can we ensure that the 3 transport rockets do not carry anything else? Should all fighter squadrons remain on high alert, Mr. Su? General Liao, as you are aware, every utterance regarding this extraterrestrial civilization eludes our capacity for discernment. Su Sheng sighed, stating that the sole rationale we possess is that they are but a step away from us, yet have refrained from taking action thus far. Remaining in a state of skepticism would undoubtedly spell disaster for Blue Planet. Given the current trajectory, it seems that taking a bold leap might be our only opportunity. However, those obstinate individuals do not share this sentiment. You must eventually formulate a compelling argument, lest your endeavors be undermined in the upcoming global assembly. General Liao spoke with grave seriousness. There is another opportunity. We must eliminate that infected entity. Blue Planet requires a moment to raise a fist in triumph. And if we can achieve that, it would be most fortuitous. Are you referring to the mechanical whale? Indeed. It is currently under the jurisdiction of the Pacific Ocean Management Center, which is devising another method to track its movements. This will enable us to pinpoint its location through the satellite system. Then, we must eradicate it. He paused, suddenly placing a hand on Lin Renwei's shoulder. Those incredible mechanical giants, if you are truly capable of controlling them. Lin Renwei's breath quickened, plunging him into silence. We will, General Liao, Su Sheng enunciated solemnly. However, to my knowledge, the Nemesis virus on Blue Star appears to have reawakened. The other issues are merely trifles that we can handle with our extensive experience. General Luer waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow him into the newly erected massive composite tent. They would all reside here tonight, awaiting the launch process of the 3 transport rockets to be set in motion. At this moment, as the portable generator connected to the tent, a colossal projection screen materialized out of thin air. Numerous technicians moved about, arranging all the equipment in place. This location had unmistakably transformed into the command center of a second unified base. Everything was ready, save for a favorable wind. On the screen, the intricate internal schematics of the 3 transport rockets slowly emerged. Since last night, this launch process had been integrated into Blue Star's network. Everyone was waiting for the green light to illuminate above. Su Sheng and his team had completely lost all perspectives from Mars. In less than a week, this alien civilization had constructed a launch base and the rockets themselves. One cannot help but ponder what the scene on that planet must currently resemble. Perhaps, with human imagination, it would be impossible to capture such visions. Yet, at the very least, Blue Star was on the cusp of the first glimmer of survival. For Su Sheng, who stood quietly on the plain gazing at the sky, that was sufficient. Chapter 34, 4 hours and 32 minutes. On the barren plains of Mars, a colossal launch platform towered skyward. A multitude of microscopic robots traversed between the base and the platform, appearing from above as if they formed a dark gray tether. They have forged a path, meticulously straight and square, as if it had been meticulously designed beforehand. Lin Chen hovered in the air, observing this scene. as the propulsion device behind him quivered slightly, propelling his figure forward. The precise launch platform reached a height of 178 meters, erected on Mars in less than a day by the base. Such speed astonished even Lin Chen. The efficiency of these industrial construction robots was truly remarkable. Standing at approximately 1.3 meters tall, they were distinguished by their 4 elongated mechanical arms, each measuring 2 meters in length. As they moved, their arms folded inward, transitioning into a fully operational mode during construction tasks, with numerous tools concealed within the inner grooves of their arms. Under conditions of ample energy, they could work tirelessly around the clock, with the only concerns being the wear and tear of mechanical components and overheating from overload. In the visor's view, countless bodies were arrayed side by side, with a vibrant green light pulsing within, indicating all systems were functioning normally. Nearly 300 industrial construction robots were present, each robot's construction efficiency equivalent to that of 10 adept humans working in harmony, coupled with an unceasing supply line. This marked the first large-scale technological facility on Mars reaching towards the sky. As Lin Chen descended closer, all the industrial construction robots simultaneously lifted their gaze, silently paying homage to him. The process unfolded in a fleeting moment. As Lin Chen paused at the pinnacle of the launch platform, the workers resumed their tasks, bowing their heads in silence, devoid of any complaints. The construction of the launch pad was nearing completion. The 3 transport rockets, though modest in size, played a pivotal role. The Futuo would embark on a solitary transport rocket, while the slightly smaller Qihong vessels would be secured back-to-back within the same rocket. The final transport rocket would house all the weaponry and equipment. At this moment, the 2 Crimson Steel warriors had already arrived near the launch pad. Their aggressively designed armored ends gleamed ominously, and their visages, fierce as demons, bore an air of inviolable sanctity. Even Lin Chen himself was astonished that such a flawless creation could emerge from his hands. Perhaps it was the essence of the mechanical lord that bestowed upon him an unparalleled craftsmanship. Unlike the nearly flawless precision of assembly lines, Lin Chen seemed capable of instilling a unique quality into the mechanized armors. This distinctive essence was fully manifested in the Qihong units, whose piercing gazes transcended the realm of mere machinery. Qihong 02 arrived at destination. Qihong 03 arrived at destination. 2 sharp silhouettes emerged amidst the swirling dust, simultaneously relaying their reports to Lin Chen above. Standing by. Acknowledged. The 3 transport rockets, varying in size, were gradually being positioned upright with the assistance of mechanical arms, leaning against the launch platform. As the launch procedures were being meticulously reviewed, the first engine preheating was underway. Starlink. This is also part of the entire launch process. Lin Chen saw no need to conceal these images. To put it bluntly, he was currently subduing this planet, and everything was steadily progressing on the right track. The 3 mechanized armors were hardly significant to the base, yet they were coveted treasures for Blue Star. A slap followed by a sweet reward. Lin Chen merely startled them a little before presenting Blue Star with a delightful gift package. He was entirely unconcerned about Blue Star's ability to modify and seize these mechanized armors. Whenever Lin Chen wished, he could easily redirect the cannons of these armors, compelling all who broke their word to pay a heavy price. He was not here to engage in charity, nor did he feel any pity for mistakes. From another perspective, these 3 mechanized armors could be seen as a Damoclean sword hanging over Blue Star. Its descent entirely depended on Blue Star itself. Upon inspection, everything appeared normal. The machinery was being loaded onto the transport rocket. All units, please pay attention. Weapons were being disassembled, entering a semi-dormant state. At the makeshift base on the plane, all the representatives from various countries were crowded around a narrow table, fixated on the central projection screen. On the boundless Martian plain, 3 enormous launch pads stood ready. When had they constructed these facilities? Su Sheng suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. 1 day? Or 2, perhaps 3? Before Blue Star had withdrawn its orbital satellites, they had never encountered such things. The height of the Starlink camera is not particularly elevated, and the images captured from a bird's-eye view undoubtedly appear more astonishing. Especially when observing the industrious robots up close, it feels as though one is witnessing an incredible new world, reminiscent of an ant society. A professor from the United States murmured, "These robots seem to embody the role of worker ants, while the larger mechanical warriors represent soldier ants. And is that the queen ant?" Another professor interjected, gesturing towards the upper part of the image. Instinctively, everyone raised their heads to follow Lin Renwei's indication. A dark silhouette stood poised atop the launch pad. Even with the clarity of the Starlink camera, this scene was discernible. Ahem. Su Sheng suddenly cleared his throat gently, prompting the professors to fall silent, and the conference room returned to a state of stillness. Is that Mr. Zero? Most likely, as there would be no one else capable of standing at such a height. Lin Renwei fixated on the main screen, his attention captivated by the mesmerizing mechanical workers. What kind of technology could possibly create such wonders? Chapter 35, Zhenglan. The data bestowed upon Blue Star by this extraterrestrial civilization contained no information regarding manufacturing techniques. This was a scenario they had anticipated. Perhaps it was for the best. If the human brain were to recklessly absorb knowledge not belonging to this galaxy's civilization, who could predict the consequences? Now, they beheld a glimpse of a world anew. The architectural style before him bore an unmistakable resemblance to that of other civilizations, dispelling any lingering doubts regarding the extraterrestrial identity of the mechanical being. Only the most gifted of artists could conjure such bizarre lines within the realm of dreams. Beyond this, Lin Renwei could conceive of no alternative means. His temples throbbed with anticipation as he beheld two crimson figures emerging from the far end of the Starlink vessel, guided by the remaining robots towards a transport rocket. They were far more captivating than the data models had suggested. Upon witnessing the intricately complex exoskeletal structure, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. It was as if the gentle curves of muscle harmoniously fused with robust metallic mechanics, giving rise to an indescribable beauty. The overtly mechanical visages clearly resonated with their aesthetic sensibilities. The immediacy of the visual experience was palpable. Yet even the other experts were at a loss to comprehend why these mechanized armors bore such a striking resemblance to human forms. The only plausible explanation might be that the extraterrestrial beings responsible for their creation inhabited a planet akin to Blue Star, possessing a physique remarkably similar to that of humanity. This theory had surfaced long before the mechanical entity had made its appearance before Blue Star, and at this moment, it received perfect validation. The mere thought of having the opportunity to personally interact with these two mechanized armors sent a thrill of excitement through Lin Renwei, causing him to tremble slightly. Would he truly have the chance to establish a neural link? With 4 hours and 32 minutes remaining until the launch process commenced, he urged all units to prepare and rally their spirits. Check the equipment once more. The inspector, clad in a black coat, shouted hoarsely. This may be one of the most vividly significant moments in human history. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, countless shining searchlights pointed towards the heavens, casting a solitary yet defiant glow. During a brief intermission in the meeting, Su Sheng was engaged in discussions with generals from various nations. Lin Renwei lifted the curtain and stepped outside, feeling the biting cold wind wash over him as he struggled to light a cigarette. This autumn had arrived unusually early and with an exceptional chill, rendering the entire world desolate. Behind him came the faint sound of footsteps, and Lin Renwei, seated on the ground, suddenly felt a wave of intense fatigue wash over him, nearly causing him to topple forward. Professor Lin? A shadow settled beside him, and in the pallid light, the tousled golden hair of a young man caught Lin Renwei's eye. Mr. Risk? Lin Renwei appeared somewhat taken aback, his hand holding the cigarette momentarily pausing as he quickly shifted aside. Please, have a seat. There are damp leaves here. It's not very clean. Thank you. Risk rubbed his face with his hand, exhaling deeply, his gaze inevitably drawn to the bright cigarette end in Lin Renwei's hand. Care for one? Lin Renwei retrieved a crushed cigarette pack, opened it, and separated the last 2 cigarettes. This is quite a rare commodity these days. The final one is reserved for Commander Su. Haha, thank you. Lisk's hand, poised to rise, lingered in the air as he chuckled heartily, wiping his palm before solemnly accepting the slightly bent cigarette, awkwardly pinched between his fingers. Lin Renwei bent low to shield himself from the wind, igniting the cigarette for him. 2 faint glimmers of light flickered and danced in the breeze across the plain. Coughing, Lisk's face flushed as he instinctively touched his chest. Truly an honor, my brother. Lin Renwei sighed softly, a smile gracing his lips. I have always believed this to be your utmost form of etiquette, far more significant than any banquet. Lisk appeared to grasp the concept swiftly, managing to exhale a cloud of smoke. You don't typically indulge in this, do you? Lisk replied quietly, suddenly gazing up at the sky. Have you truly resolved to be the first test driver? You must be acutely aware of the risks involved. Lin Renwei's gaze fell, merely exhaling smoke in silence. We all understand what these mechanical creations signify, yet, did Brother Su send you to find me? When did you two become acquainted? The cigarette was quickly consumed, and Lin Chen extinguished the butt on a damp leaf, then tucked it into his pocket. Instinctively, he reached for his cigarette case, only to find it contained a solitary cigarette, which he promptly closed, irritation brushing his face. Yes, I admit to my selfish desire. I yearn to be the first human to enter it. Lin Chen spoke slowly. If I were to lose this opportunity, I might very well lose my sanity. What about your family? Risk asked, mustering the courage to inquire, his gaze fixed intently upon him. You must think of them, brother. My only family perished in that antimatter experiment, Lin Chen replied, his expression serene as he unfurled his coat. He retrieved his identification badge, opened its back cover, and presented a crumpled photograph to Risk. In the image, a man and woman beamed widely, their smiles radiant against the backdrop of an endless desert, where researchers bustled to and fro, engrossed in their work. Even the poor quality of the photograph could not obscure the woman's exquisite Eastern features, while Lin Chen, a dashing young man with a thick mane of hair, possessed eyes that sparkled like stars. Emerging from an orphanage, he had demonstrated an extraordinary tenacity, ascending to become a singular genius in the realm of mechanical technology in Huagua. Yet his demeanor was composed, exuding a maturity that belied his years. Risk stared vacantly at the photograph, as if something deep within him had been gently pricked. A rather cliché narrative. Her name was Zhenglan, and I yearned to find her. I even entertained the fantasy that the antimatter explosion did not annihilate her, but rather transported her to another realm. Ha. Is that not foolish? No, Risk replied earnestly. According to gravitational theory, that is indeed a possibility. Thank you, Mr. Risk, Lin Chen said, nodding gently as he patted Risk's shoulder before rising. Please convey my message to Brother Su. Some things may indeed be erroneous, yet I am unwilling to remain idle. This is my sole desire. If I could perish amidst the technological forces unknown to humanity, perhaps it would signify that I have found her. Chapter 36. The orders from the military. The launch sequence is initiated. The energy base is functioning optimally. The launch supports are successfully linked. The mechanized armor is entering a state of semi-dormancy. On the surface of Mars, a deep rumble spreads across the land. All mechanical units within the launch base cease their operations, orderly retreating from the core area towards the expansive peripheries. Although the construction of this launch base was completed in less than a few days, it is comprised of many advanced technological components. To date, no rocket launch facility on Blue Star can rival its profound technology. This fact is acknowledged by the majority of expert scholars present, including Su Xing. As they witness this extraordinary scene, the superficial information observed is sufficient to dismantle all prior confidence. 3 silvery transport rockets stand silently beside the mechanical supports, their base emitting an enigmatic glow. This radiance is unlike any known energy source utilized by humanity. When Lin Chen beheld this spectacle from the perspective of the Starlink, his breath nearly caught in his throat. What kind of energy source are they employing? A specialist murmured. Unclear, at least for now. It is certainly impossible to be nuclear energy. However, I sense that this unprecedented energy generation method of civilization should far surpass the efficiency of nuclear fusion. Currently, on the Blue Planet, the most widely utilized energy source remains the immense energy released by nuclear fusion. Over the past few decades, the Blue Planet has become increasingly adept at harnessing nuclear fusion, continually refining and developing its applications, which have been employed in numerous military and technological domains. The pale blue radiance intensified, and in the countdown, its brilliance even penetrated the metallic structure of the base, manifesting in an astonishing manner before the eyes of all. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 7, launch. As the mechanical voice concluded, it felt as though every pore on Lin Chen body tightened at that moment. His gaze fixed upon 3 transport rockets shooting skyward amidst the eruption of blue light. The tremendous recoil stirred up a tempest of dust, obscuring much of the sky, while silvery shadows flickered within. On the main screen of the conference room, the previous imagery of the Martian surface vanished, replaced by a complex launch sequence. It displayed all pertinent information regarding the 3 rockets, from distance to structural details, with a perspective view revealing 3 maneuverable armors quietly housed within the rocket's interior. Here they come. Su Sheng nervously licked his lips, his eyes glued to the main screen. These 3 transport rockets, of extraordinary significance to the Blue Planet, officially traversed the atmosphere, hurtling along their trajectory towards their destination. In that fleeting moment, Su Sheng harbored doubts that the 3 transport rockets did not merely carry 3 armored vehicles, but were instead laden with extraterrestrial weaponry. This habitual line of thought had seized Su Sheng's mind, leading him into a spiral of self-doubt. He could only repeatedly reassure himself that this was nothing but his own imagination. Blue Star would not descend into peril, but would instead be reborn in another form. He urged the unit to prepare, as their speed would surpass initial estimations. Everyone, let us mobilize. Su Sheng inhaled deeply, rising from his seat, concealing the sorrow in his gaze deep within, and spoke in a steady voice. The makeshift reception base was now officially operational. Lin Renwei donned his safety helmet and followed the personnel as they ascended the iron ladder. They delineated an oval area designated for receiving the 3 transport rockets. Countless floodlights illuminated the flat expanse from the periphery, while dark armored vehicles melded into the night. Cold raindrops fell inappropriately from above, splattering onto everyone's faces. We anticipate 12 base units. However, we remain uncertain about what else might be aboard those transport rockets, remarked the officer in charge, slightly tilting his head towards Lin Renwei. It is highly probable that only 3 transport rockets are involved, Lin Renwei replied quietly, pursing his lips. We must remain vigilant regarding their state of readiness upon landing. Will they operate autonomously? The officer paused. What I mean is, can we not control them? Let us hope so. Lin Renwei nodded and gestured towards a certain area above. Can we go up there? Certainly, follow me. The officer nodded and, after climbing the last segment of the iron ladder, pressed a yellow button on the support frame. A rudimentary transport elevator began to descend slowly. From this vantage point, the layout of the landing base became visible. As the officer stepped onto the transport elevator, he explained, the terrain here is sunken, according to the military's design. Should these 3 armored units exhibit any perilous behavior, we might still have the opportunity to contain them, much like hunting prey within a noose. Lin Renwei paused momentarily, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. The military's orders? Is it General Lior? No, it is not, the officer replied, shaking his head but refraining from elaborating further. Lin Renwei comprehended the implication and gazed down at the expansive landing base, braving the gusty wind and the drizzle. Prey? Whose prey exactly? An increasing number of armored vehicles and war apparatus traversed the darkness, establishing their positions at the periphery of the landing base. Perhaps with a mere command, squadrons of fighter jets from various nations would unleash a howling tempest over this territory. A sudden fear gripped Lin Renwei. Those seated within the conference room wielded no absolute power. Even Su Sheng had to report upwards to coordinate military maneuvers. This was the very thing that instilled dread in Lin Renwei. If these forces were to commit foolish acts at a critical juncture, the ultimate consequences would inevitably fall upon Lin Renwei and his companions. Who can discern the armaments carried by these 3 mechanized armors? It is perhaps the greatest adversary of Blue Star, as humanity, in its arrogance, refuses to confront reality. Akin to primitive beings attempting to shield a fighter jet's engine exhaust with mere branches, hoping to incite its destruction. May all remain tranquil. Lin Renwei's lips appeared somewhat pallid. As a steadfast atheist for over 30 years, he clasped his hands for the first time, murmuring a lament for the earth below. Chapter 37. Crimson Fury, my lord. Numerous unidentified weaponry has been detected at the designated coordinates. At that moment, far away on Mars, Lin Chen, observing the launch of a transport rocket, suddenly received a message from the intelligent mainframe. Unidentified weaponry. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He had merely cast a cursory glance at the immense receiving base and was momentarily taken aback by the mainframe's implication. Subsequently, through the integrated network of Blue Star, Lin Chen swiftly acquired control of an orbital satellite. The aerial view of the receiving base re-entered his field of vision. It was night, and as the satellite's functionality activated, Lin Chen beheld an array of armored vehicles, each brimming with various armaments, stationed around the circular landing zone. Under the satellite's gaze, these armored vehicles were bathed in a vibrant green hue, resembling a colossal band of emerald encircling the entire landing area, akin to specters of death drifting through the night. What could this signify? Lin Chen's gaze flickered momentarily, prompting him to search for the reports from their recent meetings. Understood. The sound waves quivered. With the computational speed of the intelligent central brain, it took less than 3 seconds for a series of electronic documents to materialize before Lin Chen's eyes. He scanned through a collection of somewhat unfamiliar names and identities, suddenly grasping something significant. A command from the military? It seemed they had lost sight of their own identities. A lesson was in order. Lin Chen issued his directive. Do you wish for me to immediately obliterate these military assets? It could directly dismantle all types of equipment from within through the integrated network of Blue Star, including all heavy weaponry. If he so desired, Lin Chen could reduce any corner of Blue Star to ruins. No, let the Crimson Ship take action. In the vastness of the universe, 3 beams of light were coherently forming a straight line at a specific velocity, heading towards Blue Star. Even with the utmost speed of transport rockets on Blue Star, it would still take nearly 80 days to reach Mars. However, it was evident that these 3 vessels, surpassing conventional technological concepts, were capable of much more than that. Einstein's theory of special relativity indicates that classical physics formulas only hold true at low speeds. Approaching the speed of light would yield a series of relativistic effects, rendering classical physics entirely inapplicable. If one could observe these transport rockets with the naked eye, it would appear as though these shadows were leaping forward through space. The experts in the command room of Blue Star's main screen had clearly also recognized this phenomenon. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning. The transport rocket from this extraterrestrial civilization departed from Mars 2 hours ago, and the progress bar in the upper right corner has nearly reached 10%. At this pace, it is anticipated that these 3 transport rockets will arrive at Blue Planet by tonight. This terrifying speed evokes an overwhelming sense of dread regarding the technological prowess of this civilization. The fear that lingers in the hearts of all is becoming increasingly palpable. It is an uncontrollable sensation. For all researchers, the greatest terror lies in the uncertainty of the future. Time slips away in an instant. Wang Chong, having just finished his night shift, stepped out of the booth, exhaling deeply as he retrieved a mint from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, instinctively gazing up at the sky. Although the streets are largely devoid of leisurely strollers, with many small shops having closed their doors completely, for those at the bottom rung of society, even if the world were to end tomorrow, they must stand guard until the very last moment. Just then, he suddenly caught sight of an unusual glow flashing across the pitch-black sky. Stars. Are there actually stars visible now? Wang Chong rubbed his tired eyes, and after confirming he was not mistaken, he quickly took out his phone, pointing the camera towards the heavens. He had seldom seen stars, but this radiant glow seemed oddly enchanting, as if it could pierce through to the depths of his soul. Attention all units. Attention all units. The landing process is nearing completion. At this moment, the landing base on the plane has reached a frenzied peak of activity. Every pair of eyes was fixated on the night sky, witnessing a piercing beam of light that seemed to emanate from the surface of the transport rockets. It resembled a star embedded in a black plate, illuminating the depths of everyone's gaze. It was penetrating the atmosphere. With the report from the monitoring department, the silhouettes of the 3 transport rockets finally came into view. Their elongated bodies were remarkably smooth, shaped like perfect fuselages, devoid of any visible seams. They descended at an astonishing speed, and amidst the thunderous sonic booms, Lin Renwei remained on the elevated platform, observing this spectacle. Su Sheng, along with a group of researchers, stood on the narrow platform as well. The awe-inspiring scene before them resembled the descent of a primordial column, evoking excitement not merely for the elegant transport rockets, but for the mechanized armor contained within them. The pale blue light beneath the rockets gradually dissipated, and the tremendous force stirred countless grains of sand, the terrifying heat causing them to vanish in an instant. All remained at a standstill. Do not act rashly, Su Sheng instructed over the channel. Remember, do not act rashly. Simultaneously, as Su Sheng spoke, the armored vehicles forming a massive encirclement suddenly activated when the transport rockets settled into calm. Lin Renwei's greatest fears had come to pass. What is happening? Why has the protective squad mobilized? Su Sheng stood frozen in place before shouting into his communicator. Su Gong. It seems that this is the intention of the military. They claimed to have briefed you yesterday. A bunch of imbeciles. They clearly stated that we would commence action in a state of emergency. All armored vehicle compartments are elevating, revealing dark devices resembling cannon barrels. All devices are oriented towards the center of the area. As the rockets remain silent, an invisible extreme magnetic field is rapidly forming. Who is in charge? Have them connect to our channel. Su Sheng is nearly driven to madness. He never anticipated that those arrogant individuals would dare to act independently. At such a critical moment, Su Sheng would rather conceal even the sound of his own breath. How could he not be aware of their petty schemes, especially at this juncture? It is too late. Brother Su. Lin Renwei's voice sounded like a sigh. Before everyone's eyes, two blood-red towering figures emerge from the ascending hatch. Crimson arrives at the target zone, poised to commence action. Chapter 38. Pressure. Two mechanical warriors, akin to blazing fire, manifested in the sight of the onlookers. As they stepped forward, the exoskeletal armor enveloping their forms continuously expanded outward. The shoulders rose in synchrony with the movements of their arms, and under the influence of the energy core, a radiant glow flowed through the seams of the armor, resembling substance. Upon departing from their dormant state, their size instantaneously increased by nearly 1/5, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of an extraterrestrial civilization without reservation. Truly, they are a pack of wretched fools. Is there not a contingency plan? What are those individuals protesting against? What thoughts occupy their minds? Su Sheng helplessly clutched at his dwindling strands of hair, horrified as he gazed upon the scene below. In that moment, he felt as though the two mechanized armors had come to life, exuding an aura distinctly different from other machinery. With each heavy step they took, their forms appeared to grow more robust, their resplendent crimson armor shifting like petals. Contact General Li Ao. Inquire if there is a way to withdraw these armored vehicles. In the downpour, Lin Renwei shouted to a researcher behind him, I will descend first. Buzz. As the two Scarlet models exited the capsule, the entire transport rocket sealed its doors at a specific pace, extinguishing all light and merging with the night. Each transport rocket retained approximately 20% of its energy reserves. When necessary, they could serve as charging stations for the mechanized armors. The objective was to avoid casualties and eliminate all hazardous weaponry. Autonomous mode could be authorized if required. Within the consciousness of the Scarlet models, directives from the base resonated, acknowledged. At this moment, the two mechanized armors advanced toward the cluster of armored vehicles, facing blinding searchlights. Requesting further instructions. Requesting further instructions. The target is approaching us. The ion wave interference system appears to have no effect. Numerous headlights illuminated the towering figure in the rain-soaked night. Raindrops shattered and slid off the mirror-like surface of the armor. As the soldier at the forefront of the battlefield gazed upward, meeting the chilling gaze of those fiery, ice-cold eyes. In the next moment, an overwhelming force descended upon him from above. The terrifying explosion nearly shattered his eardrums. No one anticipated that such a colossal mechanical warrior possessed the explosive speed of a cheetah. The power core within its chest continued to hum ominously. The extraordinarily resilient armor of the vehicle's roof was instantaneously torn apart. The elongated figure withdrew its mechanical hand and reached behind, a crisp click resonating through the rain-soaked night. It drew forth a blazing, immense silhouette. Mechanical components from its back cascaded down, adhering to this elongated, lava-like apparatus. Vibrating, coupling, locking in. It was an unimaginably massive greatsword. The blade gleamed as if ignited by flames. With a single thrust, it pierced through the passenger side of the armored vehicle, firmly anchoring it to the ground. The terrifying residual heat melted much of the vehicle's material that came into contact with the greatsword. Even the magnetic rods at the rear of the cabin vanished like chocolate sticks, transforming into a viscous puddle on the ground. The target launched an attack. Almost identical chaos unfolded on both sides of the battlefield. The Special Forces soldier seated in the driver's seat was lifted into the air by a pair of enormous hands. All of this transpired within mere seconds. The soldier ascended slowly, unharmed, as raindrops traced down his face. The faint glow from the armors seems illuminating him in the dark. He gasped for breath. Instinctively gripping the RK, one pistol concealed at his side, its magazine filled with armor-piercing rounds specifically prepared for this mission. The moment his gaze met that of the crimson figure, the taut muscles throughout his body suddenly relaxed. He found himself at a loss to describe the visage before him. It was something beyond the realm of human imagination, akin to a colossal artistic representation of a human face crafted from an intricate assembly of mechanical components. He discerned certain features reminiscent of humanity, yet they evoked thoughts of something demonic. A paralyzing fear surged from deep within, overwhelming all his courage like a relentless tide. He could even perceive the resonant sound of heavy breathing, emanating from what was merely a collection of metallic war machinery. The scene was eerily frozen in that moment. Countless dark apertures were all aimed at the crimson figure, reminiscent of a deity. Lower all weapons. I repeat, lower all weapons. At that instant, an unfamiliar voice erupted in each soldier's earpiece, distorted by the electromagnetic interference of the rain-soaked night, rendering the end of the message painfully shrill. Put down your guns now." The voice was filled with fury, prompting the Special Forces soldiers to exchange swift glances, and without hesitation, they collectively relinquished their firearms, silently observing the unfolding scene. The crimson figure regarded them with a disdainful gaze, while the soldier in its grasp ceased to struggle, yet remained unharmed. He could sense an immense force pressing firmly against his waist. Whenever it desires, this force can transform him into a complete bifurcated torso. "I cannot bear this, my lord," uttered an Arab Special Forces soldier, panting heavily, his gaze revealing a stark decline in the sharpness of his eyes. "Retreat. Back the vehicle up." A thunderous shout resonated through the channel once more. With a crimson blade resembling a spine in hand, the figure stood resolutely, rain cascading down its armor, reflecting an inner radiance. Merely standing there, these battle-hardened soldiers found it impossible to meet its gaze. This was not an entity belonging to this galaxy. Even from several kilometers away, those gathered atop the platform gazed down, their faces drained of color. General Luer, risking disobedience, assisted him in connecting to the military communications channel. If a soldier were to inadvertently pull the trigger, no one could fathom the consequences that would ensue. Chapter 39. Reckoning. Where is Lin Chen? Has he truly descended? Recovering from the shock, Su Sheng suddenly recalled something and trembled as he inquired. "Yes, Su Gong, Professor Lin has just gone down." Su Sheng wiped the rain from his face and fell into silence. All prior plans had been utterly disrupted. Even Su Sheng found it challenging to discern the source of the confusion. The 3 transport rockets, upon landing, had unleashed 2 ultimate machines of slaughter. Those impervious armored vehicles appeared as fragile as tofu before them. Strength, speed, and skill, are these truly the attributes a robot can possess? Meanwhile, images captured from helicopter footage have spread through numerous channels to every corner of the globe. Should the Blue Planet maintain such an attitude and initiate proactive assaults, entering a state of self-control to clear the area? As commanded, my lord. Both Crimson units received directives from the highest echelons of the base simultaneously. As all gun barrels pointed towards the Earth, Crimson gradually moved its arm, gently placing the immobile Special Forces soldier onto the ground. Apart from a heap of smoldering wreckage, the area suddenly fell into an eerie silence. "Brother Su," a calm voice suddenly resonated through the earpiece. "Renwei, where are you now?" "I am preparing to come over." Lin Renwei was evidently quite anxious, his voice trembling noticeably. "What is the probability of success?" "This is entirely different from our previous plan. These 2 giants are not mere tools. They resemble living entities. Have you not noticed? They respond differently according to the current circumstances. Had someone fired just now, they might have utterly decimated the entire landing base." The stands abruptly sank into a profound silence, interrupted only by the dismal sound of raindrops pattering against the steel columns. Even Su Sheng found himself at a loss for words. According to the original plan, an entire research team was supposed to rendezvous with the 3 transport rockets. However, it now appears they had been overly optimistic in their assumptions. This matter is not one that Blue Star can dictate. If this planet cannot confront the issue with an absolutely unified stance, it will inevitably encounter some insurmountable and grave dangers. In the darkness, amidst the stream of evacuating vehicles, a gaunt voice strides purposefully forward. Lin Renwei brushes past each armored vehicle, the soldiers behind the bulletproof glass casting glances in his direction. His steps are resolutely firm, yet they lead him toward a fateful end. Lin Renwei wipes his face, and within his line of sight, the towering crimson figure becomes increasingly distinct. The rain pours down relentlessly, shrouding the world in a heavy mist. "Professor Lin, you must have seen it by now." The voice in his earpiece remains clear, inexplicably bolstering a semblance of courage within Lin Renwei. "Yes, I see it." It remains stationary, unmoving. In the conference room, dozens of experts and professors are gathered before the workbench, with List coordinating the information relay with Lin Renwei. "Well, Professor Lin, you understand what this signifies. We can offer you no further assistance. You are approximately 327 meters away. Please exercise caution. We are all behind you, my brother, in your quest to find her. May God bless you." As the distance narrows, the voice in the earpiece begins to crackle with interference. Lin Renwei removes the earpiece and tosses it into the water, navigating through the myriad of potholes until that flash of red meets his gaze. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one comprehend the extraordinary nature of this presence. The frigid raindrops seem to ignite a tumultuous fervor within Lin Renwei's heart. Blood surged towards his brain, and he found it increasingly difficult to suppress the excitement swelling within him. For he was acutely aware that he was confronting an entity from another civilization. "How shall I address you, mechanical sir?" Lin Renwei strained to elevate his voice above the sound of the rain, raising both hands and squinting as he shouted. The Crimson unit stirred. "Crimson 03. The resonant mechanical voice echoed in Lin Renwei's ears as a towering, robust figure advanced towards him. Yet, amidst the clamor, he felt a flicker of uncertainty, as if he were experiencing a mirage. The rhythmic thumping of footsteps reverberated across the land. 2 additional silhouettes emerged through the curtain of rain. Crimson 04. Wave 01. The deep blue mechanical colossus appeared as if it might graze the heavens. Its heavily armored form, enveloped like a mountain by its shield-like plating, bore an imposing presence. The trio moved in unison. From the vantage point on land, the enormous propulsion system at Wave 01's rear seemed undeniably cumbersome. However, as Lin Renwei observed this spectacle, an epiphany dawned upon him. These were 2 distinct types of mobile armors. On the command center's main screen, the reappearance of 2 additional mobile armors heightened the tension among all present. The sight of Wave 01, towering over a dozen meters, instilled a sense of dread that eclipsed even that of the 2 Crimson units. This might merely represent 1% of that civilization's might, and yet that group of fools dared to provoke it. Su Sheng gazed at the scene before him. The colossal blue entity seemed capable of annihilating the very platform upon which they stood with a mere gesture. In this moment, no one could offer him assistance. His only ally was himself. The blue planet had become utterly confounded by the intentions of this extraterrestrial civilization. Clearly, this abrupt display of defiance had incited their wrath. The obliteration of the armored vehicle served as a stark warning. Should a segment of the populace on the blue planet persist in their obstinacy, these lifeless ruins, now devoid of warmth, would mark their eternal fate. Chapter 40. Brothers, in Fuzhou the night shift volunteers are diligently typing away. At times, urgency compromises both quality and quantity, and I ask for your understanding. Chapter 41. Liberation greetings, my friends. You have made a judicious choice. If the 2 Crimson vessels represent 2 unstoppable infernos, then this blue giant embodies an unfathomable abyss. Concurrently, those gathered in the conference room were also attuned to the profound mechanical resonance. Lin Renwei suddenly grasped the significance of the moment, a wave of relief washing over him. The trajectory of the 3 mech armors was directed towards the heart of the landing base. However, it appeared that their initially aggressive external armors were retracting, and the palpable aura of menace dissipated like mist. Only those who have glimpsed a higher sky can fathom the technological future that lies ahead in this star system. The breakthroughs in technology that the blue planet has sought for decades, even centuries, may well be within their sight. Su Sheng, alongside all the scientists of the blue planet, found themselves unable to comprehend the actions of this alien civilization. They may indeed have regarded the blue planet as a mere laboratory mouse, or perhaps as a manipulable appendage. Nevertheless, even so, the demeanor exhibited by the 2 civilizations has been sufficiently gentle. Otherwise, what transpired would have been far more than a mere strike. Su Sheng had to concede that when he witnessed the Crimson vessel unsheathing its astonishing mechanical sword, an arrow named Despair nearly pierced through his heart. Thank you, thank you. Lin Renwei gazed upward at the mobile armor striding past him, his hands clasped in prayer against his forehead, weeping incessantly as if some intangible force had become the final straw that broke his spirit. This obstinate man, born with an unyielding nature, knelt in the mud, his face concealed in sorrowful tears, allowing the filthy water to flow beside his legs. He was uncertain why he cried. Accompanying this was the immense weight of the world resting upon his shoulders. For these researchers, the absence of a glimmer of hope regarding the future was the true source of their despair. They possessed a heart full of compassion, yet lacked a means to serve their country. Take him. Amidst the torrential rain, a voice resonated within the rear of the formation. The Futa 01 system. It gradually turned its head, directing its gaze toward the area behind. Lin Renwei merely felt a radiant light illuminating his back. He slowly lifted his head to meet the blazing gaze. The colossal mechanical hand unceremoniously scooped up the earth beneath Lin Renwei, lifting both him and the soil into the air before resuming its stride. The actions of the Futa vessel captured everyone's attention. Upon discerning the measures taken, the immense weight that had pressed upon Su Sheng's chest finally came crashing down. Professor Lin had succeeded. Lisk gazed at the main screen, murmuring softly, Perhaps Blue Star has also triumphed. Su Sheng exhaled deeply, pondering, if they are willing to become our allies, does it not imply that the so-called extraterrestrial threat has significantly diminished? An expert suddenly inquired. That should be the case, Su Sheng replied, forcing a weary smile. This scene had been indelibly etched in his mind. Colossal mechanical warriors traversing the earth, each piece of armor shimmering with a luminescence from the future. It was akin to an opened Pandora's box. While witnessing miracles, the seeds of calamity had also been sown invisibly. Far across the Pacific, this vast expanse of ocean had been sealed off for 3 days. All vessels requiring passage through this area were compelled to alter their routes, opting for alternative paths. No one knew the circumstances surrounding this lockdown. Optimists speculated that Blue Star had developed sufficient weaponry to confront extraterrestrial civilizations, concealed beneath the ocean's depths, poised to be unleashed at the critical moment. This maritime region had become an absolute no-go zone, with no organization able to unravel its secrets. 783 kilometers away, in the bustling port of Pali, life continued with vibrant activity. People of diverse backgrounds flowed through the area. The air thick with the mingling scents of sweat and pharmaceuticals, evoking an involuntary sense of nausea. Pearson rubbed his nose and maneuvered through the crowd, making his way deeper into the port. As he ventured further, the throng of people diminished, until only a few elderly women remained. Seated at the entrance of an old house, sorting vegetables. This appeared to be a fishing village. Pali Harbor was indeed built against the mountainside, renowned for some mysterious trade. Pearson continued his solitary journey until even the small wooden shacks had vanished, leaving only countless towering goose-feather trees, whose peculiar leaves obscured much of the sky. Beneath their foliage lay a narrow path suitable for a single traveler. As he traversed the chilling darkness, Pearson was entering the very heart of the mountain. The terrain sloped downward, the rocky passage gradually acquiring a metallic sheen, while the path beneath his feet became increasingly expansive and smooth. At last, he encountered a complex and enormous mechanical door, prompting him to halt his advance. He slowly extended his hand, rubbed his right thumb, and with a sudden twist, he remarkably detached a flesh-colored object. It was his thumb, merely a series of thin layers of skin. The newly revealed finger bore a metallic texture, evidently not crafted through meticulous engineering, but resembling a finger shape haphazardly formed from a pool of molten iron. Identification number 184. Name Pearson Javier. Access level C. Permission granted. Simultaneously, the disc-shaped mechanical door spiraled outward, and a soft light flowed in like an ocean, revealing an underground laboratory bustling with numerous researchers before Pearson's eyes. Chapter 42. Injection. Pearson trailed behind a woman. His curiosity piqued as he gazed upon the underground laboratory, a realm akin to a new world, where unfamiliar memories surged in his mind. The unrefined New York gene experiments were known to affect the cortical memory of the brain. The woman, clad in a tailored suit, came to a gradual halt, turned to face Pearson, and with a smile inquired, "Do you remember my name?" "No. I was once your project supervisor. You may call me Selena." A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her attractive features, yet she swiftly turned away, composedly stating, "Follow me. Mr. Branton wishes to meet with you." This underground facility was astonishingly vast. Perhaps it could not even be aptly termed a laboratory. It resembled a clandestine base concealed within the mountains. No one could fathom the wealth and technology required to realize such an undertaking. Above this base lay a lush forest, a fishing village, and the infamous port of Potter, known for its illicit drug trade. Countless cutting-edge research apparatuses passed before Pearson's eyes. He had never encountered such a plethora of intricate, high-tech equipment, yet a sudden, inexplicable thrill coursed through him, heightening his anxiety. Instinctively, Pearson reached to touch his chest, feeling a cold, hard sensation against the remaining softness of his palm. The office door creaked open, and Selena stood to one side, gesturing for Pearson to enter. "Sit." The speaker is an exceedingly gaunt young man, his bones visible beneath his clothing, with not a single strand of hair remaining, yet his eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. "Show me your hands." This emaciated figure is Brandon, the patriarch of the Uniskis family, and a pitiable soul on the brink of death due to cancer. In the year 2074, Blue Star has yet to unveil a medical breakthrough capable of conquering this affliction. Several years prior, through the exorbitant cost of miraculous medications, Brandon had defied the doctor's prognosis of merely 1 year left to live. However, this reprieve ended one fateful evening. That night, Hubble, discarded into the sea, had been devoured entirely by sharks, while Brandon visited the research facility of this man's subordinates. On that very night, he found himself unable to sleep. His hair had fallen out completely, only a few teeth remained, and he appeared to have aged decades in an instant. Yet, within the sunken hollows of his eyes, a ghostly light flickered. He came to realize that this awakening was not too late. The secret he had pursued throughout his life was, in fact, right beside him. The cancer cells, deemed the source of mutation, could astonishingly serve as vectors for the Neem virus, producing an unimaginable reaction. Within the research facility constructed by Hubble, he witnessed experimental rabbits infused with the Neem virus developing entirely new, aberrant hearts. This heart, shimmering with a metallic luster, resembled a spherical entity enveloped in countless layers of mechanical tissue. At its core, metallic vessels surged outward in a frantic expansion. They penetrated the soft body of the rabbit like rebar, only curling at the tips upon contact with the air, reminiscent of a sensitive mimosa. Within that research facility, countless similar experiments were conducted. Hubble, this madman, possessed the corpses of mechanical monstrosities from across the globe, remnants of the Neem-infected entities that perished during that purge. This individual harbored world-altering technology, yet spent his days consumed by the pursuit of greater wealth. How tragic. Pearson sat indifferently at the table, extending his hand. The mechanical framework of the fully automated folding chair elevated Brandon's emaciated body, positioning him before Pearson's palm while continually adjusting its height. The man, reduced to little more than skin and bones, trembled as he caressed the back of Pearson's hand, as if handling a rare treasure. Summoning all his strength, he grasped the folding knife from the penholder and placed it upon Pearson's hand. With quaking movements, he urged his atrophied muscles to drag the blade across Pearson's skin. The fragile human flesh parted like paper, and Brandon distinctly felt the knife's tip graze against the unyielding, smooth metal beneath. In a frenzy, he cast aside the folding knife and began to fervently kiss Pearson's hand. Murky tears cascaded down his bark-like visage, splattering onto the luxurious carpet. Pearson remained seated in silence, devoid of any reaction. Only his already vacant gaze grew increasingly murky as a torrent of bizarre memories flooded his mind, leaving him to sit there like a monkey bereft of its brain. In the unseen microscopic corners, peculiar gray cells voraciously gnaw and consume countless healthy tissues. Take me. Take me, Brandon gasped, raising his hand towards Selena outside the door. Countless images flashed through Brandon's mind at that moment. He recalled the disabled puppy, heartlessly trampled by the maid in his childhood, and how it mocked him, for both of them were destined to live no longer than a decade. He remembered that fateful night at 18, overhearing the whispers of his mother, who yearned for him to succumb to cancer, so she could bear a healthier child and embrace her own legacy and future. He envisioned his father cradling his newborn brother. The first time he witnessed that billionaire man display a gentle smile, he thought of the countless seagulls suffocating at sea due to oil spills, the faithful burned for their beliefs, and the individuals who perished from hunger and homelessness in the wake of the Nemean Wars. He reminisced about his former self, a person determined to change the world. Yet that former self had long since perished. Somewhere along the way, Brandon had developed an immense disdain for humanity. Just like those family members living in his memories, he still recalled how he made them vanish one by one from this world. That had undoubtedly been the most exquisite experience of his life and the first step towards realizing his ideals. Doctor! Selena frantically pulled out her communicator, for in her eyes, Brandon seemed on the verge of fainting away. Yet this frail man, reduced to mere bones, was consumed by an insatiable desire to escape from the mechanical framework that constrained him, his pupils fixated like needles on a specific area before him. Inject all of the genetic enhancement serum into my body. All of it. All of it. Chapter 43. Breaking through the sea. The seventh attempt at seduction had failed. Kakarev listened to the real-time reports streaming in from the helicopter above the ocean, fatigue weighing heavily upon him as he wiped his face. General, it seems this creature has sunk directly to the ocean's depths. Our search vessel on the surface has detected a vague, massive shape, his assistant cautiously advised. What is it doing? The headquarters has dispatched numerous marine experts, and their collective conclusion is that this mechanical whale is undergoing a digestive process akin to that of a python. A python? Kakarev inquired, his tone icy. A python swallows prey equal to or greater than its own weight in one go, then enters a prolonged digestive phase lasting several months to process the vast energy within. That monstrous entity has consumed a cargo ship laden with mechanical specters, Kakarev remarked coldly. We are to ascertain with utmost urgency whether this cargo vessel was deliberately dispatched, or could it be that this mechanical whale was artificially created as well? We have eradicated 90% of the underground black market. There is an individual named Hubble Johnny who has nearly acquired all the mechanical specters available on the market. Where is he now? Uncertain. Hubble Johnny seems to have vanished into thin air, yet the large enterprises under his name continue to operate smoothly. These companies ostensibly engage in the manufacture and processing of metallic materials, while covertly marketing a substance known as Mira, derived from inactivated Nemesis virus, a creation of Hubble Johnny and his team. Are you suggesting that this mechanical leviathan was likely produced by his company? We are currently analyzing data. However, based on existing knowledge, this agent can only be utilized on mechanical entities, temporarily shielding them from the control of the sword bearer and enabling them to function at an enhanced frequency. Although we have yet to locate Hubble Johnny, with the assistance of relevant departments, we have uncovered substantial interactions between him and the Uniski family. Uniski? Kakarev's eyes finally sparkled with interest. This historically significant family is involved in nearly 30% of the industrial chain in the United States. At the onset of the Nemesis crisis, they contributed considerable amounts of rescue supplies and financial resources, earning global recognition for the name Uniski. Their vast network and deep-rooted heritage are pivotal reasons for this ancient hereditary family's enduring presence. They even possess their own family trademark and industrial operation chain, with several charitable foundations, each financing nearly 10 million, aiding numerous individuals in distress. How could the Uniski family possibly be connected to him? Kakalev was suddenly struck by a chilling thought, yet the family had long been celebrated for its virtuous reputation across the globe, making it difficult for him to associate it with any nefarious schemes. Who currently held the reins of power? Brandon Uniski, the eldest son of the deceased patriarch, who had suffered from bone cancer since childhood, yet consistently appeared before the public with an optimistic demeanor. Oh, Kakalev touched his forehead, as memories from the past surged forth. How tragic. He recalled that his parents and younger brother had perished in that horrific attack. Those scoundrels only targeted the innocent. The terror incident known as 819 had sent shockwaves around the world. Those who had once benefited from the charitable foundation of the Uniski family spontaneously took to the streets, offering flowers and candles to comfort Brandon, who had fainted during a press conference. This young man, despite battling bone cancer, remained focused on aiding others, moving the hearts of many across the globe. Upon thorough investigation, it became apparent that their connection might have been merely commercial. The immediate priority was to locate Hubble Johnny and uncover his secrets. Understood. The assistant gave a slight bow and departed the office. The world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible to Kakalev. He took a deep breath, the weariness in his eyes rendering him too exhausted to ponder the underlying reasons behind it all. Even machinery could now be infused with stimulants. What on earth had become of this world? He casually activated one side of the screen, revealing the Vulture helicopters still circling above the Pacific Ocean, embarking on their 8th enticing operation. 4 Vulture helicopters hovered in a rectangular formation above the water's surface. The immense wind swirled into vortices as a steel cable extended from beneath the helicopters, suspended above a dilapidated vessel. These helicopters gradually descended, until the rusted ship was entirely submerged, before accelerating forward. This fishing-like maneuver remained the only viable method. Since the last incident where it consumed 4 detection submarines in one fell swoop, this mechanical leviathan had not emerged from the depths of the Pacific. Sonar radar depicted a colossal shadow resting on the ocean floor, resembling a silent reef, utterly motionless. Initially, the United States Ocean Protection Center even suspected it to be lifeless. However, after another detection submarine was swiftly engulfed before reaching the depths, the Ocean Protection Center completely revised its strategy. Should this infected entity venture within a few hundred meters beneath the surface, it would be met with a torrent of firepower, akin to tidal waves. Capturing it alive seemed implausible. The information currently available only indicated that this mechanical whale had perished during the ambush. Post-battle scans revealed no surviving infected entities in the abyssal depths. The acceleration was maintained. At that moment, as the battered vessel sliced through the surface and advanced steadily, sonar radar detected an eerie shadow suddenly surging upwards with terrifying speed. An unidentified entity has been detected. An unidentified entity has been detected. Ascend. Ascend. A heart-wrenching cry reverberated through the communication channel. Several pilots, almost in unison, pulled the thrust lever higher, yet they overlooked a crucial detail. Despite the formidable lifting capacity of the Vulture helicopters, the constraints of this damaged vessel rendered them incapable of ascending rapidly within those fleeting seconds. Chapter 44. I will act. A visible shadow emerged beneath the surface of the sea. Kakarev abruptly rose from his seat. Countless waves sank under immense force, creating a colossal whirlpool. The battered, metallic carapace of the monstrous fish broke the surface, followed by a terrifying maw that expanded nearly to a 130-degree angle, its countless inner fangs curving inward like hooks. From the ocean's depths to breaching the surface, it took less than 3 seconds to accelerate. The thorn-like metallic spikes remained razor-sharp, and the mechanical leviathan seemed to have grown even larger than before. A wave of anguish surged within Kakarev as he bowed his head and covered his face, seemingly foreseeing the impending scene. No one could have anticipated that this creature had evolved such terrifying speed. Their plan was fundamentally to thrust these 4 pilots into the flames. The massive, damaged tail of the whale crashed against the water's surface, resonating like an explosion as the mechanical beast leapt before the battered vessel. In comparison to its size, the 4 largest Vulture helicopters appeared as desperate black butterflies attempting to flee. The sharp teeth pierced through the brittle, rusted metal layer, as an oceanic force relentlessly tore at the damaged vessel, dragging it downward. Shadows of 4 steel cables flickered across the sea's surface. Even from several kilometers away at the border lighthouse, this astonishing scene was visible. A colossal roar mingled with a high-pitched wail, the sound sharp as if slicing through iron. The bewildered pilot glanced down, witnessing a tumultuous sea filled with shattered white foam, as fragments of metal surged with the waves. A vast shadow continued to navigate beneath the surface, accompanied by mocking cries. Does this infernal creature still have the leisure to mock us? Kakolev gazed at this tableau, fixating on a distant corner of the sky, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. On the horizon, streaks of light, bright as stars, swiftly descended upon the battlefield. Each elongated, diamond-shaped missile, adorned with a magnificent tail flame, plunged heavily into the ocean's depths. They darted like lightning, traversing nearly 10 kilometers in merely 5 seconds. As this mechanical whale emerged, the waiting ships in the distance had already pressed the launch button. The terrifying shockwaves from the explosions nearly overturned the helicopters fleeing from the heart of the battlefield. The searing heat evaporated the churning seawater, as all the diamond-shaped missiles instantly locked onto the massive dark silhouette attempting to submerge, though it moved with incredible speed. One missile tore through the water and struck its back. The missile's exterior suddenly shattered into countless explosive fragments, creating a small breach in the body of the mechanical whale. A slender magnetic rod swiftly penetrated this gap, and, in an instant, it forcefully split apart, projecting 2 forked spikes that deeply anchored themselves within the whale's form. On a projection screen at the Oceanic Border Defense Center, an exact coordinate from the Pacific Ocean emerged on the radar. The previously mocking sound vanished from the sea's surface in an instant. Beneath wisps of smoke, clusters of a gelatinous black fluid began to surface. These substances were evidently insoluble in water, merging together on the surface, resembling small, dark jellyfish from a distance. My lord, the 3 units of mobile armor have safely arrived at Blue Star. On the Martian terrain, Lin Chen, who was inspecting the construction of the border turret defense line, abruptly received a message from the intelligent mainframe. Blue Star has taken provocative actions. The Crimson Unit has executed your orders. Well done. Lin Chen gradually descended, settling atop a modest hill. As for those heretical voices, simply eliminate them without consulting me. I have granted the tidal wave unit autonomous decision-making authority in exceptional circumstances. Understood. It appears that the individuals on Blue Star have not formed a unified collective. Some extremists among them still believe they can confront the base's forces with their own strength. That is to be expected. Otherwise, they would not be human. Lin Chen smiled as he observed the 48th laser turret slowly rising, with unmanned drones circling around it to inspect its various functionalities. I caught sight of a fellow named Lin Renwei. What is his status? He is a scientific worker within the United Base, seemingly nominated as the liaison for the mobile armor. Rather than being nominated, it appears more like a self-recommendation. During the conversation, Lin Chen accessed Lin Renwei's personal information on his visor, swiftly reviewing it before articulating his response. He is currently occupied with numerous construction projects on Mars, making it impractical for him to constantly monitor Blue Star. This task has been entrusted to the base's intelligent consciousness. Have they established a neural link? Not at all. They seem to harbor a deep apprehension towards this procedure, fearing for their lives. Fear for one's life? Is it truly that terrifying? Lin Chen chuckled helplessly, but soon grasped the underlying reason. He had only provided Blue Star with detailed parameters and weapon configurations for 2 types of mobile armor. To put it more plainly, the Crimson and the Tsunami models come without manuals. All operational data resides within Lin Chen's mind, allowing him to act freely. And he is too indifferent to create an explicit manual. A master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation relies on the individual. Lin Chen is curious to see how many remarkable surprises Blue Star can concoct based on this foundation. However, given the current circumstances, it seems their immediate concern is addressing their own issues. What progress has been made regarding the Neem virus investigation that I tasked you with earlier? They awakened on the Blue Planet, and in approximately 1 week, the first peak of eruption is anticipated. Currently, traces of the infected entities have already emerged in certain regions of the Blue Planet. Due to the excessively high concentration of the accumulated virus, the aggressiveness of these infected entities will be significantly more formidable than it was a decade ago. The Blue Planet should be experienced by now. If an outbreak occurs, inform me, but do not intervene, Lin Chen remarked with a slight frown. In specific calculations, the probability of the Blue Planet successfully managing a secondary Nemean outbreak stands at 0.12. It's of no concern. When the time comes, I shall take action. Chapter 45. A kind-hearted play. The Sirius Air Force Base, a military stronghold spanning nearly 800 square kilometers, has been transformed into a munitions manufacturing facility. The vast expanse of open land no longer harbors a single fighter jet. All active combat aircraft have been redeployed to another area, leaving only the specially trained soldiers stationed along the base's defensive line, fully armed, their intelligent combat helmets glinting with reflections from the sun. Presently, the Blue Planet has developed individual combat to an unprecedented level. For instance, the intelligent helmets worn by these special soldiers can dynamically adjust parameters in real time, responding to the soldiers' thoughts and line of sight, thereby assisting them in radar scanning, infrared targeting, and a series of operations. That night, the army responsible for intercepting and blocking the 3 mobile armored units employed this remarkably advanced military equipment, yielding evident results. In the face of an insurmountable technological disparity, the equipment that could at best serve an auxiliary role utterly failed to alter the course of the conflict. Humanity's long-held belief in its unparalleled prowess in intelligent weaponry theory was decisively pierced into the abyss by the single strike of the Crimson vessel. Following a profound silence, several officers, originally tasked with coordinating operations at the Joint Base's military department, along with a significant number of their associates, were summarily dismissed by unanimous vote. A complete reshuffle of positions ensued, with selections made based on votes and letters of recommendation. A fundamental principle was established, barring exceptional circumstances. All conditions set forth by this extraterrestrial civilization must be adhered to. The 3 mobile armors that had already arrived at the Sirius Air Force Base stood as the most compelling testament to this new reality. As time passed, their aggression had all but dissipated. Guided by several fighter jets, these colossal machines advanced steadily, entering the control zone of the Sirius base at dawn. This undeniably constituted a moment that would be etched into the annals of human history. They were engaging in dialogue with an alien civilization in a relatively amicable manner. Although only 3 mobile armors had been dispatched to Blue Star to represent this extraterrestrial civilization, the significance of their presence remained profoundly impactful. In the high-level conference rooms of every nation, projection screens displayed real-time footage from the Sirius base. Lin Renwei closely followed the individual clad in blue ahead of him. Staff members bearing red flags were strategically directing operations in designated areas. And what astonished Lin Renwei the most was that these 3 mechanical giants were actually willing to adhere to the prescribed path and proceed at a steady pace. Sunlight filtered through the ventilation openings of the dome, casting its glow upon an intricate array of mechanical components. 2 crimson armors stood sentinel on either side of the vessel, slowly turning their heads to survey their surroundings, each step resonating with a smooth mechanical friction. In Lin Renwei's eyes, the imposing presence of these towering armors, standing at approximately 4 to 5 meters, far outweighed that of the vessel itself. Perhaps it was the fact that the vessel had not yet engaged. The terrifying giant sword, drawn ominously from its spine, still haunted Lin Renwei's thoughts. They were nearing the testing point. The supervisor glanced at his work tablet, while simultaneously, a massive barrier that had been obstructing the mechanical giants began to rise, revealing an expansive testing facility behind it. The pressing question now was, how do we control them? Professor Lin? The supervisor wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly anxious. Although they had been integrated into the Blue Star's network, it appeared that we lacked the necessary programming to manipulate them. Lin Renwei's expression grew somber. Indeed, these machines remained independent entities in relation to Blue Star. The supervisor nodded, letting out a sigh. Moreover, judging by their behavior, it was evident that these three robots possessed a degree of self-awareness. Their computational capabilities likely surpassed our wildest imaginings. Data suggested that even the mightiest sword-wielding supercomputer on Blue Star seemed incapable of interfacing with these three mechanized armors. This realization sent a wave of inexplicable trepidation through Lin Renwei. Could it be that a mere robot, originating from this extraterrestrial civilization, possesses computational power far surpassing that of a sword-wielding individual? As this thought emerged, Lin Renwei's complexion grew increasingly pallid. The most frequent admonition they had received thus far was to never analyze the actions of this alien civilization through the lens of conventional human thought. This is an exceedingly arduous task. How many individuals can truly discard the racial mindset ingrained in their DNA and contemplate the actions of this extraterrestrial civilization from an alternate dimension's perspective? Perhaps not a single one among billions of humans. Thus, Lin Renwei and his companions have been striving with all their might. Few can comprehend the immense pressure they are currently enduring. Only by standing before these three mechanized armors can one truly appreciate their astonishing nature. The system is integrating into the deviation track. Electrical adjustments are underway. The Crimson unit gradually stands in its designated position, extending its elongated arms. Simultaneously, its facial mechanical armor undergoes subtle transformations. The back is in close proximity to the massive electromagnetic coupling plate, and in that instant, a faint current has traversed every corner of its torso. This is a straightforward calibration process designed to eliminate static interference within the mechanical body. Lin Renwei gazes intently at the still glowing, fervent gaze of the Crimson unit. This has always been a source of bewilderment for Lin Renwei. He astonishingly perceives minute expressions from the face of a robot. Crimson, along with the other two mechanized armors, observed with keen interest the bustling personnel around them, as well as the industrious mechanical arms extending continuously from the maintenance platforms. The glimmer in their eyes seemed to flicker in accordance with the fluctuations of their emotions. Lin Renwei watched this spectacle until the head of the covering wave descended slowly, its spotlight-like gaze enveloping all present, sending an unusual sensation coursing through his entire being. He suddenly realized that perhaps the mechanical composition of these beings was impervious to such rudimentary disruptions as static electricity. These guests were merely participating in a benevolent charade. Chapter 46. The cockpit is being activated. Thank you. The debugging process has concluded, and a thunderous mechanical voice resonated from above. No need for thanks. It is our duty. Mr. Covering Wave. Lin Renwei hesitated briefly before deciding to address this towering mechanical giant with an independent persona. This was something Su Sheng had repeatedly instructed him to be mindful of. The latter was currently engrossed in a series of meetings, thereby placing the responsibility for these three colossal armors upon Lin Renwei and the research team. In truth, everyone understood that should these massive machines wish to act against Blue Star, no military force could possibly impede them. The only means to contend with them would be the formidable restricted weaponry or precision cruise missiles. However, given the current circumstances, this perilous notion was gradually dissipating from Lin Renwei's mind. I have detected traces of the Nemean infection across various locations on the planet. The vessel Futao continued, suggesting that they hasten their efforts. You can harness the power of the Swordbearer? Lin Renwei found himself holding his breath. Perhaps, yes. The language we are currently utilizing is derived from your planet's data resource package. If evaluated in specific metrics, it occupies approximately 24.63% of the area on Blue Star. Futao's gaze shimmered with intensity. You may choose to allow us to manage this independently, or alternatively, initiate the neuronal link. The term neuronal link struck Lin Renwei's heart like a hammer. He muttered to himself, lost in thought, his palms already slick with perspiration. Just as he stood in a daze, his satellite phone in his pocket began to vibrate urgently. Instinctively, he pulled it out to check. It was Su Sheng's number. The target unit is fleeing toward the Eastern Pacific, the message read. Its speed is remarkable, nearing the southern tip of the Aleutian Islands. Experts have assessed that this whale possesses an intelligence equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child, and its form is undergoing a degree of mutation. A mechanical whale with the intellect of a 10-year-old human? As the existential threat brought forth by extraterrestrial civilization began to wane, some officers were hearing about this whale for the very first time. The unfolding events seemed to surpass everyone's expectations. Did Lin Renwei answer the call? Amidst the fervent discussions among the officers, Su Sheng lowered his voice and inquired of Chun Jinfei beside him. He did. He is attempting to establish a neural link with the alien exosuit. Chun Jinfei cautiously remarked, "How obstinate." Su Sheng remained silent for a few seconds, ultimately saying nothing more, merely shaking his head in resignation. The only piece of good news thus far is that these alien exosuits appear genuinely inclined to assist us. Chun Jinfei continued. The responsible parties have indicated that these colossal beings have demonstrated independent personalities. They even believe they are conversing with certain intelligent entities. It is fortunate that the situation has stabilized. Su Sheng pressed his lips together. These three mechanized exosuits have become the focal point of discussions in all meetings. There are even individuals who wish to dismantle these alien suits in an attempt to uncover their profound secrets. However, this notion was met with vehement opposition from numerous nations, including Huagua, as it blatantly disregards the safety of humanity as a whole. Although the deeper reasons remain unclear, the intentions of this alien civilization have been unmistakably conveyed. We must expedite the resolution of this troublesome matter. General Luther appears to have gained considerable influence following the conference, along with the authority to deploy military forces and research teams to prevent outbreaks at these infection sites. We have ample experience with such incidents. But what of this alien civilization? Their threat level remains significant. Should we consider lifting certain restrictions? A professor inquired. Breaking news. Su Sheng stepped forward, and his calm voice immediately captured everyone's attention. The chief engineer hailing from Huagua has become the backbone of the United Base through this series of remarkable events, his authority rivaling that of General Li Ao. The operation codenamed Eliminate the Flood Dragon will assign the core task of subduing the mechanical whale to the FTO-01 armored unit. Relevant departments are currently monitoring the situation. Lin Renwei donned his sleek, pitch-black isolation suit and ascended the rising platform, approaching the chest of the FTO unit. The entire sequence unfolded with an air of inevitability, as if the mecha itself had initiated the request for connection. Amidst the thunderous mechanical sounds echoing like a tempest, he inexplicably felt a profound sense of calm wash over him. While he could not ascertain the accuracy of his feelings, one truth stood resolute. Someone had to step forward to undertake the inaugural neuronal link. The selection of this individual was shrouded in uncertainty, as it could very well lead to the perilous descent into the abyss of death. No one could envision the sights that lay within the colossal bodies of these mechanical giants. At nearly 15 meters in height, the ascent felt interminably long for Lin Renwei. The platform gradually decelerated, and he finally stood before the thoracic cavity of the FTO unit. Layers of intricately arranged mechanical components unfolded with unparalleled elegance, revealing a heavy metallic body glimmering with an unusual sheen beneath the exoskeletal armor. Silver-white cables coursed through every inch of the structure like veins. Lin Renwei gazed in awe at the spectacle, and for a fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of a crystalline brilliance hidden deep within the labyrinth of mechanical parts. Though it lasted but an instant, that vision was indelibly etched into Lin Renwei's memory. The gaze from the towering entity pierced downward. The neural link was about to commence. Personnel information was under scrutiny. The cockpit was being activated. Chapter 47. Onward to the battlefield, a brand new world unfurled gradually before Lin Renwei. Instinctively, he took a step back as countless mechanical structures blossomed like resplendent petals. When his eyes met those of the towering vessel, he felt as though something profound had been added to his very soul. He was but a step away from his dreams. Countless eyes from the ground were fixed intently on Lin Renwei, who stood above on the platform. In their perspective, this slender figure appeared smaller than a giant's finger. Yet he bore the weight of an entire planet's aspirations. Professor Lin is truly an admirable individual. The head of the operation, clad in blue, pressed his lips together and ultimately sighed. Can we truly succeed? An assistant inquired, unable to contain the question. Is it possible for humanity to wield these extraordinary alien weapons? I believe we can. The head affirmed with a nod. A mysterious force urged Lin Chen forward. He grasped the edge of a colossal armor piece, his trembling legs propelling him into the chest of the towering vessel. A sudden drop in temperature enveloped him. The unique chill of metal revitalized Lin Chen in an instant. As he fully entered, the mechanical components behind him sealed shut, the heavy metals locking together with a resonant clang, reminiscent of a bell tolling. The blue giant awakened once more. Within, luminous patterns coursed through the seams of the exoskeleton armor, while panels of varying sizes cascaded down like a waterfall, encircling the cockpit. It resembled the cockpit of a fighter jet, yet its expanse was grander, presenting an oval semblance. At the very center stood a complex metallic framework, quietly dominating the space. In Lin Renway's gaze, it was the sole peculiar installation in this area. The armor configuration was being adjusted, preparing for neural linkage. Voices from the vessel Futu surged from all directions. Confirming his own existence, Lin Renway gently touched his smooth arm, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply, striving to steady his trembling body. Let it come. No need for apprehension. Approach the linkage core. Understood. Lin Renway paused, and after several deep breaths, he cast aside the fear that had gripped him, following the radiant guidance onto the central platform, turning to lean against the towering mechanical framework, approximately 2 meters high. Although he had envisioned such a scene countless times in his dreams, standing here in reality, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by a profound sense of surrealism. Initiate the neural linkage. An extraordinary force gently lifted his hands, raising them to a horizontal position. A tingling sensation coursed through his back. Pale blue arcs of electricity erupted from the mechanical framework, dispersing in a curved manner, swiftly forming a cocoon that enveloped Lin Renway. His body felt no discomfort. However, thereafter, the entire framework began to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. It unfurled outward, and the countless micrometallic armors concealed within surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping Lin Renway's form entirely. At the core of this metallic armor, a row of probes, no larger than nanometers, instantaneously penetrated Lin Renway's spine and occiput. This was a notion meticulously conceived by Lin Chen. In his capacity as the mechanical lord, he adeptly harnessed his cerebral faculties to absorb the deluge of information that flooded in at that moment, emanating from every corner of the powered armor. The human spinal cord is replete with innumerable neurons. Dispersing this information across these neurons simultaneously alleviated the agony associated with the linkage. A fleeting distortion flickered across Lin Renway's visage, lasting no more than half a second. The gossamer-thin metallic armor cloaked his entire being, even encompassing his face, revealing only 2 gentle glimmers of light. The projection panel, which had remained still in midair, now pulsated like droplets of water. Neural linkage successful. Current coupling degree, 13. 1829-4163. Lin Renway appeared to drift into slumber, each rise and fall of his breath instigating a cosmic ballet within this miniature world. As the coupling degree continued to ascend, the armor on the outer edge of the gleamed ever more brightly. Current coupling degree, 87. At that moment, every individual within the Sirius Air Force Base seemed to hear a peculiar hum resonating in their ears. A sound so profound that it caused several facilities within the base to experience brief malfunctions. Lin Renway seemed to awaken from a profound dream. He envisioned himself soaring through the skies, able to gaze down upon the earth below. As he beheld his magnificent azure form and expansive hands, a sudden realization struck him. Had he truly succeeded? Had Blue Star triumphed? Lin Renway found himself at a loss for words to articulate this overwhelming sensation. A grand and mighty force coursed through every fiber of his being. He could distinctly sense the emergence of an additional consciousness within him. It dawned on him that this was the original mechanical thought of the vessel Futa, now coexisting harmoniously within his body. How do you feel, Mr. Lin? The voice of Futa resonated in his ear, tinged with a hint of amusement. I feel splendid. Do you recall what transpired? I remember nothing. It feels as though I have awakened from an extraordinarily lengthy slumber. You possess remarkable willpower, with a neural coupling of 87. The majority of functions have already been made accessible to you. Here, you can seamlessly integrate into the network of Blue Star at any moment. Now, it is time to set forth. Above the ocean, a swarm of helicopters was fervently pursuing a colossal shadow beneath the waves. This mechanical leviathan, comparable in size to a large cargo ship, had been traversing the depths for nearly a day. Its speed was gradually diminishing, a promising sign that invigorated various departments. However, given its current velocity and depth, the vast majority of conventional weaponry proved ineffective against it. The missile imparted a lesson steeped in blood. Since that moment, this cunning creature has not resurfaced. It swims desperately, attempting to rid itself of the tracking device embedded within its flesh. Yet, its efforts are in vain. If it were capable of sensing pain, such an awareness would surely drive it into a state of frenzy, with complete insanity merely a matter of time. What is the report from the Joint Base? Kakarov asked, his gaze fixed intently on the live feed. They say reinforcements are on their way, approximately 20 minutes away. Is it truly that simple? Kakarov's expression turned incredulous. Yes, indeed. Damn it. Kakarov slammed his hand onto the table in frustration. Such perfunctory reassurances had plunged his heart into despair. He had anticipated this outcome, in the absence of timely intervention from various factions. The Maritime Defense Center he belonged to was destined to become the unfortunate sacrificial lamb. Could he realistically rely on those guided missiles to annihilate a whale lurking thousands of meters beneath the surface? A shadow passed across Kakarov's face. Since they intend to turn a blind eye, let us not expend our efforts in vain. Chapter 48, Tsunami. Can everyone hear me? Lin Renwei's voice suddenly resonated within the command room of the Joint Base. I am contacting you through the internal channel of Futu-01. We have succeeded. These simple 5 words made Su Sheng tremble slightly. How do you feel, Shaolin? I feel splendid. This represents the ultimate power of technology. I fail to comprehend why this extraterrestrial civilization is willing to expose us to such terrifying weaponry. To Su Sheng, Lin Renwei's voice took on an ethereal quality, as though it were emanating from another realm. The assembled researchers and military officers from various nations were utterly astonished by Lin Renwei's pronouncement. Has this scientist from Huagua truly mastered those 3 alien weapons? This extraterrestrial civilization does not come to annihilate Blue Star. Rather, it harbors secrets of a far deeper nature. I am currently in the Eastern Pacific Ocean and expect to arrive in 10 minutes, poised to execute the extermination plan. Lin Renwei's voice gradually deepened, a remarkable interplay of human emotion and mechanical coldness resonating through his tone, leaving a lasting impression on all present. May the Lord bless you, Professor Lin. General Lior solemnly placed his hand upon his chest and spoke slowly. We hope you can bring forth the first message capable of inspiring the world. Everyone was paying their utmost respects to Lin Renwei, and the previously moribund command center seemed to be infused with newfound vigor. It will undoubtedly happen, everyone. The communication was severed, and the main screen began to crack, fracturing into multiple projections, each depicting a panoramic view of the Pacific region. Su Sheng gradually closed his eyes, as if sinking into contemplation. 3 immense flying objects began to materialize from a corner of the sky. The Mountain Collapse, 03 transport aircraft. This industrial warplane, once utilized for constructing large bridges over the ocean, was soaring forward with 100% power efficiency. Its obsidian exterior bears an uncanny resemblance to a disc, with steel cables suspended from the back of the -01. Dazzling sunlight pierces through the clouds, reflecting brilliant rays off the armor's surface. The imposing mechanical form obscures the sun, casting a terrifying shadow over the sea. Soldiers standing on the deck of the vessel gaze at this spectacle, rendered motionless. As the communication device slips from the hands of the commanding officer, the thunderous roar of the mountain-crushing aircraft engines drowns out the static on the channel. True to its name, as these colossal transport aircraft pass overhead, it feels as though boulders are plummeting from the sky. Arrived at the target area. Report to base. Arrived at the target area. 3 mountain-crushing aircraft hover in a triangular formation above the pilot of the lead aircraft anxiously relays information to the command center, unable to resist glancing at the aerial view to one side. The tumultuous waves dance below, and amidst this grand spectacle, the azure exoskeleton of the mechanized armor stirs to life, its exterior expanding at a visible pace, while the massive thrusters on its back gradually emit a profound white glow. Requesting deployment. The voice was not from the command center. This ethereal, mechanical tone seemed to emanate from beyond the channel, yet the pilot could still discern its human essence. Requesting deployment of the, he repeated, and his expression transformed utterly, turning once more to gaze at the mechanized armor below. A look of incredulity washed over him as understanding dawned. Thank you for the transport, the mechanical voice conveyed, laced with mirth. The driver exhaled deeply, suddenly breaking into a smile as he disengaged the suspended steel cable, initiating the descent of the Futu-01. With a roar, the terrifying vortex several kilometers away churned once more, revealing the immense mechanical body above the water surface. Its sharp iron spikes sliced through the water, while the tumultuous waves seemed to roar in fury. The violent ethereal hum reverberating throughout the entire sea. This moment passed in an instant. The weapon system had yet to lock onto its target. Yet its speed surged once again. From above, countless stout spikes pierced the surface, and this colossal shadow charged toward a fixed lighthouse. Fire. At this juncture, the pursuing fighter jets were unconcerned with whether they could lock onto this rapidly moving silhouette. Missiles, trailing white smoke, hurtled towards the mechanical whale's trajectory, their sonic booms echoing through the air. The battle had finally erupted. This mechanical whale, once known for its cunning and caution, had now succumbed to sheer ferocity. As it repeatedly leapt from the water, attempting to bite at the low-flying fighter jets, onlookers were finally able to discern its grotesque and bizarre form. It resembled a grotesque amalgamation of scrap metal and decaying whale carcasses. From the ragged back fin, a massive wound continuously oozed viscous fluid, which floated on the water like oil, with the positioning magnet barely visible within the gash. Some marine scientists had indeed been correct. This mechanical whale had evolved to possess complete biological characteristics. Even with a functioning nervous system, under conditions of heightened perception, the lifeless corpse, long since departed from this world, remains capable of sensing subtle pangs of pain. This magnetic rod appears to be engaged in a peculiar repulsive reaction with the metallic structures within it. Influenced by the Neme virus, the enormous gaping wound continues to exude a substance reminiscent of blood, striving to coagulate and mend the injury. However, this process is evidently disrupted by a formidable magnetic force. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming power propelled the frenzied mechanical whale into the air. Its form twisting through the ocean, blackened flesh mingling with shards of metal, yet its speed remained unabated, as though impervious to any impact. It leaped ferociously, crashing into the 10-meter-high navigation lighthouse. The imminent terror of its force instantaneously obliterated the central structure of the lighthouse, the sturdy concrete crumbling to dust, cascading into the sea and engulfed by the surging waves. Futao 01 has reached the designated coordinates. Futao 01 has reached the designated coordinates. The voice emanating from the communicator jolted General Kakarlef, who had succumbed to despair. This codename suddenly sparked a realization within him. He dashed to the projection screen, peering through various perspectives, tracing the path of the mechanical whale as it surged forth, the waves ominously swelling. Was that a tsunami? Chapter 49. An inevitable annihilation. The nearly 18-meter mechanical giant raced swiftly across the ocean's surface. It glided through the water as if in flight, the propulsive nozzles unfurling like wings, radiating a soft azure luminescence, propelling the vessel forward with unparalleled force. When the T-6 diver's pectoral fin thrusters unleashed the full power of its 8 nozzles, this colossal armored behemoth seemed to skim the ocean's surface. The crystalline droplets adorning its armored exterior refracted the dazzling light within its thoracic lattice, causing the surrounding seawater to part in silken cascades. As this breathtaking spectacle materialized on the projection screen in the command center, onlookers questioned whether they were witnessing a scene from a science fiction film. Its speed surpassed that of several small reconnaissance vessels, and the fierce aesthetic of its formidable exoskeletal armor was displayed in all its glory. This should have been an artifact preserved in a museum, yet it now surged forth like the sovereign of the seas. General Kakariev beheld this miraculous scene, and in that moment, his mind grappled with the distinction between reality and illusion. The remnants of human thought whispered to him that such an occurrence was impossible. Yet, the aura emanating from this giant inspired within Kakariev a sensation akin to reverent submission. All units, retreat from the battlefield. All units, retreat from the battlefield. Make way for this magnificent creature. All fighter jets strained to ascend vertically amidst the tumultuous roar of the ocean, while the vessel had fully locked onto the mechanical Leviathan. My lord, the vessel is undergoing its inaugural combat test. Would you care to witness it? Adjusting the scene. As Lin Chen surveyed the mechanical factory, he raised an eyebrow and promptly commanded, activate the -19 plasma cannon. The system was currently assessing the target's trajectory and locking onto it. In the cockpit where Lin Renwei was stationed, he found that he need not exert any control. The Fudo would make the most impeccable decisions autonomously. This was an extraordinarily wondrous experience, as it was the Fuda's independent consciousness guiding Lin Renwei to witness all of this. For a researcher accustomed only to theoretical discussions, confronting such an intense battle would undoubtedly lead to cognitive overload, despite his familiarity with the Futa's various functionalities. He felt a sudden surge of warmth emanating from the armor upon his shoulders. The elongated plasma cannon was now emerging from the rear of the Futa's shoulder. The pectoral thrusters retracted inward, causing the Futa to come to a halt upon the water's surface, and then the closely arranged cannon mouths instantly radiated a brilliant blue light. In the next moment, a series of terrifying blue plasma bolts pierced through the seawater. Countless charged ion particles released an astounding temperature nearing 1 million degrees. After vaporizing all the seawater in their path, they accurately struck the mechanical whale a kilometer away. Good heavens, is this the genuine plasma weapon? A completely astonished engineer murmured, as that dazzling plasma seemed to penetrate the consciousness of everyone in the command room. Truly witnessing such legendary weaponry, which still existed within the blueprint of the Blue Star project, evoked a profound sense of unreality within him. In recent decades, Blue Star has expended countless resources on the development of these futuristic weapon concepts. Plasma weapons, which utilize lasers to heat deuterium to temperatures reaching 1 million degrees, transform it into a plasma state. Subsequently, electromagnetic technology encases this ball of charged particles, propelling it forth to obliterate its targets. The realization of this technology is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in its application within the realm of compact military armaments. Blue Star can construct generators spanning several kilometers, yet they can only produce a singular, practically insignificant instance of plasma. The notion of integrating this technology into a small cannon seemed utterly implausible to everyone prior to witnessing its manifestation. The plasma annihilated a substantial portion of the mechanical whale's tail. The extraordinarily resilient metallic carapace was instantaneously melted away, while the intense heat eroded its body, vaporizing the seeping black fluid into thin air. This precise strike severed the mechanical whale as propulsion, unleashing tumultuous waves of agony in the ocean. The once obscured waters surged, cascading like torrential rain. The gaze of the had never shone so brightly. The plasma cannon mounted on its shoulder erupted with a tempestuous brilliance, relentlessly bombarding the mechanical whale that charged towards it. Each stream of plasma carved gaping wounds into the colossal creature. Devoid of its tail fin, the mechanical whale was utterly incapable of advancing even a fraction of a distance. The searing plasma cannon, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, held it firmly submerged within the depths of the sea, each strike sending a flurry of decaying flesh and metallic debris spiraling into the air. This was an unequivocally disproportionate display of technological prowess. Before the formidable vessel, the Nemesis infection entity resembled a defenseless chick. With a resounding crash, the final surge of plasma struck the mechanical whale's visage as it attempted to leap, the extreme heat melting away its jagged teeth and piercing through its very form. The immense force tugged the whale downwards. The abyssal pinnacle's pectoral fins reignited, and twin beams of light flashed past its flanks. These were two colossal chainsaw swords, which smoothly extended and locked at their tips, rushing towards the mechanical whale as it plunged back into the ocean. It was the end. Su Sheng exhaled deeply, collapsing into his seat, his fervent prayers transforming into disbelief. The left arm of the abyssal pinnacle thrust upward into the mechanical whale's core, the energy core engine roaring like a lion, astonishingly lifting the whale, comparable in size, partially out of the water. The right arm then descended with tremendous force. The razor-sharp chainsaw sword swiftly sliced through the resilient metallic carapace, opening the whale's abdomen. A gargantuan, obsidian heart was forcibly extracted, torrents of black blood streaming through the vessel's fingers, creating an eerie black stream upon the sea's surface. Far away on Mars, Lin Chen observed the pulsating black heart in the abyssal pinnacle's grasp, his brow furrowing. This ghastly entity, can it truly evolve a heart on its own? Chapter 50, Mars Frontier. The colossal, mangled carcass of the fish plummeted like a sunken ship, viscous black mist swirling in the water, continually rising. The vessel clutched tightly onto the ebony heart, its chest grid radiating a brilliance akin to the sun, even tinting a portion of the seawater with a golden hue. As it grasped the heart of the mechanical whale with bare hands, a fervent cheer erupted from the main command room at the opposite end of Blue Star. When Su Sheng recalled that the pilot of this mechanized armor was Lin Renwei, the fatigue and weariness in his heart dissipated entirely. This was an extraordinary opportunity, and Blue Star seized it. The soldiers aboard the fleet blushed with excitement as they shouted and applauded towards the colossal blue giant, while fighter jets soared overhead, trailing wisps of white smoke that seemed to symbolize victory. This magnificent scene was broadcast across the screens of Blue Star. Apart from the populace, nearly every nation's high-ranking officials witnessed the formidable prowess of these extraterrestrial warriors. The mechanical whale, which had caused Blue Star considerable distress, succumbed to the terrifying plasma cannon in less than 10 minutes. Su Sheng suddenly felt a pang of fear. Had he not forcefully intervened in the communication channel of those special forces that fateful night, he could scarcely imagine the dreadful events that might have unfolded thereafter. Could Blue Star's individual combat technology truly withstand them? Target unit neutralized. Mission accomplished. Prepare to cleanse the site. Meanwhile, within the cockpit, Lin Chen experienced a profound surge of power coursing through his body, akin to a faint electric current. In that moment, he felt as if he had truly merged with the immense form of the vessel. His gaze was fixed upon the grotesque maw of the mechanical whale. His every action was in perfect synchrony with the Voteo vessel, as the sharp and resilient chain sword tore through the fish's abdomen, leaving the nauseatingly slick sensation of that black heart lingering in the palm of his hand. Had the Neem infection evolved into a biological organ? Gazing at this heart, a faint sense of unease began to permeate Lin Renwei's mind. Years prior, when he had just embarked on his career, he was engulfed in the global Neem outbreak. As a high-tech researcher, he was inevitably drawn into frontline combat, possessing a deep understanding of the Neem virus. Without the emergence of the supercomputer Sword of Justice, perhaps the Blue Star would have already been ravaged beyond recognition. For a developing planet, the mechanical industry was undoubtedly a crucial element. Yet the Neem virus seemed solely interested in all mechanical entities. In the initial stages, some scholars even posited the theory that such viruses were engineered by certain organizations or even extraterrestrial civilizations. It was this profoundly influential theory that, when the Blue Star first detected traces of alien life on Mars, led numerous professors and scholars to assert that this extraterrestrial civilization was likely the progenitor of the Neem virus. They had sown the seeds, and now it was time to reap the harvest. They must safeguard this heart and find a moment to deliver it to Mars. After deep contemplation, Lin Chen ultimately voiced his thoughts. To leave this object on the Blue Star would undoubtedly be akin to setting a time bomb, and it was likely they would be unable to unravel its mysteries. Understood. Lin Chen witnessed firsthand how the vessel Furtive Tide effortlessly dealt with the mechanical whale. The descriptions in the original blueprints proved to be accurate. This formidable creation was inherently designed for combat in aquatic realms, in stark contrast to its cumbersome appearance on land. Furtive Tide glided through the ocean like an agile sprite. Continue to monitor the situation, Lin Chen advised before terminating the communication. Gazing outward from the secondary base, he observed a border defense line shrouded in dust, fervently under construction. The control radius of the secondary base extended 5 kilometers, with its headquarters positioned at the center. Rising beyond this boundary, towering metal walls, standing 7 meters high, were steadily being erected. At intervals of 500 meters, T-9 type cruise gun emplacements loomed atop the walls, their silver barrels surveying every inch of the surrounding area. These structures possessed formidable surveillance capabilities, equipped with efficient radar that could detect suspicious units within a 20-kilometer range. The ever-looming dust storms on Mars posed significant challenges to this endeavor. Each segment of the metal wall required foundations driven deep into the ground, sometimes reaching depths of several dozen meters. Despite the aid of transport tracks, there remained a palpable risk that small industrial construction robots could be swept away by the violent winds. Consequently, Lin Chen remained vigilant, closely monitoring the shifting skies. Should an unstoppable dust storm arise, evasive action would be the wisest course. Fortunately, the robots exhibited remarkable efficiency and under the estimations of the intelligent central brain. This inaugural defensive project on Mars was projected to reach completion in approximately 2 months. The prerequisites for advancing from a secondary base to a tertiary base are exceedingly numerous and stringent. Not only is a substantial military defense force required, but one must also achieve a corresponding number of operational facilities and a certain level of extraterrestrial development. The challenge presented here is far more formidable than the leap from first to second tier. Lin Chen merely cast a glance at the requirements before redirecting his focus to the enhancement of the existing conditions of the base. With the launch pad now operational, he had successfully deployed the first batch of exploratory satellites into the cosmos. The Crimson Legion, aside from the 2 mechanized armors dispatched to Blue Star, now boasts an active unit count of 50. Within the scope of constructing the metallic walls, faint red silhouettes can be discerned fleeting through the sandy mist. This contingent of armored troops currently represents the most formidable combat units of the base. Development of various heavy weaponry is also ongoing. However, their resource consumption is rather substantial. Following Lin Chen's deliberations, several development plans have been temporarily shelved. For instance, the most advanced blueprint accessible, the glacial-class star-piercing cannon. Such artillery is intended to be mounted on a space fortress to maximize its efficacy. Yet, for Lin Chen at this juncture, its sole utility is as an ornamental piece within the armory. With the same expenditure, it would be far more practical for Lin Chen to produce some missile warheads instead. Should Blue Star genuinely wish to align as his subordinate, he would naturally not turn a blind eye to the contagion incidents occurring on that planet. However, the resolution of this matter hinges upon Blue Star's attitude and awareness. Lin Chen is certainly not inclined to engage in the folly of extending cordiality to those who remain indifferent. If Blue Star continues to exhibit a lack of discernment, he shall resolutely seize control of that once familiar planet and govern it in his own manner, even if it would require an immense expenditure of time and effort, potentially even jeopardizing the development of the secondary base. Lin Chen would not permit the presence of an entity that could rebel at any moment. Chapter 51, The Crimson Sovereign. To preserve this heart? Is it Mr. Zero's intention? Understood. Lin Chen, listening intently to the orders relayed from the command room to the cockpit, promptly nodded in solemn agreement. In terms of fundamental operations, the vessel, Fuda, was more than willing to entrust the primary controls to this newly appointed pilot. Slightly apprehensive, Lin Chen raised his arm, elevating the heart alongside him. Through the sunlight, one could discern faint, vein-like patterns within it. He activated the thrusters behind him once more with his consciousness, and the Fuda soared anew across the ocean's expanse. The cerulean giant surged towards the fleet, gradually halting not far away, causing torrents of seawater to cascade down upon the naval soldiers on deck. Some instinctively stepped back with caution, yet none fled the deck, all gazing at the Fuda with an air of astonishment. The highest-ranking officials aboard the warship stepped forth, boldly approaching this towering mechanical behemoth. The awe-inspiring scenes of battle that had unfolded earlier were sufficient to ignite the fervor within every soldier's heart. Furthermore, from the urgently received intelligence, these officers had already grasped that this azure giant appeared to be their ally. Safeguard it. Its voice resonated like thunder, and with deft fingers, it laid a colossal, pitch-black heart upon the deck. This heart was vastly larger than that of an ordinary whale. Weighing nearly 600 kilograms, the object above was adorned with intricate patterns, casting an eerie aura under the sunlight that sent a shiver down the spine of every soldier. Understood. The officer instinctively stood at attention, saluting with a precise military gesture. Not just he, but all the naval personnel on deck paid their respects to this colossal entity. With limited information at their disposal, they were at a loss for what to call this magnificent behemoth, only understanding the operation codenamed Futao. Soon, someone would arrive to liaise with you. The Futao nodded. Its armor, soaked in seawater, shimmered brilliantly, making it difficult for the officer to gaze directly at it. In the next moment, the thrusters behind the Futao roared to life once more, sending torrents of seawater cascading, and the blue shadow vanished from sight again. All research teams, prepare yourselves. This heart will be delivered to Mars by our hands. In the conference room, Su Sheng and representatives from various nations were ready for the anticipated liaison task. This was the directive from that alien civilization. Mr. Zero had personally instructed that this heart be transported to Mars, and Su Sheng, along with the others, dared not utter a single question. Having witnessed that monumental battle firsthand, many felt an intensified apprehension towards this extraterrestrial civilization. If those plasma beams had been directed at the Blue Star military, the audacious commanders who sought to obstruct the 3 mechanized armors would undoubtedly be remembered as eternal villains of the Blue Star. The strategy of Huagua has always been fundamentally sound. Should they attempt to assault Blue Star, regardless of the outcome, each soldier shall fight until the last drop of blood is shed. Conversely, if their intentions are not malicious, perhaps even inclined towards communication and interaction with Blue Star, then Blue Star should resolutely seize the opportunity. Within the cockpit of the vessel Futao, there sat a member, even a scientist hailing from Huagua. Amidst the shock, this further elevated Huagua's authority and standing significantly. From the very moment the three mechanized armors touched the ground, countless individuals had already set their sights upon them. Yet, only Lin Renwei unhesitatingly entered the cockpit of Fu Tao, without any preparation or contemplation. He understood that all plans would prove futile against these three machines. Humanity cannot fathom the weapons of the future with current technology. The sole method lies in direct engagement, to touch and comprehend them, even at the cost of one's own life. However, it is evident that the present outcome has far surpassed Lin Renwei's expectations. He felt his body, robust as a mountain, yet capable of soaring across the sea with the grace of a bird. Upon experiencing such a sensation, a profound gratitude welled up within Lin Renwei. Had it not been for this extraterrestrial civilization, he would have never encountered such a wondrous feeling in his lifetime. As a being of technological advancement far surpassing Blue Star, their willingness to engage in such a friendly manner was astonishing. Reflecting upon the situation, were Lin Renwei to find himself as a member of a superior civilization, he might not have been able to extend such courtesy. Renwei, how do you feel now? Shall I now refer to you as the pilot? Su Xing smiled lightly. No, Su Gong, I actually haven't done much. This battle was resolved by Mr. Fu Tao himself. Lin Renwei's words contained deeper meaning, instantly prompting Su Sheng's realization. Each robot under this alien civilization possesses independent thought, even representing a distinct ideological form of life. What constitutes life? This is perhaps a concept that few would dare to define lightly. Since the emergence of this alien civilization, many established theories of space on Blue Star have completely collapsed. It has not destroyed Blue Star. Rather, through endless drills, people find themselves increasingly retreating into underground shelters. A widespread phenomenon of apathy has even arisen. People scramble to indulge in life, creating chaos, and the crime rates in every nation and city are soaring. No one can guarantee that this alien civilization will continue to maintain a friendly attitude in the future. Thus, remaining perpetually prepared may well be the most prudent course of action for Blue Star at present. Lin Renwei's successful landing on the Fu Tao has drawn the attention of countless other scientists to the two Crimson battle armors. After Lin Renwei paved the way for them, these scientists hastily submitted applications, eager to become pilots of the Red Crimson. This is an incredibly honorable endeavor. With danger removed, this task undoubtedly transforms into a coveted opportunity. The two Crimson battle armors remain quietly stationed within the Sirius Air Force Base, as the meeting's deliberations have yet to yield a candidate. Becoming one of the drivers is akin to joining the ranks of the heroic figures immortalized throughout human history. Yet, only Lin Chen comprehends that the Crimson vessel, birthed as the foundation of the base, is far from the gentle nature of the Overwave. Its strikingly sharp exterior starkly contrasts with that of the Overwave. Conquering the fierce and menacing blood-red armor may prove to be a more formidable challenge than one might anticipate. Chapter 52. An audience with Lisk gently pushed open the door and beheld the frail man quietly resting on the hospital bed. He appeared to be asleep, but upon hearing the sound, he opened his eyes and slowly sat up. Mr. Lisk, what brings you here? Lisk hurried forward, placing a pillow behind his back and pulling up a chair to sit down. I came to see how our great hero from Blue Star is recovering. What great hero? Lin Renwei chuckled softly, turning his gaze towards the window. The weather was splendid. The rare, radiant sunlight bathed the table, while a gentle breeze caressed the curtains. The table was adorned with an array of untouched nutritional supplements and fruits. Noticing Lin Renwei suddenly lapse into silence, as if recalling something profound, Lisk wisely refrained from speaking, quietly fetching 2 cups and filling them with warm water. The remarkable Chinese scientist appeared transformed, and Lisk found it challenging to articulate this sensation. An overwhelming tranquility enveloped Lin Renwei, rendering him almost wooden, as if an enigmatic force was silently sculpting him. Upon the return of the vessel Fuda to the Sirius base, Lin Renwei was met with a relentless series of meetings, among which Lisk was naturally included. As they eagerly awaited Lin Renwei's arrival in the conference room, Chief Engineer Su suddenly informed everyone that Lin Renwei was recuperating in the hospital due to ill health, and that these discussions would have to be postponed. Upon exiting the cockpit of the Fuda, he had collapsed onto the lift platform, completely unconscious, as if he had been utterly drained of energy. What might be the nature of his ailment? Could you enlighten us, Professor Lin? Lisk inquired after taking a sip of water and rubbing his hands together. It resembles a state of severe exhaustion, nearly to the point of delirium, Lin Renwei replied with a gentle smile. Is this a consequence of the neural link? Lisk gasped. I am aware you have numerous inquiries, but I regret to inform you that I can scarcely recall events from 3 days ago. Lin Chen stated as he took another sip and set down his cup. You have lost your memory? Part of my cognitive awareness feels as though it has been left behind within that armored suit, he described, causing Lisk's heart to race, his breath becoming increasingly hurried. What is your perspective on these alien armors? Are they weapons? Tools? Mechanical warriors imbued with futuristic technological prowess? Lisk took a deep breath, finally managing to calm himself further. I have always believed they possess an independent consciousness. This is also the aspect that piques my curiosity the most. How do you master it? Can human neurons truly synchronize with extraterrestrial armor? Mastery. It is undoubtedly an unforgettable experience for him. We cannot truly master it, rather than mastery. It is more akin to parasitism. The original mechanical consciousness functions as a supercomputer, a capacity that the human brain cannot even begin to rival, not even one. Leaning against the wall, Lin Chen murmured, I cannot articulate it. The moment the neuronal connection was established, I glimpsed an astonishingly magnificent world. Clarny Gale strode along the outer track of the Sirius base, accompanied by a group of researchers and several officers endowed with authority through directives. As they traversed the track, the head of the Sirius base beheld a grand assembly of individuals. Good day, Mr. Mori. I am Clarny Gales, he stated, nodding slightly. His assistant promptly presented him with a stack of approved documents. Time was of the essence, although Lin Chen was absent from the meeting. The battle footage of the Futao's engagement with the mechanical whale had already circulated across nations. Amidst the astonishment, the most pressing task was to have the pilots continue testing the other 2 crimson mechanized armors, with the support of various factions and underlying forces. Clarny from the United States was elected by a narrow margin and was set to trial one of the crimson models. Clarny Gears, a renowned military machinery designer from the United States, at the tender age of 38, has already spearheaded numerous significant large-scale armament experimental projects. With the backing of a formidable power, he has successfully ascended to the upper echelons of the military, possessing not only a genius-level design capability but also considerable actual authority. Upon hearing that Chinese scientists had successfully returned from their test drive, Clarny swiftly submitted an application to the United Joint Base, requesting to become the next mech pilot. I would willingly sacrifice my life to contribute to the Blue Star. This application letter, replete with professionalism and emotive appeal, was presented at a conference where even Su Sheng had but a single vote to cast. This suddenly transformed into a golden opportunity for ascendance. When the 3 mechanized armors first arrived on Blue Star, those self-important scientists seemed to have vanished completely. No one wished to venture alone into the abyss of darkness. And the secrets hidden within those mechanized armors remained unknown. Mr. Mori, you may not be aware, but we are prepared to initiate a new series of plans to create our very own mechanized armors for Blue Star. On their way to the area housing the Crimson, Clarny spoke animatedly to Mori. According to our designs, the technological prowess they possess may very well rival that of these extraterrestrial warriors. We have arrived, Professor Clarny. Mori, clad in a blue work uniform, halted and interrupted Clarny's discourse. Before them, an entire metal wall was steadily rising, propelled by the action of hinges on either side. As 2 towering crimson armors, each approximately 4 meters in height, manifested before the crowd, the seemingly composed Clarny could no longer contain the fervor surging within him. Chapter 53, Stripping Away. The outwardly extending edges of the armor resembled daggers, and the robust legs, which constituted nearly half of its frame, endowed the Crimson unit with unparalleled agility. When Lin Chen initially conceived its design, he envisioned the intricate and ever-changing terrains of the mountainous plains. Its explosive power and velocity were the Crimson unit's most formidable weapons, instilling a profound chill in the hearts of all soldiers that fateful night. It was unfathomable that a 4-meter-tall, heavy automaton could launch an assault with the swiftness of a cheetah. One could scarcely imagine the terror it would evoke when the Crimson unit assembled on the battlefield. Heavens! The once stoic Clarny could no longer suppress the tempest of emotions within him. His voice quivered slightly. As the metallic barriers meant for protection ascended, everyone momentarily believed they were witnessing a masterpiece sculpted by a grandmaster. The menacing aura clung to its sleek, streamlined form, and for Clarny, this was the epitome of perfection in the cosmos. Professor Clarny, do you truly intend to pilot this armor? Mori cautioned, his voice tinged with hesitation, as though he wished to articulate further thoughts. Yes, I shall ascend into it. Clarny's breath quickened, and he nodded insistently. That Chinese scientist had already mitigated 80% of the risks for them. Crawley prided himself on being the foremost expert in mechanized entities on this planet. Given that a neural link can be established with the towering overwave, reaching heights of over 10 meters, and that the only apparent consequence is a slight neural fatigue, Crawley is naturally skeptical that the Crimson Armor would present any differing attributes. The technological prowess of an extraterrestrial civilization adapting to the human nervous system is a notion Crawley recognizes is beyond their purview. Danger and risk coexist in this realm. Yet, Crawley harbors an insatiable yearning for this alien civilization. The best opportunity lies before him, fleeting and ephemeral. After a moment of silence, Mori ultimately nodded discreetly, initiating the coordination of various units to prepare protective gear and an elevation platform for Crawley. Given his rank, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. As the facility manager of this base, Mori found himself nearly sleeping amidst these alien armors. He struggled to articulate the profound sensation that enveloped him. To him, these colossal entities simply appeared to be in slumber. When Lin Chen descended into the massive azure armor, the surge of energy that enveloped the entire base nearly blinded Mori. He had once shared a similar doubt. Could humanity truly pilot these incredible machines? The fact that Lin Chen returned unscathed was still beyond his belief. In Mori's eyes, Lin Renway's unhesitating entrance into the armor's chest cavity resembled a descent into hell, instilling in him a deep respect for this scientist and the nation that stood behind him. The Sirius base lacked any capacity to repair or inspect these 3 extraterrestrial visitors. Their designated area was an absolute no-go zone, accessible only with the appropriate documentation to unlock the metallic barrier. Amidst the throng of personnel, Crawley donned the obsidian-hued protective suit, designed to shield against any potential radiation emanating from the mechanized suit. However, according to Lin Renway's assessment report, the radiation levels were negligible and could be deemed inconsequential. Wishing you the best of luck, Mr. Crawley, several officers extended their heartfelt well wishes. Everyone yearned to experience this moment, if only for a fleeting second, as it would indelibly mark a milestone in human history. Rest assured, when I return to this place, we shall collectively savor the fruits of victory. Crawley could not contain his exuberant laughter, his visage flushed, reminiscent of the gradually illuminating scarlet armor of the Crimson Mark. It awakened from its slumber, each piece of armor parting along intricate seams, revealing a radiant lattice within. Amidst the thunderous clamor of metal colliding, the profound depths of his eyes mirrored the silhouettes of those around him. Mori gazed at the otherworldly visage of the machine. An unsettling sensation erupted within him. Instinctively, he took a step back, while Crawley, brimming with excitement, ascended the lift platform. The Crimson Mark seemed to respond to his movements, bestowing upon Crawley an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Was it welcoming him? With the final piece of armor coupling into place, an intensely formidable aura emanated from the armored form. Flames of ethereal light surged forth, and in a moment of inexplicable impulse, Mori traced a cross in the air, while the remaining officers watched in eager anticipation, thrilled to be witnesses to history in the making. The composite mechanical components situated above the chest unfurled continuously along both sides as Craney ascended to the pinnacle, precisely stepping onto the final layer of mechanics, seamlessly entering the cockpit of the Crimson. Have I succeeded? The effortless and smooth progression enveloped Craney in a euphoric daze. The neural link system was being activated. The docking procedure was being calibrated. The cockpits of the 2 types of armored suits were indistinguishable, differing only in size and the density of their projections. Craney trembled as he leaned against the central, exquisitely alluring mechanical support. In the next moment, a torrent of liquid armor surged forth, instantaneously enveloping Craney's body. Simultaneously, the Crimson Armor fully awakened. After a faint tremor, it detached from its supporting framework, slowly advancing toward the vast expanse within the base, under the gaze of numerous eyes. The light in its optics seemed to conceal a blade. It was a stark contrast to the covering wave, embodying the essence of spear and shield, as the propulsion system hidden within its back unfolded, resembling expansive mechanical wings. Neural linkage degree, 10 neural linkage degree, 12 neural linkage degree, 14 neural linkage degree, 16. The neural linkage degree reached the threshold, eliminating linkage units. In Craney's world, he felt as if a surging tide relentlessly battered against his fragile consciousness. With a resounding crash, it was as though an overwhelmingly terrifying wave struck him with immense force, instantly obliterating much of his cognitive awareness. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, the blood-red giant gradually came to a halt. As it raised its hand, the armor on its chest reopened, revealing the unconscious form of Kurlani, who had been carelessly hung on a mechanical track intended for transporting materials. Subsequently, the Crimson continued its advance, delivering a powerful blow that shattered a concrete wall of the base, navigating through the debris amidst a cloud of dust, and striding towards the outside world. Alien armor out of control. Alien armor out of control. I repeat, alien armor out of control. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Mori snapped back to reality, trembling as he fumbled for the communicator in his pocket, his voice filled with dread, as if witnessing the apocalypse. Chapter 54. The initiation of the Crown Project. When the deafening explosion resonated in the ears of the officers, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Most of the officers had witnessed the terrifying destructive capacity of the Crimson armor, and their first instinct was to flee the scene. Even the most advanced armored vehicles, capable of withstanding heavy fire, appeared as fragile as mere tofu in its grasp. Their only formidable weapon was the armor-piercing pistol at their sides, and before they could even fire a shot, they would likely be obliterated by its overwhelming might. The defiant Crimson had already crossed the gaping wound in the wall, slowly advancing towards the world beyond the base. A few seconds later, in another sector south of the Sirius base, several fighter jets silently sliced through the sky. Target acquired. Awaiting instructions. The pilot pressed the communicator close to his mouth and spoke urgently. Shut down all weapon systems. Do not disturb it. Understood. Mori swiftly relayed the information to the joint base, and in this exceptional circumstance, the personnel on continuous duty for 24 hours promptly escalated the message to the upper echelons of the base. The pilot turned several rows of dark crimson buttons to the emergency shutdown lock position. The Crimson unit on the ground had evidently also noticed the shadow that swept overhead. A strange glimmer flickered deep within its gaze. As the earliest creation of Lin Chen's mechanized armors, it seemed to harbor something profoundly different from the Fuda unit deep within its chest. It gradually came to a halt, the composite armor over its chest fully sealed. Before it lay a lush forest sea. The Sirius Air Force Base, due to its vast expanse, was established in a remote area. The towering crimson giant stood silently at the edge of the earth, gazing at the sprawling green ocean in the distance. This scene reflected in Su Sheng's eyes, evoking a surreal and ethereal sense of unreality. What was it doing? What about the other Crimson unit? The other Crimson unit remained in standby mode, and Professor Cloney aimed to enter its cockpit. Chun Jinfei also intently observed the screen, explaining, the on-site personnel reported that when this Crimson unit activated, it directly pulled Professor Cloney out of the cockpit. Pulled out? Su Sheng was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp Chun Jinfei's meaning. It's the literal interpretation. Su Gong. Chun Jinfei scratched his head. I am currently having them adjust the surveillance footage. 10 minutes later, the people gathered in the conference room watched in astonishment as Kurlani was seen entering the cockpit of the Crimson vessel, only to be violently yanked out and suspended from the beam in less than 2 minutes. A military professor from a certain nation was taken aback. Is Mr. Kurlani all right? The doctor reported that he had suffered a severe psychological shock and remained in a state of unconsciousness. Su Sheng lowered his voice, speaking with sorrow. However, his vital signs remained stable, so he should be all right. This Crimson exosuit, Lisk, seated to the left, spoke up. It is entirely different from the Overwave model. Different? Su Sheng was taken aback and turned to Lisk. In what way is it different? Have you not noticed that these exosuits seem to possess a life of their own? With Su Sheng's approving glance, Lisk stood up boldly before the international officers and research professors, stating, what I mean is, they are alive, individual, vibrant entities. The computational cores they possess may far exceed our comprehension. Under the influence of their extraordinary computational power that defies common logic, it is highly possible that something akin to emotions may arise. Lisk's words seemed somewhat nonsensical, yet a peculiar light suddenly flickered in Su Sheng's attentive eyes. Indeed, as Lin Renwei was lifted onto a stretcher and transported to the hospital, he clutched Su Sheng's hand tightly and uttered a phrase that left a profound impression on him. Never approach those alien armors with a submissive heart. At that moment, Su Sheng seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of his words. You mean they are independent sentient beings? A professor summarized Lisk's remarks. Given the current circumstances, this was an undeniably evident conclusion. Lisk licked his lips, signaling everyone to redirect their gaze to the screen. The Crimson, having lingered at the cliff's edge for nearly 10 minutes, suddenly changed its course and headed towards the Sirius base amidst a sea of anxious glances. Lisk's eyes sparkled as he declared, "Quickly, order all fighter jets to return. Do not disturb it." The Crimson advanced step by step, retracing the identical path to the massive wall breach it had previously created with a single punch. It raised a hand to snap a few obstructing steel rods and, with a slight bow, stepped through the wall opening. Fortunately, the Sirius base employed a polyhedral architectural structure, so such a non-load-bearing wall did not pose significant repercussions. At this moment, numerous base personnel stood frozen in place, motionless, horrified as they watched the towering 4-meter crimson giant traverse through the gaping hole and re-enter the base. Sunlight from outside illuminated the shattered surroundings, casting an eerie stillness over the entire area, broken only by the clinking of mechanical parts and the heavy thuds of its footsteps. "Gentlemen, it is not the pilots who choose them," Sushing finally comprehended. "Instead, these astonishing mechanized armors are in the process of selecting their pilots." Mori gazed in horror at the resplendent crimson, which leaned against the metallic support, contemplating whether to lower the protective barrier once more. In a startling display, this crimson giant raised its hand and forcefully yanked down the edge of the wall. Bang! Lying on the hospital bed, Crony sprang upright like a coiled spring. His brow was drenched in sweat, and his garments were thoroughly soaked. It felt as though someone was yanking him outward, the forced disconnection from the neural link resulting in an extensive 3-day stupor. He could scarcely grasp a water cup, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. "Impossible, this cannot be." Water drenched Crony's, and he gasped in terror, finally piecing together all his fragmented memories. In that surreal realm, a towering crimson shadow that ascended to engulf the entire sky seemed to roar furiously at him. Chapter 55. Locking Technology for Blue Star. The meeting concluded in urgency, and the Space Force's project was temporarily shelved. A project named Paguan was elevated to the forefront. These mechanized armors from an extraterrestrial civilization were in the process of selecting their pilots. This astonishing declaration astonished all nations, prompting them to initiate selections from their existing astronaut corps. After all, the physical fitness of astronauts is undeniably exceptional, constituting one of the most elite groups within humanity. On Mars, Lin Chen, seated in the main control room of the base, observed yet another upgrade metric turn blue, finally exhaling in relief. Moments later, a new requirement gradually emerged on the system panel: possession of affiliated civilizations with an affiliation rate exceeding 80. Lin Chen gazed at this final upgrade criterion, suddenly engulfed by a sense of despair. Goodness, even the system is playing games with me nowadays. Affiliated civilizations? An affiliation rate of over 80%? Given the conditions of the solar system, it seems that only humanity on the blue planet qualifies. Querying potential civilizations within the galaxy. Query result: blue planet, civilization, humanity, existence duration, 6,000 years, racial characteristics, possessing a wise and equitable societal structure, danger level: relatively high, technological capability, extremely low, current affiliation rate, -2. Although it had been quite a while since Lin Chen last accessed this system panel, it still graciously provided him with a complimentary search function. "How can I increase the affiliation rate?" Lin Chen inquired of the system panel. The affiliation rate can be perceived as the sense of belonging of the entire planet and its affiliated civilizations towards the base. A sense of belonging? This implies that if the blue planet experiences greater happiness and contentment, the sense of belonging will surely increase? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, formulating his understanding internally. However, mere theoretical discussions are of little consequence. Only through practical attempts can he ascertain whether this sense of belonging rises. Having progressed from a level 2 to a level 3 base, Lin Chen had already fulfilled the necessary requirements for material energy storage, as well as the foundational operational facilities within the base's domain. As each requirement is fulfilled, the system panel refreshes to reveal the next set of indicators. This appears to be the final, and indeed the most challenging, of them all. A negative value? Those 3 mechanized armors alone could easily intimidate the vast majority of individuals. Mainframe, please assist me in retrieving the current public sentiment on Blue Star. Lin Chen instructed the intelligent consciousness with a sense of resignation. Understood, my lord, came the response. With a pulse of sound waves, a search program unfolded before Lin Chen's visor, while he simultaneously connected to Blue Star's integrated network. Comments from various major online platforms were collated and translated into the familiar language of Lin Chen, beginning to scroll downward at a designated speed. Hey, has this extraterrestrial civilization already slipped away? Why is there no news at all? Just recently rehearsed, and while in the shelter, haven't you heard the saying? The more significant the event, the less likely it is to be reported, for fear of instilling panic. I feel the same way. Sigh. Living day by day is all I can do now. I've resigned, and am preparing to just let things be. Whatever will be, will be. Lin Chen observed the mixed bag of comments, his brow furrowing in discontent. The alien crisis seems to have obliterated the fighting spirit of most humanity. While the chaos of life has spawned a surge in criminal activity, so much so that even law enforcement is unable to curtail this rampant behavior. In such circumstances, it is hardly surprising that a sense of belonging would register as a negative value. In Lin Chen's view, the difficulty level of this indicator appears excessively high. This sense of relaxation is proving difficult to manage. One must neither instill fear nor disrupt the existing societal norms. Rather, the aim is to allow the original social order to function normally. Preparations are underway to create a superintelligent robot specifically designed for Blue Star. Lin Chen pondered for a few moments before issuing directives to the intelligent consciousness. The goal is clear: to utilize this superintelligent robot to gain comprehensive control over the integrated network of Blue Star. However, the base can offer Blue Star the corresponding technological advancements, enabling human civilization to ascend, while simultaneously retaining the ability to sever all pathways at any moment, causing them to fall back to the ground. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes as a plan began to take shape in his mind. Rather than resorting to intimidation and threats, perhaps the correct approach is to bestow upon Blue Star a sharp double-edged sword, allowing them to reach unprecedented heights while remaining inextricably linked to Lin Chen's assistance. Thus, a superintelligent robot is necessary to conduct continuous observations on Blue Star, effectively relaying real-time information to Lin Chen, should the need arise. He has already contemplated establishing a subsidiary base on Blue Star. The objective is to aid humanity in extending their technological trajectory while providing a crucial lock along this path. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, and as his directives were executed, the mechanical factory commenced its designated operations, with the technological blueprint of a secondary base. Constructing a superintelligent robot capable of encompassing the entire Blue Star is a trivial endeavor. However, it is important to note that when this superintelligent robot takes up residence on Blue Star, it will signify the obsolescence of the sword-wielding computer, as the technological chips employed by the two entities are fundamentally of different magnitudes. Even technology chips produced through the mechanized assembly lines of factories possess the capacity to overshadow the very swords wielded by the harbingers of human civilization. In anticipation of the fear that may arise, Lin Chen has already devised a plan within his mind. This is a gradual process. Haste may lead to counterproductive outcomes. We must adopt a different approach towards the Blue Star. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, prioritizing the restoration of society as a whole. Chapter 56. Eradicating the decay of Blue Star and mitigating social discourse. The inclusion of 3 mechanized armors into the Blue Star's framework is permitted. Specific technological privileges will be granted to the Blue Star in due course. At the 4th Global United Conference, a spokesperson clad in a suit trembled as he clutched a thin report, reciting its contents to the representatives of various nations present. Regarding the Neme virus, we need apologies. The middle-aged man, visibly anxious, lowered his gaze and wiped the sweat from his brow. Having served as the Minister of the United Nations Environment Department for 23 years, he had faced countless press conferences of varying magnitudes, yet at this moment, he felt as nervous as a novice delivering his first speech. At precisely 8 o'clock the previous evening, the liaison responsible for this matter initially believed it to be merely a chaotic cosmic signal, dismissing it and leaving it to the intelligent computer for gradual analysis and decryption. It was only half an hour later that the liaison discovered the projection panel before him had frozen in place. All information shattered like a punctured balloon. A chilling sensation coursed up his spine, penetrating his mind with an icy grip. He was horrified to discover that all systems had completely malfunctioned, mirroring the apocalyptic scenario of several weeks prior. The liaison suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation, as if invisible hands were slowly closing in around him. The intelligent computer operated as if under the influence of a stimulant, emitting a colossal heat that could be felt even from several meters away. Moments later, a multitude of regulations were printed on paper, densely packed, revealing a report amalgamated from dozens of languages. The content was uniform. Yet upon recognizing the characters of his own nation, a wave of intense dizziness washed over his mind. This report had been transmitted with utmost speed and confidentiality, swiftly reviewed by various nations on Blue Star within mere hours. In his slumber, Su Sheng was abruptly awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone, and like everyone else, only realized the gravity of the situation upon sitting in the glaringly lit conference hall. The extraterrestrial civilization had once again communicated with Blue Star. Yet, these notifications appeared to be unequivocally positive news for Blue Star, leaving Su Sheng utterly bewildered. What were their intentions? To preserve human civilization? To safeguard it as one would a cherished collectible? In the bygone solar system, Blue Star, inhabited by humanity, was indeed a unique treasure. Unfettered by external influences, humanity had evolved its own civilizational realm in a distinctive manner. Perhaps for this extraterrestrial civilization, this is the focal point deserving of attention. This notion resonates within Su Sheng and the minds of most astute individuals. In response to the Neme virus, it is imperative to enact a comprehensive safeguard and thoroughly investigate its origins. The spokesperson gradually steadied his emotions and continued to read the report. Not a single provision was detrimental to Blue Star. It seemed as though this alien civilization was issuing directives to its subordinate entity. Yet, what would be the cost? Commencing immediately, it is hoped that you will harness your own strength to transcend the solar system, witness the splendor of this universe, and while acknowledging the crisis, do not relinquish hope. That is the most precious possession you hold. This proclamation plunged the entire conference hall into a profound silence. Each independent thought clashed with fervent introspection. Has Blue Star's strategy been erroneous all along? Is this extraterrestrial civilization genuinely endeavoring to assist Blue Star in its evolution? Such a notion defies the very logic of established principles. System, assess the affiliation value. Meanwhile, far away on Mars, Lin Chen once again called up the panel. Query result: Blue Star civilization race, humanity, existence duration, 6,000 years, race characteristics, a society governed by wise and equitable rules, danger level, moderately high, technological power, extremely low. Current affiliation degree, -1. 2134, has it increased? This indicates efficacy. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a wave of elation washing over him. It appears that this approach is indeed correct. They have become the most influential voices on Blue Star. As long as it can guide their thoughts and set the entire Blue Star society on the right course, it is merely a matter of time. In reality, given the current circumstances, Lin Chen has never intended to take action against Blue Star. He neither wishes to intervene nor feels inclined to do so. After all, the development of Mars has yet to reach even 10% progress, and Lin Chen has not considered diverting any of the base's resources to Blue Star. This was initially a secondary matter. However, the base's upgrade mission mandates that Lin Chen must possess a subordinate civilization with a corresponding allegiance. Elevating the secondary base is an imperative task. Thus, Blue Star must inevitably be incorporated into Lin Chen's strategic blueprint. It is now time to prune the rot from Blue Star. All those who dare to voice dissent must be eradicated. I require nothing less than a Blue Star with 100% allegiance. There is no need to squander time placating them. Understood. The intelligent mainframe's voice pulsated gently before returning to tranquility. The Fourth Global United Conference concluded successfully. The brief 20-minute meeting seemed to have imperceptibly transformed the mindset of every nation. From the day following the conference, people suddenly realized they were no longer awakened by the thunderous roar of passing fighter jets. This subtle shift appeared to be infusing new hues into the somber cities. We may be uncertain of the path ahead, but we are resolute in our understanding that restoring normalcy to every citizen's life is an undeniable responsibility of the entire world. The leaders of various nations spoke earnestly before the projection, their eyes glistening with the shimmer of unshed tears. Lying silently on the hospital bed, Lin Ruwei pressed a button on the edge of his bed, causing the projection panel above to gradually become transparent until it completely vanished. From Su Sheng's words during his visit, he grasped the events of that fateful night. What was the cost? The question escaped his lips almost instinctively, and upon seeing Su Sheng's silence at his bedside, Lin Ruwei understood his unspoken thoughts. Chapter 57. The Voyager sect. I would rather perish in a sweet dream than languish in the shadows of the underground. Such nonsensical statements could be uttered. Su Sheng, sipping his tea while perusing the day's projection news, could not help but reveal a faint smirk. The Voyager sect? Lin Ruwei inquired. Voyage? To where are they sailing? Su Sheng, appearing somewhat agitated, shut the news report with dissatisfaction. To put it bluntly, these individuals resemble a cult, destined to be eradicated in due time. They undermine the unity of the entire blue planet, and yet no one seems to intervene. In truth, this self-styled Voyager sect had emerged on Blue Planet even before the advent of extraterrestrial civilizations. The religion it espouses is extensive, spreading across the globe, claiming to lead all humanity away from Blue Planet, escaping the solar system in search of a new, idyllic home. Perhaps it is the pressure of life and the yearning for a brighter future that has drawn hundreds of thousands of followers to this seemingly utopian cult. Among them are important figures from various nations and high-ranking officials from corporations, prompting one to reflect on the capricious nature of humanity. Just a moment ago, the prominent figure who fervently claimed to donate to the Blue Star's environmental cause was exposed the following day for joining the Yuhang faction. As long as sufficient funds and launch sites are available, the Yuhang faction merely needs to manufacture transport spacecraft to continually send those eager to witness the brilliance of the cosmos into space. However, they do not provide after-sales service, indifferent to the fates of those they dispatch. The Blue Star authorities would never permit such inhumane acts to transpire. Relevant departments have already dismantled several of the Yuhang faction strongholds. Yet, in the current international climate, this cult continues to draw nourishment from decay and flourish. One cannot concern themselves with the thoughts of such individuals. Lin Renwei settled into a comfortable position, smiling at his elder brother, suddenly realizing that their personalities seemed to have reversed. In the past, it was he who would have been the one to passionately voice complaints. Su Sheng, sipping tea from his thermos, silently observed Lin Renwei, occasionally offering bits of advice. Back then, Lin Renwei was a fervent young man, wholly intent on making a contribution to the world. The antimatter explosion not only claimed the life of Zhonglan, but perhaps also took away the fervent Lin Renwei of that time. The incredible alien technology rejuvenated his spirit. He witnessed everything, rekindling his motivation to run once more. The technological prowess possessed by humanity has merely reached a mere zero one of what this universe holds. In that fleeting moment, it seemed Lin Renwei's life acquired a different significance. By a twist of fate, he became the chosen pilot of the Futao vessel. Even Lin Renwei himself could not discern whether this was fortune or curse. Su Sheng swiftly composed himself, reverting to a serious demeanor as he tidied up Lin Renwei's bedside table. Do you still wish to pilot that powered armor? Su Sheng's hand hesitated momentarily. I can hardly believe that the one battling the infected in the Pacific is you, my friend. Indeed, I've seen it. The combat prowess of the Futuoha is equivalent to that of an entire battle fleet. I cannot fathom how a mechanical entity could execute such fluid movements. Lin Renwei shook his head, seemingly unable to accept that he could be the operator of such an extraordinary weapon. These machines could transform a mere child into a city-destroying behemoth. Thus, I am grateful that Blue Star has chosen the right path. Rational minds still prevail, as everyone desires a future where their descendants can bask in the sun for decades to come. Su Sheng suddenly chuckled. Perhaps our generation will be destined to engage with this alien civilization for the rest of our lives. What is the current situation? What else can be said? They have made their intentions clear. At present, every nation is coordinating with one another, preparing to reshape the international landscape. Su Sheng furrowed his brow and remarked helplessly, You can't be foolish enough to believe that all of this is simply the rightful due of Blue Star, can you? Just as you queried me earlier. Everything comes at a price, and this price may very well be beyond our wildest imaginings. Su Sheng spoke calmly. On this sun-drenched day, Lin Renwei suddenly felt a chilling sensation coursing through his body. Hello, routine inspection. As two individuals engaged in conversation, a gentle knock echoed from behind. A nurse robot, gleaming with a metallic sheen, entered, pushing a medication cart. Mr. Lin Renwei, how are you feeling at this moment? The nurse robot's face radiated a soft glow. I feel quite well, though my legs occasionally experience numbness. In our previous examination, we discovered that the electrical currents have affected the nerves in your legs. With a paralysis necrosis probability of 2.74, we will endeavor to minimize the risk. Here are today's medications. Please take them punctually. The nurse robot articulated all potential risks with heartfelt words. Thank you, Lin Renwei replied with a smile as he accepted the medications. 3 capsules, possessing a gel-like texture. Each bore a staggering price of 100,000 yuan. Naturally, Lin Renwei received the pinnacle of medical care, yet in most instances, the supply of such exorbitant medications remained exceedingly limited, rendering ordinary individuals unable to access such impeccable healthcare. When will we be able to create such inventions ourselves? Su Sheng murmured, observing the silhouette of the nurse robot. In the year 2074 on Blue Planet, numerous fields had already adopted such intelligent robots. Although they could only perform basic tasks, they nonetheless provided significant convenience to people. What we have created is merely a series of shells. Lin Renwei silently placed the capsules into his mouth. Please help me with the discharge procedures, Brother Su. Wouldn't you like to rest a couple more days? Once the busyness subsides, there will be ample time to recline. Lin Renwei removed his hospital gown and gently patted Su Sheng's shoulder. Su Sheng gazed at this young man, whose posture was gradually straightening, and felt as though he were witnessing a scene from a decade ago. In that vast desert, he could always see the girl pursuing Lin Renwei, inquisitively questioning him, her bright eyes sparkling like the oasis in the arid landscape, while the boy maintained a stoic expression, incessantly calculating amidst a plethora of blueprints and data. How wonderful it would have been to understand sooner. Su Sheng shook his head, watching Lin Renwei's silhouette as he exited the hospital room, murmuring in a voice only he could hear. Chapter 58. Micrometer-level chips within the mechanical factory. A humanoid robot, towering at 2 meters, was being lowered to the work surface via a mechanical track. Since the inception of the first-level base, this ever-expanding factory has never ceased its production. The second-level base is akin to possessing an inexhaustible energy generation capability. Deep beneath the base, crystalline energy cubes are continuously produced at a relentless pace of 24 hours a day. These cubes can serve as solid forms of independent fuel for mechanical units. Their energy efficiency is astoundingly close to that of nuclear batteries. A single nuclear battery can sustain energy output for up to 10,000 years. However, if not managed effectively, these batteries pose a significant risk of environmental nuclear contamination. In contrast, the energy cubes achieve an extraordinarily high production efficiency comparable to that of nuclear batteries. Yet they emit no form of pollution. This near-Buja-like characteristic enables Lin Chen to unleash the full potential of the secondary base's production efficiency, without any concern that Mars might evolve into a replica of modern Blue Star in the future. Within a territorial expanse of 5 kilometers, the energy generated is already abundantly sufficient. Lin Chen gazed through his visor at the 5 humanoid-shaped intelligent robots, and with a mere wave of his hand, another segment displaying the core chip manufacturing process instantly materialized before his eyes. By 2074, Blue Star had perfected its chip manufacturing technology. Lithography technology had become universally adopted, and 3-nanometer intelligent chips were commonplace. Armed with the most formidable computing power in human history, the Sword of Justice utilized the most advanced 1-nanometer smart chip. Even the intelligent floor-cleaning robots used in households possessed computational capabilities that surpassed all supercomputers from decades past. However, the nanometer-scale chips still adhered to the traditional conceptual framework of computing architecture. Upon acquiring the secondary base, all robots simultaneously benefited from the fabrication technology of picometer-level core chips. This is precisely why Lin Chen's robots could perform communication operations within the quantum realm. The distance between 2 planets could be traversed in the blink of an eye. The picometer-level intelligent chips revolutionized the conventional computing architecture, resembling the structure of neural networks, enhancing overall computational capacity through quantum spatial configurations. The emotional derivation capabilities embedded deep within the consciousness of the powered armor owe their existence to this advancement. The human brain itself is akin to a supercomputer, comprising approximately 14 to 16 billion neurons. However, constrained by biological factors, no human brain can ever achieve a full development of 100%. Lin Chen had previously entertained thoughts of augmenting his own physique with the corresponding technology available at the secondary base. He might have had the potential to become the first new human in history. Yet, after calculations and analyses conducted by the base's intelligent core, it became clear that if human brain efficiency were to be elevated to 100%, the instantaneous consumption of oxygen and generation of heat could reach staggering levels, akin to installing the engine of a spacecraft within oneself. Surely, only a superhuman body could withstand the heat produced in that moment. After much contemplation, Lin Chen resolved to postpone his plans for bodily augmentation, deciding instead to wait for advancements in technology from the tertiary base to explore potential solutions. The mechanical factory possesses an independent intelligent core. Upon receiving commands from Lin Chen, this core simultaneously transmits signals to all manufacturing units. A multitude of microbots begins to converge from all directions like a swarm of bees. Their bodies unfold, extending myriad working arms of varying precision. Each arm is equipped with an array of foundational devices, ranging from the large to the minuscule, with the smallest measuring merely 1 nanometer, capable of performing all mechanical operations in the microscopic realm. In this splendid realm of machinery, such scenes of production are perpetually unfolding. Aside from the main control room, this mechanical factory stands as another heart of the secondary base, calculating whether a single intelligent robot could suffice for the labor of the entire Blue Star. Lin Chen gazed intently at the manufacturing workshop for the core chip and suddenly inquired of the intelligent mainframe. 5 units seemed somewhat superfluous, as approximately 69 of surplus efficiency would remain. Thus, let us reduce the number to just 1. Upon receiving a precise probabilistic response from the intelligent mainframe, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The computational prowess of the picometer-scale chips eludes conventional estimation methods. They are more than adequate to manage the integrated network of an entire Blue Star. My lord, the intelligent mainframe interjected, yesterday, through enhanced scanning, we uncovered a religious organization on Blue Star known as the Voyagers Sect, which is attempting to deliver a 0.0005 mg antimatter bomb to the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Suddenly, the mainframe's revelation caused Lin Chen's gaze to sharpen. This is internal information regarding the organization. Before him unfolded a dense projection of data. The Voyager sect? The Uniski family? I believe I have heard that name before. How could they possibly possess a weapon of such magnitude as an antimatter bomb? Lin Chen furrowed his brow tightly, having merely skimmed the translated text. He already sensed the organization's sinister ambitions. The antimatter bomb represents the pinnacle of explosive power within the realm of modern physics, boasting a complete energy release efficiency of 100, capable of converting all mass into energy unleashed in the form of photons. 1 gram of antimatter can unleash energy equivalent to over 40 million tons of TNT, a force 2,000 times more potent than the atomic bomb known as Little Boy. Even a mere 0.0005 milligrams of an antimatter bomb possesses the capability to upheave the ocean floor of the Pacific. The explosive power could potentially disrupt tectonic movements across the entire blue planet, triggering tsunamis and volcanic eruptions on a global scale. Are they intent on annihilating the blue planet? Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk. Having already acquired comprehensive data on this expedition faction, we could only obtain 50 of the organization's projected information. They prefer to document and preserve their records with pen and paper in the current environment of the blue planet. Such primitive methods serve to maximize the protection of their data from loss. Quite intriguing. Lin Chen gazed at the image of a man as frail as a dead tree, a smile still gracing his face. Retrieve all available information concerning this individual. The sooner, the better. Chapter 59, Application to join the faction Pacific Ocean Defense Center. This grayish-white base has been designated as a joint facility, and the once gently waving star insignia was removed upon the arrival of the documents. Suddenly, a light gray armored vehicle halted at the base's checkpoint. 2 armed soldiers promptly stepped forward to obstruct its path, positioning themselves in front of the vehicle. Hello, please present the relevant credentials. The leading soldier leaned towards the car window, but was met with a murky blur. The light gray armored vehicle bore no license plates, causing the soldier to furrow his thick brow. He exchanged a glance with his companion, who also heightened his vigilance, instinctively brushing over the fingerprint lock on his firearm. His gaze fixed firmly on the car door. The soldier tapped the vehicle's exterior, signaling for the window to be lowered. Seymour Marine Research Center. This is a document from the joint base. As the window descended, a man clad in sunglasses extended a folder to the soldier. The soldier could not discern his expression, as the man was also dressed in a minimalist special operations uniform, bearing no resemblance to a driver or assistant. The coarse texture of the brown paper brushed against calloused hands. Such packaging for documents was now rare. The majority were encased in high-density aerogel, providing optimal protection for paper reports. Very well, Barry Dane. Professor, is it? Seek General Kargalev, the man added. Understood. The soldier respectfully handed the document to the man and, along with his companion, stepped aside. The man nodded, and the window slowly ascended, his somewhat pallid visage disappearing once more into shadow. All checkpoints opened for the light, gray armored vehicle, which glided unimpeded into the Marine Protection Center. This base had been designated as a top-secret facility weeks prior, aimed at uncovering the mysteries of the depths of the Pacific Ocean, attracting numerous marine research institutes and survey teams from all corners. Prior to this light, gray armored vehicle's arrival, several research teams from various nations had already taken residence within. Consequently, the soldiers paid little heed to the situation. 10 minutes later, General Kargalev, situated in his office, heard a knock at the door. "Please come in." "Is this Professor Barry Dane?" Kargalev gazed at the projected images on the screen, displaying reports from external soldiers above. A man entered the office, taking a seat before General Kargalev's desk. "You are." Kargalev looked up, his throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen force. "Greetings, General Kargalev. The Voyager Division has received your application. I have come specifically to meet you." The man was Branton, and there appeared to be no trace of cancer on his face. His smooth, pale skin radiated a sheen, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, as if he had been rejuvenated by decades. Kargalev's pupils dilated slightly, instinctively leaning back as if confronted by the visage of a demon. You. Kargalev hastily closed the office door, and as the curtains descended, his racing heart gradually settled. "You are truly insane." After a prolonged silence, Kargalev, now calmer, shook his head. "Thank you for the compliment," Branton replied casually, pushing aside the report on the desk, intertwining his fingers, and bestowing a smile upon Kargalev. "Since you have recognized me, we need not concern ourselves with this false identity. We require your assistance, General Kargalev. The Uniski family will need the help of a border officer." Kargalev's expression remained grim, his gaze laced with complexity as he remarked, "I am curious about the extent of your power. They assert that you are nothing more than a disorganized rabble. This is no mere imitation." Branton chuckled heartily. "Look at this world, General Kagerleaf. People cannot even find a place to sing in peace. Is there anything here besides the clamor of machines and the stench of decaying gasoline?" Branton leaned closer to the table, his gaze fixated intently on Kagerleaf. In an instant, his previously gentle demeanor transformed into a grotesque mask. To Kagerleaf, his expression appeared exceedingly rigid, akin to a robot mimicking humanity. An eerie chill began to seep from the depths of the general's soul. He suddenly found it difficult to discern whether this man was truly human or something else entirely. "The Far Voyager possesses the power to save humanity. You need not worry about that, General Kagerleaf." Branton reclined in his chair, slowly extending a finger to touch his own face. In the horrified gaze of Kagerleaf, as the man moved, his skin began to melt like plastic, being rubbed into a thin, pliable material. The exposed area revealed a leaden hue that reflected in Kagerleaf's eyes, akin to a colossal stone dropping into a tranquil lake. "I believe you, Mr. Branton," Kagerleaf suddenly laughed. "Tomorrow evening at 8, please allow Professor Barry's team to navigate an unmanned exploratory submarine into the designated waters." "Oh, I almost forgot. I am Professor Barry." Brandon, lost in his thoughts, retrieved a compact black canister from his pocket and applied it to his face as one would while shaving, concealing the metallic-like bruise with a flesh-toned hue, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. "What are you planning to do?" Kagerleaf instinctively inquired. Brandon uttered no further words. He merely rose and turned to exit the office. Kagerleaf watched his silhouette fade, enveloped in silence for nearly 10 minutes, before finally burying his head deep into the crook of his arm. Chapter 60. Cancer. This fellow has transformed himself into a machine? Lin Chen pondered as he observed the light, gray armored vehicle departing from the Oceanic Defense Base. A wave of astonishment washing over him. Under the guidance of the intelligent mainframe, Lin Chen unearthed the hidden, profound secrets of the organization known as Voyager. The Mira agent, crafted using inactivated Nemesis virus, could induce a transformation in cancer cells within the afflicted, altering them into a composite structure akin to metal. The cancer cell's characteristic of limitless proliferation was further amplified. Could it be that this Clinton has become akin to a Deadpool-like entity? Lin Chen's gaze fixated on the detailed description of the Mira agent displayed on the panel, his curiosity about this man reaching its zenith. Ironically, amidst the harsh environment of Blue Star, the incidence of various cancers has been rising year by year. Despite the relentless advancement of technology and the emergence of potent medications targeting cancer, even if it is impossible to completely eradicate cancer cells from the human body, the suppression of their proliferation and metastatic capabilities, allowing a cancer patient to survive for decades, has become a commonplace phenomenon. This, however, hinges on a singular condition: ample financial resources. The most basic miracle drug commands a price of at least $1,600,000. The tides of wealth on Blue Star continue to rise, yet the societal structure remains unchanged. The affluent remain prosperous, while the impoverished still languish. For the vast majority of ordinary individuals, exhausting a lifetime of savings may barely suffice to procure a single dose. Cancer. This term suddenly evokes memories of a troubling past for Lin Chen. It is the first time since his arrival here that he has felt such a complex array of emotions. Is there a blueprint within the secondary base that could aid in completely alleviating all ailments? Lin Chen inquired. Being merely human himself, he is acutely aware of that. Until the base develops a flawless method for bodily enhancement, he too may be vulnerable to various afflictions. While machines can replace faulty components, this principle does not entirely apply to humanity. When it comes to cancer cells, humanity's most formidable adversary, the only viable recourse currently lies within the strength of one's immune system. There exists a gene therapy that can significantly enhance the human cell's resistance to assimilation, thereby augmenting the phagocytic capabilities of several immune cells to a certain extent. Moments later, the intelligent central system retrieved a pharmaceutical blueprint that met Lin Chen's requirements. The manufacturing process it entails is rather intricate and will require a considerable amount of time. Proceed with production. Understood. Lin Chen raised his hand, and the image before his visor vanished, replaced by the profound sight of a mountainous base. All the walls transformed into transparent outlines before Lin Chen's eyes, allowing him to clearly observe at the heart of this immense facility a device known as the most formidable weapon on Blue Star, the antimatter bomb, quietly resting within its protective chamber. Its size was even less than that of a capsule, barely noticeable to the naked eye, as if even light itself would be absorbed by its eerie darkness. This was the most terrifying explosive rooted in modern physics. Following the explosion that occurred a decade ago in the desert, all research projects related to antimatter were abruptly suspended or entirely eradicated. It was a force beyond human control, its power transcending the realm of Blue Star technology. Furthermore, in the aftermath of that explosion, the Nemesis virus simultaneously ravaged Blue Star, prompting most researchers to speculate that the destructive potential of antimatter might extend beyond the confines of three-dimensional space. It could potentially generate wave patterns capable of tearing through dimensional barriers. When these strings trembled due to the force of an antimatter explosion, three-dimensional space itself could be rent with subtle fissures. The Nemesis virus traversed into the three-dimensional plane through these rifts. Yet, these notions remained mere speculation. With the prohibition of antimatter research, it became impossible to validate these hypotheses through experimentation. The chamber was sealed, rendering it inaccessible to all. Lin Chen gazed at the antimatter bomb, simply resting within the compartment, and issued a command to the intelligent core. Even the launch of a nuclear missile requires the pressing of a fingerprint button, yet this antimatter bomb appears as simple as an exhibit in a museum. As you command, my lord. Lin Chen would never allow this madman named Brandon to succeed. According to the internal data gathered by the intelligent mainframe, he seems to be an advocate of the theory of spatial rifts. The Voyager faction has always been little more than a dazzling spectacle. Under the unyielding laws of technology that prevent surpassing the speed of light, humanity will forever be unable to navigate the cosmos aboard a starship. It is akin to a blockade established by the Creator. Escaping through spatial rifts has become the second theory with a semblance of feasibility. Is traversing spatial dimensions truly so simple? Even Lin Chen, in his current state, would not dare to lightly engage with such a concept. He cannot deny that Brandon is a genius among madmen, shaped by wealth as vast as the ocean and unimaginable suffering. Yet, he has still miscalculated one move. Are drones following us? On the vehicle, Brandon, who had been resting his eyes in the back seat, suddenly opened them. The man in the front seat hastily pressed a switch on the control panel. An invisible electromagnetic wave radiated from the armored vehicle, and no red warning sign indicating danger appeared on the panel. No anomalies detected, sir, the man replied respectfully. Brandon remained silent for a long time before finally closing his eyes once more. He had an unsettling feeling that a pair of eyes was watching him, even now that he had finally escaped from that frail human body. As time progresses, this peculiar sensation lingers in his heart, intensifying with an unstoppable momentum. Is it that extraterrestrial civilization? Brandon leaned back, suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. When this alien civilization first emerged, he was elated, believing that Blue Star had finally ushered in a new beginning. Yet, After extensive observation, he realized that this extraterrestrial presence allowed the filth on Blue Star to flourish unchecked, showing no inclination to intervene. He ultimately recognized that only by steadfastly believing in himself and the path of the Voyager faction could humanity hope for salvation. The armored vehicle traversed an entire tunnel. Enveloped in darkness, Brandon gently caressed his chest. He inserted a miniature triggering mechanism. When this nascent mechanical heart ceased its beating, the antimatter bomb housed within the shielded chamber would detonate simultaneously. This represented 6 years of dedicated effort from the Voyager faction. Brandon would share its fate. Chapter 61. Coordinates of the Pacific United Base. In the data room located on the 18th floor, Su Sheng was organizing the candidate list sent by the Space Department of Huagua. This list contained detailed information on each candidate, regardless of gender. With a total of 9 astronauts willing to participate in the upcoming trial mission of the mechanized armor. In the vast data room, leaders from various nations gathered, retrieving information from the projection. With a simple toss beyond the projection's boundary, these details would automatically print as physical reports, while corresponding electronic files were simultaneously stored in the database of the United Base. Due to the nature of the selection process for pilot candidates of the mechanized armor, it is impossible to guarantee the absence of risk. Despite the remarkable 80 neural linkage between Lin Renwei and the Futao unit, upon exiting the cockpit, he was diagnosed with varying degrees of neural damage. Mild neural injuries are unlikely to pose significant threats and will gradually heal over time with the aid of medication. However, severe neural damage could jeopardize one's life, potentially resulting in a state of irreversible coma. Consequently, when informing these astronauts from Huagua, Su Sheng and the relevant personnel elucidated the inherent dangers. Before Su Sheng could finish articulating the risks, the 9 seasoned astronauts, who had previously participated in numerous space landings, promptly affixed their signatures to the documents. This agreement not only signified their participation in the trial mission of the mechanized armor, but also represented a voluntary induction into the ranks of the Space Force. Yet, concealed beneath a multitude of regulations is the stark reality that becoming a pioneer of the space military entails a readiness to be cast into the cosmos as mere cannon fodder at any moment. This notion, which should have been contemplated by humanity for centuries to come, now found itself helplessly immersed in the throes of research and development. If my old bones can still contribute to the nation's cause, that would suffice, remarked 35-year-old Diao Ridong, earnestly shaking Su Sheng's hand in the reception room days prior. Behind him stood a row of astronauts, their postures as upright as pine trees. During their time at the Huagua Space Joint Center, the two had collaborated on several space missions, forming a notably close partnership. As the retirement age for astronauts continues to be pushed forward, Diao Ridong stands as the eldest among this youthful cohort. At that moment, Su Sheng merely felt a warmth in his eyes as he grasped the weighty document. His lips pressed tightly together, rendering him speechless. Even though this extraterrestrial civilization had unequivocally expressed its intention to assist Blue Star in its evolution, the future ultimately depended on humanity's own endeavors. Blue Star was already poised to construct colossal mechanical manufacturing plants across various regions, aiming to create super soldier combat weapons akin to the formidable Chitawa. This alien civilization undoubtedly possessed ultimate weapons within the realm of cosmic warfare. Yet, Su Sheng understood that, given Blue Star's current capabilities, it was not yet worthy of witnessing such marvels. Despite the inadequacy of technology, it was essential to make an attempt. Aboard the Chitawa, Su Sheng beheld the dreams that Blue Star might one day realize, even if it could not achieve the seamless elegance of that azure giant. Fulfilling some fundamental combat tasks would suffice. Even in ignorance, outfitting a mobile armor with weapon systems could be regarded as a form of large-scale combat weaponry. To this end, Su Sheng planned to have Lin Renwei, who had just been discharged from the hospital, address all the mechanical engineers. As the sole pilot selected for the extraterrestrial superweapon, Lin Renwei's standing at the United Base had, in some respects, even surpassed that of Su Sheng. Upon learning of his discharge, representatives from various national research institutes eagerly sought to meet him. However, Lin Renwei plunged straight into the laboratory after his release, leaving a myriad of disarray for Su Sheng to manage, which left the latter quite overwhelmed. Yet, Su Sheng dared not impede Lin Renwei. Who could fathom what this young man had perceived, or perhaps even comprehended within the confines of that alien armor? Chief Engineer Su, a female official from the land of Maple, approached Su Sheng. We have only 3 astronauts who meet the specific requirements, and the relevant departments are in the process of transferring them to the joint base. Very well. Su Sheng politely accepted the report, nodding to her, and prepared to consolidate the information of these 3 astronauts into the information database. In the current international context, Huagua has inadvertently become the cornerstone for various nations. Aside from the persistent, discordant voices within the United States, though faint, they have, in certain exceptional circumstances, posed significant threats, reminiscent of previous provocations against extraterrestrial civilizations. Su Sheng still could not fathom why these individuals remained unwilling to acknowledge their own capabilities. For these staunch traditionalists, confronting the inadequacies of Blue Star's military prowess was akin to a death sentence. Between 2035 and 2059, Blue Star underwent a transformative technological revolution, elevating the military strength of nearly every nation to a new echelon. Fortunately, the previous balance had not been shattered, and Huagua formally stepped into the first tier of military power, facing its former rivals with equanimity. However, all of this was once again disrupted by the emergence of alien civilizations. Chief Engineer Su, you should also take care to rest, the female official remarked with genuine concern. Some matters may not require your personal involvement. Ms. Raya, thank you for your consideration, Su Sheng replied with a gentle smile. In the current environment, I wish I could stretch a single day into 2. When you find some leisure time, you should visit Huagua. I would personally guide you around. Have you not always wished to see Huashan among the 5 great mountains? Oh my goodness, you actually remember? Raya exclaimed in surprise, raising her eyebrows and, feeling a bit bashful, she touched the cross on her chest and said, God bless, such a wonderful day will surely come. It certainly will. Su Sheng smiled softly before bending down to prepare to dispatch information on the projection of the operations platform. An increasing number of national leaders arrived in this data room, and the warm greetings from those present temporarily lifted the gloom that had settled in Su Sheng's heart. As he looked contentedly at the scene before him, the communicator clasped around his wrist suddenly stirred to life. What is the matter, Jinfei? What? A coordinate from the Pacific? Chapter 62. Antimatter explosion experiment. Before him lay a silver-white ring, 500 meters in diameter, suspended approximately 5 meters above the ground, its surface radiating an almost translucent glow. Lin Chen had established this new section within the mechanical factory. Extraction device is about to initiate. All mechanical units, please evacuate swiftly. In the visual display of the mask, robots were hastily retreating from the area. A tremendous humming sound resonated as the spiral devices surrounding the space activated, extracting all air within a mere 3 seconds. This completely sealed section had now entered a state of ordinary vacuum. Like a spacecraft adrift in the vastness of space, objects levitate in midair, while metallic clasps extend from the adjacent walls, securing the silvery, circular ring with unwavering precision. This is merely the beginning. At this moment, an exceedingly intricate energy engine is ascending from the base of the argent disk, merging seamlessly with it. This is a workshop for the production of antimatter. The madman known as Brandon has, in a certain sense, sparked a profound realization within Lin Chen. Humanity, or rather the universe in which Lin Chen currently resides, is but the remnants of a grand explosion. The magnificent nebulae and stars are merely wisps of smoke that still retain a semblance of warmth. According to the calculations of the intelligent central brain, this universe, spanning nearly 1 trillion light-years, is merely a low-energy space. The eternal galaxy, as observed by the naked eye, may, from another perspective, be nothing more than an insignificant speck. This revelation leads Lin Chen to understand that by disrupting this precarious balance with a sufficient magnitude of specific energy, he might glimpse an entirely different realm. A simple analogy comes to mind, akin to dropping a bomb onto a sheet of ice. If the bomb's destructive force is potent enough to shatter the ice, we may behold the underwater world beyond. However, this concept pertains solely to 3-dimensional space. Who can ascertain what images lie hidden beneath this layer of spatial ice? This notion is also what the antimatter bomb has instilled within Lin Chen, a profound inspiration. Unbeknownst to Brandon, they can no longer access the electromagnetic shielding chamber. The intelligent central brain has intervened with the highest authority into the core network of the mountain base. The core computer of this mountain facility has even managed to elude the control of the wielding sword. Under the influence of Myra's potion, the computer operates at an astonishing 200 overclocking efficiency, akin to a roaring lion. Once Lin Chen completes his current tasks, he will devise a method to handle the perilous bomb. Upon understanding how the Voyager faction manufactured this antimatter bomb through the data, Lin Chen cannot help but marvel at the possibility that a mysterious force may indeed be protecting the madman Brandon. To successfully create a bomb, he managed to cram 0.00005 mg of antimatter particles into the device. Whether this is a stroke of luck for Blue Star or an impending disaster remains uncertain. As he fills it with liquid helium, Lin Chen gazes upon the silvery expanse and issues commands. The walls part once more, revealing countless microconduits. A colorless liquid, akin to water, rapidly fills the vast chamber. Simultaneously, the temperature within the room plummets dramatically. At a certain moment, the area before him transforms into an underwater realm, with its overall temperature reaching -173.15 degrees, a figure that shows no signs of ceasing its descent. The temperature of the silvery ring continues to rise, compelling Lin Chen to consistently replenish the ultra-low temperature source, such as liquid helium. Every step has been meticulously prepared. Indeed, everything within this zone serves the silvery ring. In Lin Chen's view, the silver luminescence on the surface of the ring suddenly ripples like waves. Essentially, it functions as a super-proton synchrotron. This chamber is not merely a workshop for antimatter production. It has also evolved into a colossal storage container. Subsequently, the silvery ring accelerates further under the influence of its internal engine. Under the influence of liquid helium, the temperature of the entire room ultimately stabilized at -258 degrees, just a mere step away from the theoretical absolute zero of -273.15. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware that with the technological prowess of the secondary base, they were far from achieving what appeared to be such a trivial leap. The essence of temperature lies in the intensity of molecular thermal motion within an object. Everything in the universe is composed of particles that are perpetually engaged in erratic motion. The greater the velocity, the higher the temperature of the object. Lin Chen had even come to believe that reaching absolute zero was an impossibility, akin to Einstein's theory of relativity, which posits that no object with mass can attain the speed of light. As the temperature decreases and approaches absolute zero, the motion of the molecules nearly ceases. When considered on a cosmic scale, true absolute zero would halt all motion within the universe, representing a genuine stasis of time. As the silvery ring reached its peak rotational velocity, Lin Chen distinctly observed a black point suddenly materializing at the center of the ring. This darkness spread like an ink blot on paper, expanding at a nanosecond pace, even if only for an instant. Lin Chen managed to capture it through the ultra-slow motion feature of his visor. Time flowed inexorably onward. When Lin Chen noticed a cylindrical, jet-black apparatus extending from the center of the ring, his heart skipped a beat. Captured, positron. This was an ion trap, akin to a miniature accelerator, capable of harnessing magnetic fields to capture charged antimatter particles. A positron is the antimatter counterpart of an electron. When it embraces the fervor of electrons, annihilation effects occur, releasing a terrifying energy several magnitudes greater than that of nuclear power. Thus, a region approaching absolute vacuum is an essential prerequisite. The energy levels of antimatter should still be insufficient to replace the energy cube of the base, correct? Observing this scene, Lin Chen suddenly recalled something and inquired of the intelligent consciousness. Naturally, the energy cube of the base excels in terms of output and safety. Given the perilous nature of antimatter, it is not yet capable of supplanting it. Nodding in agreement, Lin Chen continued to gaze at the center of the workshop. A historic moment was unfolding before his eyes. In Lin Chen's vision, a greater number of antimatter workshops would emerge within the secondary base in the future. Unmanned exploratory spacecraft on the launch pad would each carry 0.00001 G of antimatter bombs to the fringes of the solar system, embarking on an astonishing explosive experiment, ensuring the continuous operation of this workshop. Understood. Inform Blue Star to expedite their efforts. I need to retrieve that antimatter bomb immediately. Chapter 63 All personnel, on alert. Why has Mr. Zero suddenly sent us a coordinate? Su Sheng anxiously walked down the corridor towards the conference room, while Chen Jinfei lowered his voice to explain. The researchers have just confirmed it. It is the crash site of the mechanical whale. It should not be the case. We have successfully preserved that enormous, shattered corpse and have not received any communication indicating the need to transport it to Mars. Su Sheng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. As he stepped into the conference room, the room was already filled with representatives from various nations. In the current climate, Every appearance of this extraterrestrial civilization captures the attention of countries worldwide, let alone such a direct transmission of information. Upon Su Sheng's arrival, the delegates paused their discussions, nodding gently, exchanging greetings with him through their gazes. "Apologies for my tardiness," Su Sheng said, pressing his palms together in a gesture of respect before slowly taking his seat. Chun Jinfei quietly slid a chair aside and silently sat down. "Mr. Su, take a look at this," began General Lior, who smiled as he projected an image from his tablet onto the large screen at the center of the conference table. "Through satellite positioning, we have identified that this coordinate corresponds to the location where the Nemesis infection entity perished. Moreover, this is the epicenter of the most intense Nemesis infection. Although we have retrieved the corpse, the blood flowing from it resembles oil and possesses an incredibly terrifying corrosive quality. Our recovery equipment has suffered damage 3 times as a result," an officer beside Lior added. "I have just familiarized myself with this issue," Su Sheng remarked, examining the information displayed on the tablet with a serious expression. "Perhaps each of you should share your opinions. The information currently at hand is indeed limited to this solitary coordinate, devoid of any ancillary details. Could it possibly signify a new landing site?" A minister from Eam Nation inquired. "New transport rockets are set to arrive at Blue Star, yet they seem reluctant to elaborate further. Perhaps a new mechanized army?" Or his words rendered the entire conference room abruptly silent. "If it pertains to a new mechanized army, we ought to commence discussions on another matter." General Lior suddenly chuckled. "For instance, consider how many battleship fleets would be required to thwart them. Let us not forget that all discussions among civilizations must be predicated upon the hypothetical principle that advanced civilizations do not encroach upon lesser ones." Lior gently tapped the metallic surface of the table and suddenly interjected with a reminder. "After several transitions, his standing within the military has significantly transformed. Moreover, he ardently supports several theories posited by Su Sheng, the space engineer and organizational representative from Huagua, even at the cost of alienating numerous former colleagues." "My apologies, General Lior. Indeed, your perspective holds merit, yet I firmly believe we should trust the choices made from the outset until now. Trust in this extraterrestrial civilization. Or rather trust in this Mr. Zero." Su Sheng projected several pieces of information from his tablet onto the conference screen and continued, stating, "This is the proposal put forth by Huagua. In light of this coordinate, we shall propose 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that the pollution in this area remains inadequately addressed, necessitating further measures from the joint base. The second possibility is that certain indeterminate dangers still exist at these coordinates, which require the attention of the joint base." As the translated text appeared on the projection screen during the meeting, Su Sheng's expression grew increasingly grave. "My friends," he began, "in my humble opinion, the joint base should trust every piece of information from Mr. Zero. For a civilization of such advanced standing, I believe it is an honor for the entire Blue Planet." "Military research team?" General Liao, understanding Su Sheng's intent, suddenly interjected. "Both are indispensable," Su Sheng affirmed. "What about the surging tide?" The mention of this name sent a shiver through everyone present, as an officer suggested that the surging tide be requested to lead the entire exploration team. General Liao suddenly recalled something, his gaze shifting. As the words escaped his lips, a wave of amusement unexpectedly surged within him. This conference room was virtually filled with the commanding forces of the entire planet, yet they found themselves needing to send a request to a robot. Should they mock the insignificance of their own power or take pride in possessing such incredible strength? "I concur," Su Sheng nodded in agreement, his response succinct. The simplicity of the name brought him an unusual sense of reassurance. Su Sheng felt that even the roaring ocean could hardly suppress the calmness emanating from that mechanical figure. At the forefront, led by that cerulean giant, what further inquiries could there possibly be? That individual, is it Lin Rui, perhaps? I find myself struggling to recall his name, my apologies. The liaison minister from the land of cherry blossoms cautiously inquired of Su Sheng. "Indeed, Mr. Maihara," Su Sheng replied with a smile and a nod. "I have heard that this remarkable engineer is, in fact, your pupil, a truly admirable man," Maihara exclaimed in disbelief. "I too hope that one day our nation's astronauts will be selected in a similar manner. However, Lin Renwei is no longer merely an engineer of Huagua. He has now ascended to the status of a global armored driver. Let us not tarry." Lior gently clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, and then spoke earnestly. "First, contact the major oceanic defense bases located in the Pacific, deploying forces based on proximity. These troops can temporarily meet the operational demands. Various departments within the joint base will respond simultaneously. We shall also await the travel forecast for the Fuda. Let it be as you suggest. Su Sheng raised his fist. And gradually, more fists were silently raised throughout the conference room. 10 minutes later, an increasing number of lights illuminated the base. And amidst the sounds of soldiers' footsteps and the clinking of equipment, a convoy of armored vehicles surged forth like a pack of wolves. Brilliant streaks of light slicing through the tranquil night sky. Simultaneously, a metallic protective door within the Sirius base was slowly opening. Chapter 64. The World Offering. Attention to all units. The fourth protective shield is rising. Attention to all units. The fourth protective shield is rising. A resonant alert permeated the entirety of the Sirius base, marking its official transformation into a standard mechanized facility. Although the majority of the technicians had transitioned from various departments, their tasks, grounded in the principles of mechanical engineering, bore a striking resemblance. In essence, their primary responsibility was to ensure the optimal functioning of the three armored suits. A deep azure hue emerged beyond the protective shield. Several technicians were skillfully maneuvering a fleet of cleaning robots with their tablets. These robots, flat in form, bore a resemblance to former vacuum cleaners. They swiftly glided across the expansive area, eliminating 98% of static residue and dust. Meanwhile, a section of the dome at Sirius Base was unfolding outward. Three colossal silhouettes hovered above the night sky. As the winds howled, a series of indicator lights gradually illuminated beneath the towering mountain collapse. 03 transport aircraft, resembling a cluster of stars gazing downward. Move swiftly, Mori bellowed from the adjacent command platform. His voice was swiftly engulfed by the roaring winds. However, there was no need for Mori's exhortation. As the metallic clashing sounds echoed incessantly, all units were evacuating the area with utmost urgency. The psionic engine is activating. Remaining energy proportion, 82. The wave crest is awakening once more. The azure armor gleamed under the radiant white light cascading from above, revealing the intricate and menacing mechanical components, while the heavy, resounding footsteps seemed to cause the entire base to tremble. Good evening, Mr. Mori. You have polished me to perfection. As the gaze of the Leviathan shifted, the colossal exoskeleton expanded outward like a shield. Suddenly, it halted, slowly turning its head as if in search of something. This is all we can do, Mr. Leviathan, Mori declared, feeling the gust of wind enveloping him, addressing the communicator on his wrist. Mr. Lin is behind you, look. His voice was instantly drowned out. Yet Mori was aware that the Leviathan could hear them through any channel. A technician had even remarked that during casual banter with colleagues in the dormitory. Upon ending the communication, he could almost hear thunderous laughter echoing through the channel. As time progressed, only Mori and his fellow researchers at the Sirius base understood that this colossal being possessed not just the formidable technological prowess of an extraterrestrial civilization. It resembled an intangible totem. As Mori gazed upon the blue giant bathed in brilliant light, this extraordinary sensation reached its zenith. Ah! The Leviathan chuckled softly. Then its chest rapidly expanded, the intricate mechanical layers folding tightly like petals. A capsule-like device glided along the upper transport track, perfectly aligned with the height of the Leviathan's chest. Clad in a jet-black protective suit, Lin Renwei made his appearance amidst countless gazes. The spectators were not limited to the technicians present. In truth, such a straightforward task required no collaboration from a pilot. Were it not for the considerable distance, the Fuda would have been capable of departing directly from the shoreline, making a beeline for the precise coordinates. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Su Sheng approached Lin Renwei privately to elucidate the entire plan and convey his intentions. The joint base required Lin Renwei to initiate an operational request to the Fuda. Without hesitation, Lin Renwei acquiesced to Su Sheng's request and promptly made his way to the Sirius base that very afternoon. Su Sheng found himself unable to inquire further into the subsequent matters. Based on Lin Renwei's fragmented remarks, Su Sheng seemed to grasp that the pilot could not exert absolute control over these mobile armors. In simpler terms, the decision to include Lin Renwei was merely a fleeting thought of the Fuda. The title of mech pilot was merely a fade. How could humanity possibly transcend such formidable power? Countless nanotechnology armors enveloped Lin Renwei's body once more, cascading down like a curtain of rain. This marked his second entry into the cockpit, where his initial tension swiftly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of power. A long-lost, Exquisite sensation coursed through every inch of Lin Renwei's being. Subtle currents, imbued with an enigmatic force, penetrated his spine. A sharp, biting pain flickered momentarily as a vast consciousness surged into his brain. The activation of neuronal links commenced. At present, the coupling degree of the link stands at 89. The moment the sound resonated, Lin Renwei opened his eyes, and a surge of power suddenly rose from the earth. The colossal platform beneath the Futao was steadily ascending, elevating its form into the hollow expanse of the dome. The steel cables of the Sandow Mountain collapse. 03 transport aircraft descended in succession, locking tightly into the grooves on his shoulders through automatic connectors. Like all the technicians, Mori braved the fierce winds, lips pressed tightly together, raising his arms as he gazed at the mechanical giant slowly lifting into the sky. No matter how many times he had witnessed this sight, an inexplicable thrill would surge within him, as if all the fervor of his blood were rushing upward toward his mind in admiration of technological prowess. The Futao has departed from the Sirius base. The Futao has departed from the Sirius base. It is expected to reach the Pacific in 28 minutes. This is all I can do to assist you. You cursed madman. The man's back suddenly began to bend, trembling like a sob. Yet, not a single tear would fall. Under the glow emitted by the surrounding instruments, the expression on his face transformed continuously, from dazed to dejected to astonished, ultimately freezing in a visage of ferocity. He struck the projection generator on the table with a fierce punch, the device shattering upon impact, and the flying shards sliced through his tender skin. A fleeting glimmer of hard, bluish light flashing by. Mr. Brandon. The sensing door slowly creaked open, and a woman's silhouette emerged from the dim light. General Cagerleaf is a man worthy of admiration. After my demise, allocate all the funds to his foundation. Remember, it must be all. Selena's fair visage turned pale. There is no time. Selena, it is too late. Brandon stared blankly at the largest radar projection within the laboratory. Countless red dots were encroaching upon this small island from all directions, each representing a ship cutting through the waves. There were also rows of swifter red dots. They must belong to a squadron of advanced fighter jets. Chapter 65, The New Humanity. Who divulged the intelligence? Who betrayed us? Brandon murmured, as if inquiring of Selena, yet also questioning himself. They may have devised a new type of electromagnetic weapon. Our base was assaulted 2 days ago by a peculiar force, causing our equipment to fail. Selena spoke with a pallid complexion. I can sense that our data has been compromised. No, it cannot be. Despair filled Brandon's eyes as he slowly shook his head. That wretched lot has struck a deal with the devils. They have made a pact with the demons. They may have sold Blue Star. Selena had never witnessed such emotions from the typically composed and confident Brandon. When she saw him awaken in the operating room, she had once thought that the plans of the Far Voyage faction were on the verge of fruition. In this moment, the dreams meticulously crafted by this man over the course of his life seemed to be abruptly severed by an unseen force. She pressed herself against the wall in terror, crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks. Where is the core chamber that houses the sacred fire? Brandon suddenly raised his head in a frenzy, gripping Selena's shoulders tightly, his voice brimming with excitement. The core chamber is functioning normally, sir, Selena replied, struggling to catch her breath and lowering her gaze. Good, good. They dare not come. We shall perish together with the world. Brandon nodded emphatically, wiping his face to remove all semblance of his gelatinous skin, revealing a visage of bronze. As if he were bidding farewell to his former humanity. He had once believed he was fully prepared. Over the years, all the foundations he established had sustained the lives of countless cancer patients. A new drug promised to significantly reduce the peril that cancer posed to humanity, and its price was as affordable as cabbages sold on the streets, in stark contrast to numerous cancer treatments. Brandon required an impeccable environment to validate his concept. This was the purpose of the antimatter bomb, which was on the verge of exhausting the entire wealth of the Unisk family. By harnessing the immense tectonic plate boundary of the Pacific Ocean, he aimed to utterly disrupt this equilibrium, akin to obliterating the foundation of a house. In doing so, the ensuing turmoil among the tectonic plates would unleash a cascade of disasters, such as tsunamis and volcanic eruptions, engulfing the entire blue planet. Following this, a shroud of volcanic ash will envelop the sky, plunging the blue planet into total darkness. Sunlight shall no longer penetrate the atmosphere to reach the surface, utterly annihilating the process of photosynthesis. All vegetation will wither in the oppressive gloom, while the acidic substances accumulating in the upper atmosphere will descend as rain. corroding the proud edifices that humanity once cherished. Humanity may well tread the same path once traversed by the dinosaurs. In a certain sense, both have served as aids upon this blue orb, yet are now destined to embark on a shared journey toward annihilation. At that moment, the new humanity, led by Brandon, will finally greet the dawn. Those once deemed burdensome to societal resources, the cancer patients, shall undergo a profound transformation, empowered by Brandon's grace. This metamorphosis may be excruciatingly painful, but, in comparison to death, a meaningless existence embodies true suffering. As for Pearson, he stands guard at the entrance of the base. Alongside the Joint Defense Forces, help me locate an exploratory submarine. Brandon has reverted to his robotic indifference, his vacant gaze gradually sharpening. Also, prepare a solution of Mira at its maximum concentration. Sir, I shall accompany you, Selena intones, her complexion drained of color. No need. I understand your reluctance to become as grotesque as I am. I respect each individual's choice, just as none can alter my convictions. Take this final moment to behold this place. We may encounter each other again at some point in the future, just as we once did. A rare smile flickers at the corners of Brandon's mouth as he gently strokes Selena's head. A subterranean area has been discovered, and an attempt to penetrate it is underway. They employed bee-sting bombs to precisely breach the ancient stone slabs overgrown with vegetation. Upon glimpsing the metallic tunnel concealed amidst the rubble and smoke, all soldiers immediately entered a state of heightened alert. Red dots flickered on the walls surrounding the tunnel. This Special Forces unit, having been airlifted and successfully landed on the island, advanced cautiously. Surprisingly, the advanced scanning radar could not penetrate this seemingly thin metallic layer. Under the beam of the rifle's laser sight, its surface exhibited a mercury-like sheen. The end of this metallic tunnel should lead to the entrance of the base. This metal can shield against electromagnetic waves. We have lost all signal. The leading soldier removed his earpiece, and the soldiers behind him silently mimicked the action. Despite being in a nearly enclosed space, they could sense a faint, elusive airflow. Lock disengaged. Each semi-charged rifle barrel lit up in succession. On the side projection of the scanner, a long-emptied space finally captured a faint red unit. Fire. Without a moment's hesitation, bullets propelled by strong magnetic forces erupted in a fierce cacophony within the metallic passage. General Lure nearly rushed to the command platform of the base, where several communication officers, startled, stood up as if they were about to report information to him. General, the advance team has inexplicably lost communication. Have they already entered the underground passage? What underground passage? Re-establish communication requests with utmost urgency. Understood. Lior's complexion gradually turned pale, as he could hardly fathom that a traitor had emerged within the ranks of the United Base. This facility, originally belonging to the United States, was now under the administration of the United Base, overseen by Karglef Tozen. He confessed to having joined the Voyager faction and uncovered a plethora of core information regarding the faction within the base's database. This also included all details pertaining to that enigmatic base. New humanity, Lior murmured, pondering this term, suddenly gripped by a chill that coursed down his spine. He instantly comprehended the words Su Sheng had conveyed to him over the communication. Those individuals have gone mad. They intend to sacrifice the entire Blue Star to usher in a new era. The soldiers now faced, no longer merely a band of humans. Chapter 66. Volunteer mission concluded. Time for a nap. After working the night shift for over 10 days, one feels utterly exhausted. Chapter 67. Charge with bayonets. The bullets, as swift as death itself, whistled through the tunnel, only to vanish into the abyss of darkness at its end. The commanding soldier's gaze sharpened. In the clear night vision, he distinctly observed a humanoid red figure darting through the pitch blackness. Strangely, this shade of red was exceedingly dim, in stark contrast to the vibrant crimson typically associated with regular units, resembling the temperature signature of a dying individual. No. Everyone, pay attention, the captain bellowed, instinctively taking a step back. The crimson hue was steadily expanding, its distorted form gradually engulfing the normal human body. It resembled both a disk and a sphere. Simultaneously, each individual present was assailed by an eerie, slippery sound, as if a pair of moist, large hands had caressed the metallic tunnel, accompanied by the faint sound of liquid dripping. It emanated from the dark terminus. Under the soldier's silent gaze, a creature, still retaining some semblance of humanity, emerged into view. From its neck, A massive mass of flesh entwined with metal and decaying tissue spread forth, nearly filling the entire metallic tunnel. It resembled an overinflated hot air balloon, its torso swaying precariously as if it might collapse at any moment. If this could be deemed a head, it was several dozen times larger than the body it supported. The torso was devoid of clothing, and only about 5% of it bore what could be considered human skin. The remainder appeared to be coated in a bronze-like metallic layer. With a breath reminiscent of a broken bellows, this enormous, grotesque mass of flesh was expanding at a specific rate. It was a scene that could only belong to a nightmare. Veins resembling blue tendrils briefly illuminated the surface of the mass, and through its translucent exterior, one could glimpse the excited pus coursing within, emitting a fluorescence akin to a collection of spores. It was evidently not hollow. Through this luminescence, the captain could see the pus swirling around before continuously flowing into the center of the mass, akin to celestial bodies orbiting the sun. This strange yet familiar sensation provoked a powerful urge to vomit. The terrifying scene before them rendered all the soldiers utterly astonished. Changed to armor-piercing rounds. Fire. The captain finally regained his senses, his voice nearly breaking as it was drowned out by the gunfire, the blinding flames of the weapons illuminating the metallic tunnel once more. At that moment, every soldier's mind descended into a state of stupor. The captain could hardly comprehend what this entity was. He merely fired instinctively, guided by the muscle memory of a soldier. This could not possibly belong to the beings of Blue Star, although they had come to acknowledge the existence of extraterrestrial life. For humanity, each sighting was a fresh psychological shock. A searing sensation spread across their faces, throats, and every part of their bodies. Unrestrained fear surged through their veins, raising goosebumps upon their skin. In the next instant, even more powerful bullets struck the massive mass of flesh. The anticipated imagery did not materialize. The armor-piercing round, capable of overturning a compact car, silently sank into the flesh as if it had fallen into a black hole. The projectile, which should have split and exploded, fell utterly silent, vanishing without a trace. The captain stared in disbelief, instinctively reaching to touch the communication mask at his ear, suddenly reminded that in this lightless underground tunnel, all signals had been completely severed. Yet, a more horrifying scene was about to unfold. The enormous mass of flesh began to writhe and diminish before the onlookers. And as it twisted, the soldiers finally discerned the secrets it concealed. Within lay fragments of shattered bones still stained with remnants of blood, tattered leather reduced to mere fibrous layers, and the remains of advanced weaponry, resembling a chaotic graveyard suspended in midair. A viscous, foul-smelling liquid dripped incessantly, corroding shallow pits into the hard metallic surface below. The information gleaned from these remnants had already enlightened the squad leader regarding the situation. They were the first contingent from Blue Star to arrive here. Could it be that this grotesque entity had consumed its comrades entirely? It appeared to be laboring to reconstruct a biological form, or perhaps a human silhouette, akin to a child assembling a block tower. The tainted flesh was continuously stretching, twisting, and then contracting into a more recognizable visage. It seemed as though some unseen force was compelling this astonishing spectacle. A devil was adorning itself in the guise of humanity through flesh and blood. This haphazardly assembled oval form had finally succeeded. Had Selena been present, she would have recognized that the indistinct features belonged to Pearson, the first human to employ the Mira serum. The cancer cells infused with Nemesis genes had undergone a complete mutation. This type of cell, possessing boundless regenerative capabilities, had precipitated this transformation. Initially, there was unrestricted cellular division, and the bullets that had penetrated triggered the neural core of Pearson. He was desperately striving to control the generation of cells with what remained of his consciousness. He learned swiftly, and under the influence of the Nemean virus, this intoxicating and incredible power was fostering the emergence of a new persona. The captain of the soldiers found himself at a loss for words to describe the grotesque scene before him. It resembled a tableau from a horror film. Yet, the fear lingered only for a fleeting moment. For these elite warriors, the dread of the enemy was nothing short of an affront to their very character. Within mere seconds, all the soldiers had regained their composure, awaiting fresh orders. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the captain's mind, and his urgent shout instantly calmed several soldiers still poised with their firearms. Do not fire. Bullets are ineffective against this creature. It can absorb metal. What then shall we do? An involuntary surge of excitement erupted within the captain's heart as he grasped the true nature of this monster, his trembling hand gripping the gun's handle with renewed determination. Pearson's evolution had reached its conclusion. His three-dimensional features came alive in the dim light, yet his cold, lifeless eyes appeared as false as two plastic spheres. The captain spat, casting aside the cumbersome special operations helmet that obstructed him. Simultaneously, he deftly placed his hand beneath the chamber of his weapon, as a searing brilliance emerged from the junction of the gun. With a forceful tug, a beam of laser burst forth from the muzzle, forming a slender, crystalline blade. A continuous series of blinding blue lights ignited the darkness, and a roar resounded throughout the metallic corridor. Brothers, assemble the bayonets. Chapter 68. Capture unidentified units have appeared. Unidentified units have appeared. It attempted to breach the encirclement. Requesting orders. Within the main projection of the joint base, everyone could distinctly observe a seemingly inconspicuous red dot suddenly materializing to the right of the circular blockade. The scanning radar from the nearest vessel promptly captured the relevant target image. A submarine. How could it be moving at such astonishing speed? Su Shang could hardly believe his eyes, fixating intently on the projection, while the surrounding officers exhibited expressions mirroring his disbelief. Compared to these military-grade devices, they were undoubtedly experts. It was moving at twice the velocity of the fastest Siren-class 4 strategic nuclear submarine. One officer incredulously remarked, "It's traveling at approximately 500 nautical miles per hour, akin to a supercar accelerating relentlessly beneath the waves." It emerged from that mountainous base, General Lior murmured. "They are in a desperate situation. Is there any chance of intercepting it?" "Impossible," the officer shook his head. "The only feasible options now are for it to decelerate on its own, or for us to lock onto it with guided torpedoes. We must consider what this submarine is concealing." General Lior furrowed his brow. The officer suddenly grasped a crucial point. Even an emergency braking maneuver could potentially trigger the annihilation of the antimatter bomb resting on the seabed. Su Shang's complexion evidently paled. Lior squeezed his way to the workstation. Establishing communication with the naval fleet, his gaze fixed intently on the radar imagery projected before him. This reckless individual was accelerating further. The encirclement of the ships just taking shape, and the man named Branton offered them no room for negotiation whatsoever. After uncovering the intricacies of the situation, what horrified General Lior the most was not Koglev's betrayal. He pondered how such a grand conspiracy could reside within a human mind. He was at a loss for how to assess this madman. For those who had lost faith in life and the future, the faction led by Branton indeed possessed an unparalleled allure. Unbeknownst to everyone, he had leveraged the power of his ancient lineage to extend his influence across the entire blue planet. Yet, he could not have anticipated that this flawless plan would meet its demise at the hands of another formidable force. Time slipped away swiftly. Just as Lior was about to issue commands through the communication system, an overwhelming roar suddenly reverberated from all corners of the command room. "I will handle it. Mr. Lior, order all fleets to retreat." The dark, enormous cannon barrels had fully emerged from the hull. Unlike the high-ranking officers, these naval soldiers were completely oblivious to the events unfolding within the unfamiliar submarine. They merely activated the launch system based on their previous combat experience, awaiting the final command. To encircle a small island with such grandiosity, by all logical standards, not even a fly should be able to escape. Giant units detected in the eastern sky. Giant units detected in the eastern sky. It is the Avalanche 03 transport aircraft. Let all units extend the encirclement by 10 kilometers. Simultaneously, directives from General Lior were issued. After several hours, the vessel Fuetang finally arrived at the battlefield. Amidst the illumination of countless ship lights, a colossal, indistinct silhouette emerged against the pitch-black skyline. As the searchlights of the Avalanche 03 transport aircraft were activated, their blinding brilliance suffused the surrounding sea for several kilometers. Yet, it was the resplendent azure radiance that held the essence of the moment. Through the resilient steel cables, the pilot of the Avalanche 03 seemingly sensed the tremendous force emanating from below. In the turbulent waters, the psychic-level engine roared within the hull of Fuetang at full capacity. Lin Renwei's form was instantaneously inverted. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, this mechanical titan inexorably penetrated the ocean's surface, akin to a fleeting blue meteor. The propulsion system on its back operated at maximum power, unleashing an unfathomable terror that stirred a small tsunami across the area. In the next moment, a vast vortex appeared beneath the surface, shimmering in blue light, as it spiraled together with visible speed. From the vantage point of the helicopter hovering above, this deepening whirlpool was breathtakingly magnificent, with dark waters swirling, interspersed with white froth and azure luminescence, evoking an aura of profound enchantment. General Luer's complexion turned pale as he grappled with the incomprehensible reality of a machine conjuring forces reminiscent of a natural disaster. The swirling vortex resembled an eye, fixating upon the increasingly trembling heart of Liao. In a sudden epiphany, he grasped the significance of those words. This miniature tsunami possessed the power to capsize vessels that ventured too close before the grand and awe-inspiring forces of nature. Humanity's pride in its cutting-edge technology appeared as laughable as mere toys. Abruptly, as the vortex expanded, conspicuous white streaks ceaselessly radiated outward in rippling patterns. If one were to find themselves upon the surface of the sea at that moment, they would remain oblivious to the peculiarities unfolding. Yet, from an aerial perspective, the movement of these white streaks contrasted starkly with the waves, resembling an unsettling reflection. Ascend. Increase the distance. Quickly, Liao's realization struck him like lightning, and he shouted toward the communication projection, his explosive roar startling even the nearby officer. Almost simultaneously, the helicopter pilot pressed the ascent button. Beneath the dim waters, the vessel Fu Tao operated its quantum communication device at an extraordinary frequency. As this device exceeded its output, it unleashed a peculiar frequency that transcended the very nature of space, enveloping the entire maritime expanse in mere nanoseconds, obliterating the foundational balance of all electronic equipment. Designation: BH-12. Battleship power engine anomalously interrupted. Designation: BH-73. Battleship power engine anomalously interrupted. The ocean, shrouded in darkness, regained its tranquility, as lights from the vessels extinguished one by one, their forms becoming faint silhouettes against the inky blackness. The helicopter, soaring at breakneck speed, plummeted like a bird deprived of its wings. As it was about to make contact with the surface of the sea, an immense force surged forth, parting the depths of the azure waters, and the blue mechanical palms steadfastly caught it. The formidable figure of the vessel re-emerged into the gaze of the onlookers. Water cascaded down its armored surface like a waterfall, while the dense luminosity within the machine flickered with a slight tremor. Its spotlight-like eyes scanned the surroundings, and from its other palm emerged an exploration submarine resembling a capsule, tightly ensnared by the overwhelming force, rendered utterly immobile. Chapter 69. Fragmentation. Brandon felt as though he had awakened from a harrowing nightmare. A piercing tinnitus enveloped him. Despite no longer being human, the incessant buzzing intensified, causing his body to tremble violently. Beyond the physical agony, a tide of despair washed over his distorted features. Within his frail, ailing form resided an exceedingly fragile heart. At that moment, all the instruments in his line of sight lost their glow, transforming into a heap of useless scrap metal. The power source from the nuclear reactor plummeted to its nadir within seconds, and the critical submarine engine was completely rendered inoperative. Under the influence of inertia, the entire submarine continued its forward momentum, yet it had lost all acceleration. The once desperate thrust had evaporated into thin air. Brandon stared in disbelief as he witnessed his arms fissuring at a visibly alarming rate, revealing a tough, bark-like flesh beneath. They transitioned from a metallic solidity to a gelatinous fluid, ultimately morphing into a pool of liquid seeping across the dimly lit cabin floor, slowly spreading outward. Moreover, every part of Brandon's body was succumbing to this phenomenon of dissolution. This vibration frequency, surpassing all scientific comprehension, acted like a precise scalpel disassembling his form. In a sudden epiphany, he grasped the gravity of his situation. An unimaginable force emanated from the ocean's surface, though the submarine's radar had failed. Brandon felt as if he could faintly perceive the world beyond the vessel. It was that alien machinery, that colossal blue giant. Brandon was rendered expressionless, his features having transformed into a puddle of viscous tissue fluid on the floor. Unlike typical mechanical structures, his body still contained elements akin to this buffering fluid. It was precisely these components that disrupted the fundamental structural balance, causing Brandon's form to crumble like a tower of blocks. His final motion was frozen in the moment he lunged toward the shielding pod. The connection between his palm and forearm severed as his 5 fingers, gripping the pod, melted away like fresh snow, dripping along the transparent shield. A minuscule black capsule remained securely locked within the chamber. To awaken it, 3 layers of passwords were required. Yet Brandon could no longer reach for anything. A tremendous external force lifted the submarine violently, Brandon's mutilated body crashed heavily to the ground, irrevocably transforming into a fluid seeping through countless crevices. This once mighty man had never envisioned his disappearance from the blue planet in such a manner. His self-proclaimed grand plans and dreams shattered alongside his corporeal form in that instant. The insignificance of humanity was laid bare in the essence of Brandon. Even though he had exhausted his entire life in pursuit of a method to transcend reality, he could not escape the tragic fate that awaited him. No survivors were discovered. The gaze of the Voteo ship swept across the nuclear submarine in his palm, locking onto an excruciatingly bright red. This was, naturally, Lin Chen, situated within the cockpit of the Voteo, witnessed this scene unfold. An antimatter bomb. Lin Chen could hardly have dreamed of encountering it here. Detection of an extreme hazardous weapon. Lockdown in progress. The alarm of the Voteo resonated through the air. Simultaneously, from the inner armor of the Voteo's left arm, a pale silver composite spherical device suddenly emerged. The spherical apparatus instantly disintegrated into countless minuscule fragments, each piece manifesting as a spider-like nanobot. In an instant, they enveloped the vicinity of the nuclear submarine. Converging at the base, interlinking to form a silvery protective layer upon the submarine's surface, Lin Chen gazed at the ethereal image in his palm. A surge of intricate emotions flooding his heart. Memories from the past flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. Yet, perhaps due to the neural link established with the Voteo, Lin Renway's expression exhibited only subtle shifts, his resolve growing ever more steadfast. This was a technological force far beyond the reach of humanity. On Blue Star, perhaps no one comprehended the weaponization experiments of antimatter more than Lin Renway. Playing with fire necessitates the preparation of appropriate extinguishing equipment. Yet, it was evident that Blue Star, at this moment, lacked such capability. Not now, and perhaps not in the future. My lord, the Voteo has successfully captured Brandon. A message abruptly appeared before Lin Chen. He was situated at the launch site on the eastern plains of Mars, an area adorned with numerous mechanical edifices, where 4 pristine white unmanned exploration spacecraft stood ready for ascent. Prior to this, a small transport rocket en route to the blue planet had vanished into the Martian atmosphere. A superintelligent robot lay quietly dormant within its hibernation chamber, poised to replace the Sword computer and, at some future juncture, transform the blue planet into Lin Chen's second base. Has this fellow perished? Lin Chen mused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The output power of quantum overclocking had utterly melted his semi-mechanical form. As the intelligent core elucidated, the primary intent of the Votao was merely to intercept that strategic nuclear submarine. All is well, Lin Chen replied, his gaze shifting as if deep in contemplation. The antimatter bomb has been successfully contained, and the relevant departments on the blue planet have been integrated. Furthermore, prepare the 2 Crimson units for capture operations. Lin Chen spoke with a solemn tone as the anticipated mutants finally came into view. The Mira serum having fused the Neme virus with cancer cells, resulting in humanoid monstrosities possessing limitless cellular regeneration capabilities. It was conceivable that even more exaggerated mutations would emerge in subsequent phases. This unforeseen development ignited a profound curiosity within Lin Chen. He promptly issued a directive to establish a research base on the blue planet, overseen by the superintelligent robot, to embark on a new round of investigative endeavors. Understood. After issuing the command, Lin Chen's gaze once again shifted to Brandon's personal information panel. Had he truly perished so easily? Even Lin Chen found it hard to believe. He harbored a desire to personally interrogate this man named Brandon. It was not merely the accusation against Brandon for wishing to annihilate Blue Star that piqued his curiosity. Rather, he was intrigued by the underlying motives that drove him to expend all his strength in a bid to obliterate this land, which had existed for countless eons. The allure of a lifetime filled with splendor and wealth was insufficient to quell his almost pathological obsession and rage. His resolve had indeed transcended humanity. Yet the chasm to ultimate success remained vast. There was no need for Lin Chen to fret. The wealth and resources at Brandon's disposal were unimaginable. His demise would herald a new reshuffling for Blue Star. For them, they had successfully excised a significant malignancy, and the next step was to cleanse the remaining tainted blood. Chapter 70 Gong Ming Shen Jianfei spoke to Su Sheng with a countenance heavy with sorrow. They had been assigned as the vanguard, comprising 8 members, with Gong Ming as the team leader. Upon entering the underground tunnel, they had completely lost contact with the United Base. After Brandon's capture, The coalition forces that had forcefully stormed the island discovered Gong Ming within the tunnel. Where are the others? Su Sheng's voice trembled as he and Chun Jianfei hurried towards the medical department. Chun Jianfei wiped his reddened eyes, choosing silence for a moment. After several seconds, he managed to stifle his grief and spoke through choked breaths. Brother Gong Ming is still alive, but he has lost an arm. He killed that monster. In Chun Jianfei's hand was a substantial stack of on-site feedback imaging reports, while a steady stream of information surged into Su Sheng's personal communication channel. However, upon hearing Chun Jianfei's words, Su Sheng's eyes reddened instantly, and he had no desire to peruse the reports. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. Compared to these meaningless reports, Su Sheng longed for the men from Huagua to grasp his hand and utter a few words. But now, they could no longer open their eyes. Su Sheng burst into the medical department, where a pungent smell of blood assaulted him. Within the vast space, nearly all medical personnel had congregated in a single area. What is the situation? A group of operators made way for Su Sheng, who rushed to the bedside. Gazing at the heavily bandaged Gong Ming, trembling as he inquired. There were over a dozen severe lacerations, with shock and unconsciousness resulting from massive blood loss, alongside serious organ failure. The skin across his body was extensively eroded, and one of his arms had been amputated. A female doctor, struggling to contain her sorrow, reported the circumstances to Su Sheng. Being part of the United Base had already marked one as a top talent from Blue Star. This place gathered authoritative physicians from around the globe, and they had never witnessed anyone maintaining a breath in such dire condition. Why was the right arm amputated? With current technology, it should be possible too. Su Sheng stood frozen in place, about to erupt in anger, when he suddenly noticed a hand on the bed slowly rising. Su. The voice, faint as a whisper, drew everyone closer, holding their breath. You say? Su Sheng hesitated to grasp Gong Ming's hand, fearing that his touch might inflict pain upon the corrosive wounds that marred his surface. Even though they were swathed in medicated bandages, Su Sheng found it difficult to fathom the agony that Gong Ming was enduring at that moment. I cut it myself. Gong Ming's labored breaths resembled a decrepit bellows straining to draw air. I killed it. I avenged my brothers. Yes, you avenged them. Su Sheng fought to suppress his tears as Gong Ming's trembling hand hung in the air, seeming as though it might fall limp at any moment. Help! Save me. I cannot die yet. The exposed eyes of Gong Ming emanated a haunting crimson, filled with sorrow, as if 1,000 blades had been unleashed from within, rendering it difficult to meet his gaze. I will eradicate those monsters. Be cautious. Those things. Do not speak. Do not speak. Su Sheng finally realized something and interrupted Gong Ming, calling out to those nearby. Consciousness transfer device. Consciousness transfer device. Su Sheng's urgent exclamations jolted everyone into action. Soon after, Gong Ming was ushered into a more advanced medical ward within the inner area, where 2 gossamer thin patches adhered to his temples, activating the connected projection apparatus. The consciousness transfer device, a remarkable technological advancement conceived by humanity in 2062, was initially employed for treating Alzheimer's in patients in vegetative states, later expanding into broader applications. For instance, allowing children to hear the final wishes of a gravely ill elder, and converting those sentiments into various forms of audio and written text, has provided solace to countless hearts. Su Gong, the physiological parameters of Mr. Gong Ming are currently stable. A medical operative from the United States remarked incredulously, he has kicked death aside. Su Sheng gazed at the stabilizing ECG projection, while a nurse beside him prepared to replace the next bag of enhanced serum. This specially processed serum can be utilized in any circumstance without the need for blood type compatibility and significantly reduces complications arising from blood loss. However, Su Sheng was acutely aware that this was not a miraculous remedy. Various medications were urgently prepared nearby. Yet, under the scrutiny of all present, Gong Ming's bodily metrics had ceased their decline. That creature was a human being. Human? Su Sheng manipulated the touch current with his fingers, inscribing on the consciousness projection. His body could devour metal and transform into various shapes, resembling a mass of decaying flesh. Were there special operations helmets not capable of recording retime footage? A sudden thought struck Su Sheng, prompting him to look up and inquire of Chun Jianfei. Su Gong, we did not discover any metallic equipment at the scene. Chun Jianfei's words sent an inexplicable chill down Su Sheng's spine. What of that monster's corpse? It has already been detained. They were just discussing whether to report to Mr. Zero. Why not report? Who, besides Mr. Zero, can save us? Su Xing fell silent for several seconds. As if having made a momentous decision, he nodded. Report, my opinion, he stated. Understood. How do you feel? Su Xing turned back, continuing to write on the consciousness projection. I feel great, Brother Su. I must survive. Say no more. Leave it to the doctors. When you awaken, I will take you to see them. The 4 words from Gong Ming filled Su Shang's heart with a pang of sorrow. All right. At Su Shang's silent cue, the consciousness transceiver from Gong Ming's temple was removed, and a nearby doctor silently administered a stronger dose of anesthetic. Moments later, Gong Ming's consciousness projection gradually faded away. Su Sheng and Chun Jinfei exited the ward, leaving the battlefield to a cadre of authoritative physicians. No images. We can only wait until Gong Ming awakens to discuss further. Su Sheng sighed wearily, speaking slowly. Then let us prepare for an emergency meeting. Suddenly, a fierce intensity erupted in Su Sheng's gaze, reminiscent of a wounded, aged lion. And then we shall inspect the corpse of that creature. Chapter 71. Once again stepping forward, the urgently convened meeting transformed into an impromptu military tribunal. Almost every row of seats was filled to capacity. Officers and scientists from around the globe silently regarded the solitary interrogation platform at the center of the chamber, akin to a lonely island adrift upon the sea. 2 soldiers firmly escorted Kargalev to the platform. The customary pride and coldness that once adorned Kargalev's countenance had long since vanished. He seemed to age decades in an instant. Resembling a senile old man, with a hunched back and sagging wrinkles on his face, yet his calm eyes appeared to be contemplating something profound. The soldiers beside him grasped his trembling hands and brought them to the interrogation platform, subsequently pressing a switch with force. An imperceptible current swiftly locked the intelligent shackles on his arms, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. Kagerlefanel. The furious voice of the presiding judge reverberated throughout the expansive conference room. As a senior officer of the United Organization, you have unlawfully joined and conspired with a heretical faction. You provided internal intelligence to the enemy, resulting in significant casualties among the advanced troops. The judge enumerated Kagerleaf's transgressions with mounting ire. For a criminal of such magnitude, even the judge could not suppress his indignation. Given his stature, each accusation here was sufficient to condemn him to the depths of hell. A swift death might even be considered a release for Kagerleaf at this moment. I confess, this is my wrongdoing. I extend my deepest apologies to the fallen warriors, the most innocent victims of this clash of civilizations. Kagerleaf suddenly regained the composure he had possessed before his capture, a glint of sharpness igniting in his serene gaze. He remained unyielding, with his hands tightly shackled. He bowed his head and forcefully struck the tabletop with his forehead. The sound of collisions echoed, amplified by the microphone, resonating in the ears of everyone in the jury. Lin Ruwei maintained a stoic expression as he gazed at the man before him, his lips pressed tightly together and his fists clenched beneath the table, turning a shade of blue. Suddenly, a large hand rested on his shoulder. Lin Ruwei turned his head, meeting Su Xing's gaze. Stay calm, Su Xing conveyed silently. Understanding. Lin Ruwei inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tempest raging within his heart. Su Xing cast a discreet glance at him, choosing not to utter another word. It seemed as though a neural connection was continuously transforming this young man, as if some mysterious force was extracting the weakness and sorrow from Lin Ruwei, infusing him with a steely resolve. This transformation was evident. Lin Ruwei's demeanor had irrevocably changed, yet Su Xing pondered whether this was indeed a fortuitous development. He had become the sole pilot of a mechanized armor on Blue Star. The trial operation of the Crimson was an utter failure, as no astronaut had succeeded in awakening the 2 blood-red swords. Even while leaning against the core pillar, they could not trigger the miniature linked armor. These 2 proud mechanized armors acknowledged no human. After extensive deliberations, Blue Star ultimately decided to abandon the Crown project. The wealth of information gathered from the Overwave was sufficient for Blue Star to invest centuries in research and study. The clash of civilizations. How many innocent warriors had this beast slain? Lin Ruwei's voice was imbued with profound sorrow as he fixed his gaze upon Kargalev at the interrogation table, wishing fervently to rend him into fragments. The cacophony ceased, and crimson droplets of blood oozed from Kargalev's forehead, tracing a path along his brow into the creases of his face, evoking an inexplicable eeriness. I would gladly offer my demise to solace the souls wronged. Yet, my friends, I implore you, why do you still refuse to acknowledge the avant-garde nature of the idea of distant voyages? The proponents of space exploration stand as the most fearsome cult in history, based on our current technological foundations. Humanity is utterly incapable of thriving on any celestial bodies beyond Blue Star. The presiding judge struck the table with a heavy thud, seemingly on the verge of pronouncing Karjalev's condemnation. The new humanity is entirely capable of achieving all this, yet you have obliterated the last flower of hope. Karjalev's expression remained impassive as he declared, in the future, the descendants of Blue Star shall surely spit upon your names inscribed upon your gravestones. You incessantly ravage this land, spawning viruses, pollution, and countless sins. Ultimately, you cast the blame upon the new humanity, and now you seek to incinerate them all in a great conflagration. As Karjalev's fervor intensified, he instinctively attempted to raise his hand, only to be seized by a sudden surge of electricity, causing his body to convulse and collapse upon the interrogation platform, gasping for breath. While Brandon vanished from Blue Star, the United Base had already leveraged its influence across the planet to seal all enterprises under his family's name. The relevant authorities have sealed all charitable foundations in which Brandon invested, and through funding records, they have identified all cancer patients who received the Mira serum. The tracking continues, and it is possible that some desperate individuals have already injected the serum into their bodies. The success rate of genetic alteration hovers around 30%. Given the unknown and severe side effects accompanying the entire process, Branton was surrounded by a professional medical team to mitigate risks during his use of Mira. However, for these cancer patients, who are already on the fringes of society, it ultimately boils down to fate. Why do you harbor such insecurity about your own race? To refer to those filthy, grotesque monsters as your evolution? In the moment when the entire conference room fell into silence, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed with the intensity of a tolling bell, accompanied by several flashes of bright light. This voice sent a shiver down the spine of nearly everyone present, causing Lin Renwei to stand abruptly, his expression one of disbelief as he surveyed the room. The bright lights in the conference room gradually dimmed. For reasons unknown, Su Sheng also rose alongside Lin Renwei. Unlike Lin Renwei's excitement, he felt a profound sense of reverence. This strange voice was one he would never forget in his lifetime. Mr. Zero. Chapter 72, Suicide. Cagelev stared blankly at the ceiling of the conference room, as if a silver figure from another civilization hovered above, silently observing him. In that moment, his thoughts spiraled into chaos, an icy dread beginning at his feet and rapidly engulfing every pore. Kagerleaf was uncertain whether he was the only one experiencing this sensation, or if the sound was directed solely at him. It seemed to emanate from every communication device in the conference room, reverberating endlessly, transforming the space into a grand concert hall. Each attendee involuntarily rose to their feet, glancing around under the dimming lights. The individuals within the joint base appeared accustomed to such phenomena. That incredible presence always manifested in the most peculiar manner. Su Sheng had contemplated countless theories regarding this. To them, the entire blue planet resembled a completely transparent two-dimensional plane, where this civilization could effortlessly retrieve desired information and scrutinize every corner of Blue Planet. How did Mr. Zero arrive? Su Sheng murmured in a lowered voice, as if inquiring of Lin Renwei beside him. I have no idea, Lin Renwei replied honestly, shaking his head. Although he could now be considered a half-alien warrior, he lacked even the qualifications to request commands from that still elusive entity. The cockpit of the Futaheo lacked such functionality as well. I believe Mr. Zero's appearance is predicated on two scenarios. This is one of them, Lin Renwei remarked, gesturing towards Kagerleaf in the center of the venue, his words laden with significance. It was a rather bizarre scene. In the area where Kagerleaf stood, the gas lamp above his head radiated the same bright glow as before. He resembled the protagonist under a spotlight, reveling in the attention directed towards him from all sides. A resonant voice reverberated once more, surging from all directions like an unrelenting tide, boundless and infinite, coalescing into a sharp, invisible blade suspended in the air above the conference room, suffocating Karglev to the point of breathlessness. You are a deceiver. Only these utterly foolish beings would choose to follow an outlier of another civilization. They refuse to trust their own kin, yet place their faith in a stranger of unknown provenance. Tragic. Utterly tragic. Karglev lost all composure. His face flushed as he tilted his head to hurl invectives at an unseen point in the air. His visage trembled violently, the pallor of his expression failing to sustain the heart-wrenching roar. He was beyond caring. Karglev was acutely aware of the fate that awaited him. At this moment, The amalgamation of tangled emotions shattered his defenses completely. The man had gone mad. Su Sheng watched in trepidation. The conference room had transformed into a stage for Karglef's one-man show, yet the audience was clearly not composed solely of humans. He had anticipated that Karglef would be rendered mute in an instant. However, given the current circumstances, Karglef was all too cognizant of the impending specter of death. Su Sheng found himself more concerned about whether Mr. Zero would be provoked by Karglef's impudent remarks. Rest assured, Lin Renwei interjected, unexpectedly discerning the thoughts of his elder brother. If Mr. Zero could be so easily incensed by human discourse, we would not have survived to this moment. Lin Renwei's words bore undeniable weight. The assembly was enveloped in the unsettling sound of electromagnetic waves sweeping across the equipment, reminiscent of countless serpents slithering through a carpet of fallen leaves, stirring a sense of disquiet. Thus, you consider those repugnant beings your kindred, do you? Suddenly, the mechanical voice erupted into laughter, a mirth that resonated from its very core, causing the entire conference room to tremble. Truly, you embody humanity. This self-proclaimed omniscience, attempting to fathom the future. The tone of the voice abruptly lowered, an overwhelming sense of oppression thickening the atmosphere, rendering Karglef on the verge of fainting. Your consciousness is riddled with fallacies. You delude yourselves into believing you can alter the world, yet lack the capacity to confront the truth. The so-called new humanity is merely a collection of dimwits who ingest refuse. They harbor thoughts indistinguishable from yours, naive and ignorant. This planet is not constituted by countless fools like you. It has never required humanity, but rather, it is you who are in need of it. You possess no authority to dictate its fate. That individual named Branton holds no such privilege either. For him, death would be the most lenient punishment. As the mechanical voice uttered this name, Su Sheng comprehended that this extraordinary extraterrestrial entity was ceaselessly observing the blue planet. Every motion of the blue planet was crystal clear in its gaze. Had it not been for the electronic shackles binding him to the stage, Karglef might have already collapsed to the ground. As he confronted the ominous sound, Karglef found himself unable to concentrate, overwhelmed by an imposing presence that threatened to shatter his very soul, dispersing it into a chaotic array of elementary particles across the void. He gasped for breath. Akin to a stranded fish on the brink of death, a sudden wave of self-doubt washed over him as memories of the past surged forth, coalescing into a towering edifice that represented Karglef's recollections and consciousness. At that moment, this tower was collapsing at a visible pace, bricks tumbling down amidst a cloud of dust, crashing to the ground with a cacophony reminiscent of bestial roars. Karglef's psyche shattered irreparably in that instant. He screamed in a frenzy, desperately tugging at his restrained arms. It was unfathomable how this middle-aged man could unleash such terrifying strength. His bloodied hands finally broke free from their bindings, and the singular thought of escape consumed him. He yearned to distance himself from the oppressive, eerie mechanical voice, which pierced through the cortex of his mind like a nail. A mere tremor could plunge his entire world into chaos and agony. As Karglef's hands withdrew from the electric restraints, the immense inertia yanked him backward. Following an inconspicuous thud, the former officer lay quietly on the ground, a dark crimson pool of blood steadily spreading from the back of his head. Karglef was dead. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a tragic play, with sorrowful light casting shadows at his feet, the blood flowing ever more profusely until it engulfed his entire being. Yet that chilling sensation lingered. The invisible eye continued to reflect the shadows of each individual. For him, it was not devoid of a sense of liberation. Lin Renwei gazed downward, murmuring, "Perhaps we can take a seat now, Brother Su." "Are you certain?" "Uncertain. I merely feel as though we are misbehaving students summoned by the teacher. Even in the absence of wrongdoing, an involuntary anxiety stirs within." Chapter 73, Last Night. I was urgently called away once more. I am utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. The author needs a moment to recuperate.